Chapter 1, Black Silk Manager. Star City. One afternoon, taking advantage of the manager's meeting, Lufei with a Bluetooth headset quietly in the bathroom with a paycheck to touch the fish up. Only just as he squatted down was he caught by the sudden movement in his cell phone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This small waist, this legs, this body. After saying that, he forced the door to close, forcing Tiangong back. But who would have thought that the next second the screen went black, the picture above was gone, and a few lines of pale text occupied the entire screen. If you are given a chance to choose, which of the following options would you take? A. Go back to your mother's womb. B. Become a male mother. C. Mutation of the body. D. The end of the world. Looking at the four options in front of him, Luffy froze for a moment, and then there was a burst of quality output. I choose you, MLGB. Can't you see that labor is busy? Under a burst of distraction, he pressed a bunch of buttons randomly without even thinking about it. There were too many telecommunication scams these days, and it would be better to believe them than to believe the young lady in Jitterbug. At least they were a female. A few moments later, only to see a flash of blue light after the screen back to normal. Luffy didn't care too much and just continued to touch the fish. 4 moments later, Luffy hurriedly ran out from the bathroom. As he ran, he shouted in his heart that he was finished. I just felt the fish and got a little bit carried away. Who would have thought that he actually forgot the time? It's true that color is a bone scraper. It hurts both the body and the money. Now he only hoped that the meeting was not over yet, or else he would get his salary deducted if he was found out. Just as he arrived at his workstation and was about to congratulate himself on his escape, a stern voice exploded out from the back. Luffy, do you realize that it's work time? It actually took you half an hour to go to the restroom. Are you worthy of the 3005 paychecks the company gives you? Luffy turned around violently at the words, only to see a high-color black silk beauty looking at him viciously, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Looking at Lu Yu, the demoness boss who came over angrily, Lufei vigorously had to swallow his saliva. In his heart, he secretly swore, one day I will. Lu Yu was also a human savant. Looking at the expression on his face, he knew that this guy was imagining things again. This kind of lowly social animal is just like this. It likes to visually rape others when there is nothing else to do. So her heart grew more and more disgusted. She didn't resent others appreciating her. But if the other party was a subordinate with a monthly salary of only 3005, who hadn't yet developed a money path, it would be a different story. His 3005 salary is not enough to maintain the money of the old lady once. Why let this kind of person look? Out of instinct, Lu Yu is not interested in men whose salary is lower than her own. Seeing that Lu Fei's eyes had not moved away from his body, she became more and more disgusted. So without mercy, she said, what? Is it a dream that you want? Lu Fei hurriedly lowered his head. No. Which words did the manager say? Just my little bit of salary hasn't got the guts. Lu Yu disdainful. You know in your own heart is good. Today, you missed half an hour of work. I'll only deduct your half-day's salary as a small punishment. Finished not waiting for Lu Fei to reply. Lu Yu was wearing a black silk hip skirt, twisting a sexy little waist, stepping on high heels, stepping into the office to go. I day you. Looking at Lu Yu's enchanting back, Lu Fei gritted his teeth and gave a middle finger. He just held his tongue so much just to not get his wages deducted. This enchantress actually didn't speak at all about the feelings of her colleagues, and directly deducted half a day's salary from him. Thinking of this, Lu Fei was really angry, viciously glared at Lu Yu. This does not matter. A stare but a big deal. The next second he felt a burst of dizziness. His eyes are bright and dark. Originally clear vision above do not know when there is a line of blue text. Fixing his eyes to take a look, it was actually related to Lu Yu. Lu Yu, lucky number 69, recently misappropriated a company's funds for financial management. What the hell? Could it be that his eyes were blurred? Thinking of this, Lu Fei blinked vigorously trying to confirm his thoughts, but after trying several times, it was the same. That line of blue text was still there. This situation made Luffy's heart tighten. It's over. Something's wrong with my eyes. I'm not going to go blind, am I? Right at this moment, Li Yen, a coworker on the side of the workstation, opened his mouth in a manner. Awesome, old Lu, to actually dare to stare so blatantly at that demoness Lu Yu for so long. Aren't you afraid that she'll find out about the retaliation? Lu Fei sniffed and twisted his head indifferently back. What's wrong with that? I deducted half a day's wages, and I'm not allowed to look at it a few more times. This is called stopping loss in time, understand? Hearing this, Li Yen nodded with approval. Makes sense. I'll do the same next time. Luffy saw this and hurriedly asked about his eyes. Ugh, old Li, have you ever seen something appear in front of my eyes? Li Yen gave him a strange look. What? I say, Lu Fei, you're not vain, are you? I can tell you, that thing has to be done in moderation. 1 + 1 at most. Luffy didn't have the good sense to say, go. I'm serious with you, did you see it or not? Seeing him so serious, Li Yan also got curious. What the hell is that word that makes you so nervous? Lu Fei didn't think much about it. After glancing in the direction of Lu Yu's office, he muttered in a low voice towards Li Yan, "What number do you think Lu Yu would like?" Li Yan froze. "What? I didn't understand?" Lu Fei repeated nervously. "I said, what number do you think that woman will like just now?" Li Yan was happy after hearing this and forced a laugh. "Not me talking about you, Lu Fei. How would I know about this? You can ask her yourself if you really want to know. But I have to remind you, after this question you'll be ready to leave your job. That demon girl will definitely take special care of you in the future." Seeing Li Yan's appearance, Luffy knew that the other party must not be able to see the line of blue text in front of his eyes. He simply dismissed the idea of continuing to confirm with him. After sighing, he returned to his workstation and sat down on his own, intending to find time to study this matter after work. But who would have thought that this line of text was as if it had a magic power that kept drawing his attention? It made him unable to work at ease. After struggling for half a day, he simply gave up what he was doing and continued to explore. This time he learned to be smart and didn't rush towards outsiders to confirm this thing. Instead, he carefully recalled certain details from earlier, trying to find the key to the problem. Immediately, he found some clues. If he remembered correctly, the blue text only appeared after he glared hard at Lu Yu. If that was really the case, wouldn't he be able to verify it if he tried again? Thinking of this, he immediately looked at Li Yan at the side, while he glared hard with his eyes open. Chapter 2. I can actually really see through. Li Yan, crush on Song Jiawei. It really works. Seeing the blue text in front of him reshift, Luffy got a little excited. No way, no way. Did his own eyes really mutate? It actually became able to see through other people's little secrets. Thinking of this he gulped excitedly, his heart ecstatic. He, little master. My destiny is going to change forever from this moment onwards. On the contrary, Li Yan on the side was working seriously, but suddenly realized that Luffy had been staring at himself and gulping. Suddenly felt cautious, so with a nervous face, he spoke. "Luffy, you have to be calm. Don't be horny. I'm a guy." Returning to his senses, Luffy gave him a disgusted look. "Old Li, what are you thinking? I wouldn't look at you even if I were blind. What do you look like in your own heart without a little pussy count?" Li Yan sad, dissatisfied. "You still have the face to say me. In addition to being a little taller than me and a little more handsome, your salary is not as high as mine." He was telling the truth. Li Yan is a company old man who already had 3 years of service. The salary was a full $500 higher than Luffy. It had already reached the terrifying realm of 4,000 oceans. Luffy was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Eyebrows raised, quietly moved his head to Li Yan's side, intending to open his mouth to test the accuracy of the eyes. Such behavior could scare Li Yan and hurriedly stop him. Alas, 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 alas. Old road, we colleagues talk properly on the line. There is no need to lean so close. Lu Fei laughed. "Are you sure?" Li Yan re-emphasized. "It's fine just like this." Lu Fei didn't dilly-dally, and directly spoke out the text prompt that his eyes saw. "Old Li, do you like Song Jiawei?" Li Yan instantly panicked, and quickly raised his head to look somewhere sheepishly. Seeing that the other party didn't hear, only then did he breathe a long sigh of relief. Then it was with a face full of vigilance that he looked at Luffy. "Holy, where did you know about this? You almost scared me to death. I'm warning you, this is for you and me only. Don't dare let anyone else know." Luffy looked at Li Yan's appearance. His heart was already happy. He could actually see something about others through his eyes. Simply awesome, big time. Thinking of this, he decided to make an extra buck first. Immediately, he looked at Li Yan with a smile on his face. $100. This secret I keep my mouth shut. Otherwise, you know, said the head to Song Jiawei's direction. New. The meaning is self-evident. Spend money to eliminate disasters. You do not give money, I will tell myself. Li Yan saw the situation, breathing suddenly tightened, indignantly looked at him. I treat you as a brother. You actually want to pit me? Lu Fei gave a crooked smile. $200, out of date. Li Yan was anxious, and quickly took out 2 Mao Grandpa from his pocket and slapped them on the table. 200 is 200. From now on, we're done with our co-workers. Lu Fei was not the least bit flustered, and continued to take the pinch after glaring hard in Song Jiawei's direction. Old Li, do you want to know how to get a dinner date with the goddess in your heart? Li Yan sniffed and took the initiative to come over again. You really have a way? Lu Fei didn't say anything, only reaching out his hand to signal for him to make a bid. Seeing that he was so sure of himself, Li Yan clenched his teeth and ruthlessly hemorrhaged money. $600. This is all the change I have in my pocket. As long as you can get me a date with her, I'll give it all to you. After saying that, he directly pulled out all of his wallet and laid it in front of Luffy's eyes. The world of dog licking is so simple and direct. Luffy, on the other hand, smiled slightly and fixed his eyes on the blue text on his field of vision. Song Jiawei, I want to go to eat Hai Di Liao tonight. but I don't have much money in my pocket again. Crying. After pretending to think deeply, he leaned over and muttered at Li Yan's side. Li Yan froze after listening. It's that simple? Can this really work? Although Song Jiawei wasn't particularly pretty, she belonged to the popular sunny little girl type, so there was no shortage of suitors in the company. As far as Li Yan's current condition was concerned, it belonged to the middle level among these people, so he had never had the guts to open a date either. Fear is to be rejected, then even ordinary colleagues do not have to do. Seeing him so abrasive, Lufei was a little impatient. Love to hear it or not. Anyway, the method I've already told you. After this village there won't be this store, and I can warn you, whether you go or not I'll take this money, said Luffy. Also did not care what his reaction. A big hand pulled out to pick up 600 big ocean to send to the pocket. Hey, beautiful. Just so a little work almost earned almost a quarter of the salary. Simply cool. How about going to the village to eat a chicken? Reward yourself. Li Yan looked at the expression on Luffy's face and a hint of determination appeared on his face. One then resolutely walked over in Song Jiawei's direction. TNND. This month's food expenses are all hitched up. If you don't act, you'll have wasted the money. 5 minutes later, Li Yan, who got what he wanted, waved his hands and walked back with an excited face. Just as soon as he sat down, he looked at Lu Fei with a face full of excitement. Holy old Lu, you're a god. How did you know Jiahui he wanted to eat Hai Di Lao tonight? Lu Fei had a calm face. Don't ask so much. Just tell me if it worked out or not. Li Yan nodded continuously. It's definitely no problem. Then he mysteriously said the conjecture in his heart. I'm talking to you, Lao Lu. I suspect Jiahui has some meaning for me too. Lu Fei was a bit curious. What do you mean by that? Li Yan didn't hesitate. When I just asked her if she's going, she actually agreed without hesitation. This is definitely having thoughts about me. The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched, feeling the need to remind the other party. Maybe people just happened to be hungry and you came along to catch up? Li Yan shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. Just Jia Hui's happy face just now is definitely not like that. Luffy also gave up on the idea of rescuing the other party when he saw this. One of the top 3 office illusions is that she's interested in me. Trying to understand this matter with the licking dog was no different from talking to a cow. So he just left him alone. Back to their own workstation began to have a ride without a ride to study their prospective eyes. Who expected that the ass is not yet sitting hot behind the office door but suddenly opened. Behind his ears even resounded Lu Yu's nonchalant voice. Lu Fei, you come to my office. Seeing this, the surrounding co-workers all threw sympathetic looks at Lu Fei. Experienced people in the department know that as long as they are called to Lu Yu's office at this point in time, they will inevitably be scolded. However, Lu Fei did not think about it, only revealing his big white teeth and smiling as he ran into the office. At the same time, he is secretly laughing in his heart. He was worried about not having the opportunity to retaliate against Lu Yu. This did not expect the other side actually took the initiative to send to the door. Deduction of my salary is not enough, but also want to close the door to scold me in the office, is it? Hey, see how I'm going to pinch you. Chapter 3, you don't want to either? As soon as he entered the door of the office, Lu Fei backhandedly locked the door. This situation, see Lu Yu full of ridicule. What did you do earlier? Do you know that you love your face at this time? Just now, you dared to look at me so recklessly. See how I will scold you later. That's right. Lu Yu called Lu Fei in just to take it out on him. The reason is simple and straightforward. Just the company's boss Su Qian inexplicably gripped her on the phone. Above the leader Lu Yu cannot refute. Scolding subordinates out of anger always line. Unfortunately, this Lu Fei just hit on this muzzle. The reason Lu Yu have thought well, on the grounds that he did not work overtime to 9 o'clock last night, in order to be able to play better. Lu Yu even purposely unbuttoned one of the topmost buttons of her shirt. This would allow her to have a little more lung capacity, and roar a little more quickly later on. She looked down at herself, secretly certain in her heart. Don't you want to see it? I'll let you see enough. Later on, if you look a few more times in a few days, I'll dock your pay for a few more days. I am not something that you, a poor social animal, can desecrate. Of course Lu Fei didn't know what Lu Yu was thinking at this time. Even if he did, he didn't care. After closing the door, he still looks at Lu Yu with the same honest naive smile as before. Manager, looking for me for something? Lu Yu deliberately straightened her body and stared at Lu Fei with a smile. Am I beautiful? Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Fei swallowed his saliva very indisputably. Then he honestly explained. The entire department has no one who can compare to you in this regard. What he said was the truth, putting aside the others. With Lu Yu's figure, she deserved to be the department manager. If Lu Fei was the leader of the company, he would definitely choose her. However, he wouldn't be stupid enough to think that the other party was seducing himself. This witch is definitely trying to do something bad in the dark. Lu Fei is also not in a hurry to reveal, ready to press the troops first. This is a good thing to see, but not to see. Master now has a perspective eye. Not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you. I should say that I don't want to say anything. Whoever marries this demoness is really blessed. Lu Yu continued to lure. Have you seen enough? Do you want me to come a little closer? Lufei quickly refused. No, my eyesight is very good. I can see everything clearly. Lu Yu's eyesight is poor. Luffy, you're really getting on my nerves. What is your status and what is my status? Is this something you can see? You have the intent to molest your boss on the way to work. This month's salary will be deducted another 300. Stinking. Another deduction of laborers' wages at the drop of a hat. Luffy also stopped pretending when he saw this. After laughing softly, he sat on the chair in front of him with a big swing. Afterwards, he even crossed his legs and recklessly surveyed Lu Yu. Manager, are you sure you want to do this to me? Lu Yu was extremely angry, his heel undulating. Jade pointed her finger at Lu Fei's nose and cursed. Who gave you the courage to dare to be so reckless in front of me? If you don't like it, you can immediately go to the finance place to settle the bill and leave. Just say I said so. In fact, Lu Yu doesn't have the power to open people, but she can't help but have a wide social circle. And the financial supervisor and personnel supervisor are good girlfriends. So in some small things we all unspokenly turn a blind eye. Luffy completely showdown. Indifferent shrugged. Firing me is a small matter. If the manager's embezzlement of the company's money is known, that would be a big deal. Lu Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. I don't understand what you're babbling about. Trying to scare me with this nonsense is just a dream. Lu Fei got up and looked at her with a wry smile. Manager, are you sure I'm making something out of nothing? I've heard that President Su has recently planned to rectify the branch's culture. Why don't I write a whistle-blowing letter to her under my real name? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the door without hesitation. Misappropriation of public funds. This matter can be big or small. Get it wrong but to enter the bureau. Lu Fei was certain that this woman would definitely call out to herself because she didn't dare to bet. As expected, he has not gone to the door. Lu Yu completely panicked, hurrying to call out to Lu Fei. Don't you go first, I think we can talk first. Lu Fei stopped his footsteps and looked back at Lu Yu with contempt. This is the tone of your voice. Like begging attitude. Master does not serve. After raising his hand and making a no gesture towards the back, Luffy continued to walk towards the door. Lu Yu saw the situation anxious, clenched teeth and stomped his feet to make the killer. I road brother, something good to discuss. Do not rush to go. The voice of the tingling, so that Lu Fei body trembled, jerking back to look at Lu Yu incredulously. No, manager, your attitude has changed a bit too much. Why are you suddenly pampering me? The subordinate you despise? Where did the unruly and untamed behavior of a moment ago go? Looking at the expression on Lu Fei's face, Lu Yu's heart was very unfavorable. How did she suddenly fall to such a state? In order to keep her job, she pampered herself to a subordinate that she had always looked down on before. The purpose was simply for him to stay. Lu Fei didn't care what she thought. Seeing that the effect had reached the desired enough, he sat back in the chair just now, continuing to cross his legs. He derisively looks at Lu Yu. Manager, I still prefer your unruly look just now. I'm still a bit unaccustomed to this sudden pouting like a little woman. Seeing this villainous look of his, even though Lu Yu's heart was already itching fiercely, her face could only cater to it with a smile on her face. Lu Fei, we are all colleagues. We can't do things too much. What do you want at work? As long as you can forget about it for a while? Lu Fei pretends to be surprised. Really? Lu Yu's face was full of seriousness. 1,000 times true. I, Lu Yu, have always been true to my word. Lu Fei didn't believe me. Alright then, first tell me, what is the arc of the big grapefruit? Lu Yu was stunned. What is the arc of a big grapefruit? Lu Fei didn't say anything, nuzzling up his mouth to gesture towards her Marian trench. But don't tell me. I'm afraid that if I fall down from such a deep place, I'm afraid that I'll be killed. Lu Yu's hands protect her chest full of anger. Bastard, you can't get too far ahead of yourself. What does she have to do with work? Lu Fei was not happy and retorted. Manager, this has a lot to do with it. I'm afraid you don't know. More than 80% of the male colleagues in the office are your loyal fans. I'm doing this for the benefit of the public. Lu Yu took a deep breath, trying to control her anger. What kind of person does this asshat take her for? She wanted to immediately flip out, but she was afraid that this matter of her embezzling public funds would really be reported by Luffy. She had no choice but to shamefully burst out her own little secret. D+. Luffy's breathing suddenly tightened after hearing this, and he gulped indisputably. It's okay to give birth to 3 in one breath. Chapter 4, Pinch my shoulders first. Lu Yu just wanted to end this as soon as possible, so he immediately opened his mouth after he finished speaking. Say it. What are your demands? How can I not go and report me for embezzlement? Lu Fei wasn't going to just let the other party off the hook. He had joined this company not long after he graduated, and Lu Yu was the manager at that time. Over the years, He had been suppressed and abused by this witch, and he had a lot of anger in his stomach. How to grind the other side this time? To retaliate back vigorously. So also do not make a sound. On a hard up and down to look at Luyu, from head to foot, and from foot to head, and finally, so on and so forth. Wow. Fingers covered. Can't see anymore. What a pity, but it's quite a sight to behold. Why don't you take a closer look? This unbridled gaze. See Luyu body uncomfortable. Only feel a little hairy in the heart. Although there is no direct contact with the other party, but her heart always feels strange. This little bastard will not want to get on their hands, right? Thinking of this, her heart tightened and her eyes looked at Lufei with vigilance. Luyu had already made plans. If that was the case, she would absolutely have to break the net. Once this bottom line is broken, it's hard to say in the future. After the first time, there will definitely be a second and third time. Then she will definitely fall into this quagmire and will not be able to extricate herself. Looking at Luyu's expression, Luffy probably guessed what the other party was thinking. He didn't deny that there were these thoughts in there, but he wasn't stupid and knew that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Plus, nowadays is a society with the rule of law. A carelessness can get you into the police station. After thinking for a moment, he immediately made a decision. Road to step by step. People can slowly break through the bottom line. First open a good start and then say. So cleared his throat and looked at Luyu with a smile on his face. Manager, what are you doing? I'm not a bad person. You have to be like this. Luyu shook his head to indicate that it was necessary. The warped mouth fell more. These men, what mind she can be clear. One by two, they are all colorful. All of them have bad intentions and want to eat people dry. Seeing this scene, Luffy knew that persuasion did not work, and could only use the killer. Alas, if Mr. Su knew that there was such a big asshat in the company, he would be very angry. Maybe he would immediately call the police to deal with it. At that time, I will never see such a beautiful boss like the manager again. It's quite a pity to think about it. Luyu got annoyed and stared at Lufei. I can tell you in advance. If you want to use this thing to make me give in, it's impossible. Big deal. Let's split up and die. Luyu was going crazy. She never imagined that this would happen. That she would actually be threatened by a subordinate that she had always despised. If she knew that there was such a possibility, she would never spend in advance like before. So much so that she had to divert company funds to fill this big hole some time ago. She had already decided. If she paid back this money one day, she would definitely screw this Lufei. Lufei sniffed and gave Luyu a disgusted look. It's not that I'm talking about you, manager. What the hell is going on in your head all day? Did I ever say I was going to make a move on you? Luyu recalled and truthfully shook his head, but immediately opened his mouth again and retorted. Although you didn't say it, that look clearly meant it. Don't think I don't know what kind of dirty minds you stinky men have, especially in the face of such a hot body, long and beautiful beauty like me. Once you get hold of it, you definitely can't help it. Saying that, Luyu himself realized that something was wrong and hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. Finished? How did I give him advice myself? Lufei couldn't help it. Manager, this is something you said yourself. How about I verify it for you? Lufei's eyes began to be unfaithful, turning towards those crevices one by one. Unfortunately, after half a day of messing around, he accidentally realized that Luyu was wrapped up quite tightly. If it wasn't for the fact that she herself unbuttoned the top button, surprisingly there wasn't even a hint of welfare. It's all in his imagination. Previously, he secretly measured each other when he always felt that Luyu a mind in seducing people. Now think of all as self in the brain. People this dress normal vary. The body is too good, so that some of the ground cannot be taught. Alas, it seems that in the past they really are a poor mentality. Also, beggar on beggar, can make oneself happy and happy on the line. Luyu is full of shame and anger. Bastard, do you have the intention to humiliate me? Lufei is secretly happy in his heart. I told you to often deduct my salary in the past. Now you know you regret it. He. What's more difficult for you is yet to come. After thinking about it, he decided to make a not-so-small request to pave the way first. Alas, this time overtime plus shoulder are a little sore. If someone can help me pinch words, maybe I will remember how to forget how to embezzle public funds this thing. Luyu's eyes lit up. Really? She now only wanted to send Lufei, the warm god, away as soon as possible. Lufei turned his back. Don't you know if you try? Luyu hesitated for a moment, but finally came behind Lufei and stretched out a pair of jade hands and started to pinch his shoulders. Compared to Lufei's hands on himself, she felt that the matter of her pinching the other party's shoulders was still acceptable. Technically speaking, this wasn't even considered the other party touching her. Well, that's it. Luffy couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising when he saw that he had succeeded in his evil plan. This will be a shoulder squeeze in the future. It's hard to tell. He has perspective. Maybe one day this pinching place will move down. Of course, he wouldn't let Luyu muddle through so comfortably. Naturally, he would mention a little request that wasn't too much. Let's say, ugh, right. The left hand is a little lighter, and then a little harder to the right, and then a little heavier on the right hand, and a little more force inward towards the neck. Wow, soothing. Anyway, he just kept commanding Luyu, making her not stop for a moment. It made Luyu's heart feel very bad right now. When did she actually fall to this level? Just like those technicians in the foot spa who are at the beck and call of others. Thinking of this, Luyu looked at this head in front of her that shook from time to time and hated her more and more. Biting her lips, she half threatened, "Lufei, you'd better stop, or else I'll quit." Feeling the sudden rise of resentment behind him, Luffy knew that today was almost over. After thinking about it, he turned around and solemnly opened his mouth. "Manager, in fact, my request is very simple. Just raise my salary by $1,000 from this month onwards. Li Yin usually always brags about how much higher his salary is than mine. I want to suppress his sharpness." Luyu froze at her words. It's that simple? She had always thought that the other party would mention more excessive demands. Let's say that he would spend money to eliminate disasters, or be his girlfriend for a day or something. It never occurred to her that he only needed to increase his salary. This was too good to be true. It was supposed to be a small fluctuation in wages for the employees down there, and it had always been she who had been dead set on suppressing the departmental salary increase in order to perform well up there. This 1-2 go. Luyu pressure is not much loss Thinking of the smile recovered in her face, looking at Lu Fei's appearance also feel much more smooth. Only the next second Luffy opened his mouth again. Chapter 5. This request is not excessive, right, manager? Actually I still have a small request I hope you can fulfill. Luyu this is happy. No hesitation to agree. Say it, as long as it's not too much. Lu Fei was happy, somewhat embarrassed to open his mouth. That what? You also know that I have never had a girlfriend. Can you let me experience it? Luyu was shocked, her eyes instantly alert. What do you want to experience? I can tell you issues involving physiology are exempt from discussion. Lu Fei pretended to squirm. Actually, it's not a big deal. Just want to try what it's like to be kissed by his girlfriend. You won't even be able to satisfy me with this small request. Luyu was in a tangle. To be honest, compared to other more excessive requests, this little thing is simply negligible. But really, she always felt weirdly awkward towards Lu Fei. Lu Fei obviously sees her tangled place, and with a turn of his eyes, he once again backs down. If I can't, I'll close my eyes. Do you think it's okay? Luyu hesitates for a moment, but finally nods her head and agrees. As long as she doesn't look at each other with both eyes, she feels that it's still acceptable. Besides, the active party is herself. Want a kiss which is still not her say. Aha. As long as it's not a kiss on the mouth, it's not a kiss. Soon, she comforted herself with this in her heart. Seeing Luyu's agreement, Lu Fei's heart was overjoyed. Hey, isn't the bottom line slowly being broken through? The matter of misappropriation of public funds. He will eat until he is satisfied. Luyu looks at the expression on his face for a moment of distraction and can only urge up. Quickly close your eyes. Still want it or not? Lu Fei smiled cheekily. His eyebrows opened and closed his eyes to face Luyu. Looking at this disgusting face, Luyu takes a deep breath, barely calming down the urge to hit someone in his heart, then closed his eyes and lowered his head in resignation. This was followed by a slapdash, making Lu Fei a bit puzzled. Is this the end? No, he wasn't mentally prepared for this. It had to be done again. Luyu obviously also saw his thoughts and immediately spoke. Bastard, don't you go back on your word again. Lu Fei had an innocent look on his face. It's not the manager. You're also a person who's been there. It's just that couples don't kiss each other. But what kind of thing is done in one go? What's the difference between this and hooliganism? Luyu was furious. What the hell do you want? Lu Fei speaks truthfully. 3 seconds. You have to stay for at least 3 seconds for it to count. Luyu was infuriated. Then what are you waiting for? Quickly close your eyes. Lu Fei froze and honestly closed his eyes again. This time Luyu really wanted to hit someone. She was certain that this bastard was definitely doing it on purpose, in order to retaliate for how difficult she had made things for him in the past. After a few seconds of wasted time, Luyu reconsoled herself as a reward for licking the dog before she calmed down again. Once again, she let out a deep breath and lowered her head. 3 seconds right. She endured. Unbeknownst to her, at the first time of contact between the two sides, Lu Fei opened his eyes. Looking at Luyu's white as snow skin in front of him, he felt doubly comfortable. Little kind, let you before nothing old looking for me things. Now is not obedient to be my pinch. However, it should be said not to say, Luyu, this quiet look is quite rare. No wonder there are so many suitors. There is also this light perfume odor on the body. Smell is also quite comfortable. Looking at it, Luffy's eyes ghostly moved. In a flash, an incredible scene appeared before his eyes. Oh, is this what it feels like to see it up close? It's inhuman. one can't help but jump in right away. Wait, why is it moving by itself? Why is it getting farther and farther away from me? Luffy was just about to find out when he was startled by Lu Yu's eyes that were about to kill. Oh my god, I almost forgot about this. The 3 seconds had already passed. So Lufei didn't wait for the other party to speak and ran out in a huff. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer this woman would really flip out. Looking at Luffy's back, Lu Yu simply hated his teeth and was even angrier in his heart. Men really don't have a single good thing. Often lying, saying that you won't open your eyes. Just now you were close to picking your eyes out and putting them in. Bah! Simply a rascal. As she cursed, Lu Yu felt something was wrong. She always felt like she had forgotten something very important. When did you come back? Li Yen was startled as he looked at Luffy, who suddenly returned to his workstation. How did a person who was just clearly not there suddenly pop up? Lufei looked in the direction of the office and said with a smile, "Old Li, it's not that I'm talking about you. Sneakily playing with your cell phone during working hours. Be careful of being caught by the manager and having your salary deducted." Li Yen scowled towards him. Hey, it's not that I'm going to have dinner with Jia Hui in the evening. I have to plan my trip in advance." As soon as he finished he asked curiously, "Alas, Lu Yu that called you in for so long is doing what? It won't be another personal vendetta in the office their department before and after, but more than a dozen people. There is no one has escaped the clutches of Lu Yu. Basically all of them were called to the office to scold her. The one who was scolded the most in the past was a fellow named Song Qian. Almost every day without fail, that guy seems to have a masochistic body. After being scolded, but also heartless smile very happy. It makes everyone suspect that he has a special fetish. A chance opportunity. Lu Yu also heard this. Deliberately separated a week did not scold that guy. As a result of that time this Song Qian, the whole person has become a little depressed. In the end, even their own initiative to leave the job. Simply strange to the home. Luffy naturally wouldn't tell the other party what had just happened. He can only learn from the past and start to spit up Lu Yu with righteous indignation. What else can there be? Didn't I just look at her a few more times, but actually closed the door and pointed at my nose and cursed inside for more than 20 minutes? Do you think there is any justice? Li Yen expressed his sympathy. Alas, you suffered, Lufei. In the future, when I become the manager, I'll make it up to you. Luffy was a bit puzzled. What do you mean? Li Yen raised his eyebrows. Without your sacrifice of these 20 minutes or so, brother, how can I feel at ease to touch the fish to plan my first date with Jia Hui? Lufei cut a bit, disgusted. Just you still become the manager. I think it's better for me to become the manager to be more reliable. Li Yen stared at him with wide eyes, incredulously. Old Lu, don't tell me that you really have your eyes on Lu Yu that Lufei's sword brows widened. What? If you're a man, you should rise to the occasion and challenge yourself. You dare to say you haven't had thoughts about her? Li Yen shuddered and shivered. No. This I promise I definitely didn't listen. Luffy was a bit curious. Why? The manager's face and body are the dream girl in the eyes of the general public. Li Yen was a bit embarrassed. Personally, I actually prefer a petite one, preferably an airfield. Lufei was shocked. I said, how did you fall in love with Song Jiaowei? So it's like this. Li Yen looked at him in a manner and considered it a default. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly realized something was wrong. That, old Lu, can you explain what this lipstick mark on your face is all about again? Chapter 6. But be responsible for me. What lipstick marks? I don't know what you're talking about. Luffy looked puzzled. How could he have that on his face? Seeing that he was still pretending, Li Yen opened his cell phone camera and pointed it at Luffy's face for him to see for himself. Asterisk. There really is. Looking at the crimson lipstick in the camera, Luffy was instantly startled, but immediately he reacted that this must be what Lu Yu left behind just now. No way. He mustn't let Li Yen relate this to Lu Yu, or else this big mouth will surely make a scene. So he immediately started to open his mouth to talk nonsense. Do you believe me when I say that I accidentally drew it myself? Li Yen showed contempt. That look was like saying you see me like a little cutie. Do you? Luffy knew that he couldn't muddle through by doing this, so after thinking about it, he simply did not do anything and directly eliminated the evidence. After vigorously wiping off the lipstick marks on his cheeks, he directly began to play dumb. What lipstick marks? How come I didn't see it? Old Li, you wouldn't be blinking, right? Li Yen stared wide-eyed, as if he knew him for the first time, full of incredulity. No, brother. I treat you as a good colleague. You're playing with my brain. I'm not blind. I really think so. Conspicuous lipstick marks can still see wrong. Also, you will still have a big piece of red on your face. Simply don't be too obvious, okay? Just as Li Yen was about to spit out a few sentences, he found Luffy frantically giving himself a wink. He thought that the other party was going to pretend to be confused again, so he didn't care. Continuing to speak to himself, Luffy, Hurry up and honestly explain what exactly you did with the manager in the office just now. Otherwise don't blame me for spreading rumors around in my imagination. Seeing Li Yan so unable to read eyes, Luffy could only show him a look of love. Then he turned his head and pretended to click the mouse and move the computer keyboard. When Li Yan saw this, he suddenly stiffened his expression and looked behind him in a lifeless manner. He only saw that Lu Yu had already stood there at some point, and was currently looking at him with a dangerous expression. With this expression, it was obvious that he had heard the words just now. Li Yan, who had some tears in his eyes, could only explain towards Lu Yu with a bitter smile. Manager, do you believe me when I say that I was joking with Luffy just now? Lu Yu sniffs the murderous aura even more. Yo, you still have free time to joke with people, why don't you take advantage of this free time and come to the office to talk to me too? Li Yan still wants to struggle, frantically explaining, no free time, no free time, I'm busy catching up with the progress. Manager, why don't we talk next time? Lu Yu was not willing to let him go. The anger she had just suffered at Lufei's place was worrying about having nowhere to take it out, so she glared at Li Yan with her eyes averted. Her meaning was self-evident. Either I give you a bad scolding here, then consciously go to the office and give me a bad scolding. Choose for yourself. Li Yan knew that further struggling was just futile, so he could only hang his head and walk towards the office. He only begged Lu Yu to scold a little less loudly later. Just don't let Song Jiawei, who was not far away, hear it. Otherwise, he would lose face. Seeing this situation, Lu Fei on the side almost didn't burst out laughing. After gauging that the duo had almost all gone away, he curiously turned around and prepared to go listen to the corner. However, he suddenly realized that Lu Yu hadn't left yet and was currently looking at himself with complicated eyes. What's going on? This woman wouldn't even want to teach me a lesson, right? I understand that she wouldn't dare to do so, as he expected. Although at this time Lu Yu would like to spread anger on Lu Fei's head, but in the way of embezzlement of public funds can only be held in the heart. After half a day of confrontation, the helpless Lu Yu can only use high-heeled shoes to stomp the floor fiercely, to vent the hatred of the heart. After that is twisting the small waist, feet on high heels did back to the office to go. Room door just a false cover on. Inside immediately came to Li Yan merciless rebuke. Judging from the situation, he was afraid that he would be in a bad way today. Luffy expressed his love for this. Don't look at him and the other party just chatting hot. But this kind of situation is restricted conditions. If out of the company door, usually met outside, is at most an ordinary colleague, probably not even an ordinary friend. This kind of relationship is very common in their company. Work is work, life is life. Everyone is relatively clear. Taking advantage of the fact that the two of them were busy, Lu Fei picked up his cell phone and quietly slipped into the toilet to touch the fish. It's not that it's not possible outside. The truth is that putting on the headphones to brush the video is too big a target. In case it is found by other departments, the impact is not good. 1 hour later, Luffy was humming a little tune and flushing out of the toilet with satisfaction, but he was suddenly startled by the silhouette of a person standing in the doorway. Fixing his eyes, he actually saw that it was Lu Yu. What is she doing here? Subconsciously, he wanted to smile and bow his head, but halfway there, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Not right. Now his hand has her handle. Why still be careful? So the waist plate is straightened, complaining to look at the other side. Manager, do you know that people will scare people to death? Don't do that next time. My little heart is going to go out. Lu Yu was momentarily speechless. She realized that this Lu Fei is getting more and more excessive. Now actually dares to touch the fish in front of her own heart, wanting to get angry, and in the way of having a handle in the other party's hands can only forcefully suppress her anger and bite her teeth to remind. Can you not so blatantly touch the fish? Will be found reported. Lu Fei did not care, said with a straight face. Fear what? I have a manager you do backing. In our department is absolutely horizontal walk. If any person dares to be so unenlightened to report me, you will definitely make him eat his words. Lu Yu laughed back in anger. When did I become your backer again? How come I don't know about this? Lu Fei looks like he's seen a ghost. Not the manager. You've kissed me. Aren't you going to take some responsibility? I can tell you, being a scum girl is something that will be reviled. Lu Yu was already so angry at his shameless behavior that her chest was stuffy, almost popping out from between her teeth. Lu Fei, can you not be so shameless? That was not voluntary on my part at all. Luffy continued to act as he was. It seems that the manager is unwilling to take responsibility. That can't be helped. If I really get reported, I can only bear the pain of selling the manager's little secret to protect myself. Sigh, I really can't let go. Lu Yu was going crazy. She felt that if she continued to talk to this guy, she was afraid that she would not pass out from anger on the spot. There was no choice but to look away. Waving her hand, she signaled Lu Fei to hurry up and roll. Lu Fei didn't dawdle, smiled cheaply towards Lu Yu, and then continued humming a little tune as he walked out. But when he was halfway there, he was suddenly called by Lu Yu again. He thought that the other party was going to come around, so he said with a cheap smile on his face, "Manager, have you figured out that you want to be responsible for me? I can tell you, I'm not that kind of casual person, unless you kiss me one more time to do so." Chapter 7. Manager, your lipstick tastes good. At this moment, Lu Yu felt her head buzzing. It was as if it was about to explode. Why didn't she realize before that this Lufei was capable of being so shameless? It was simply the same as a scoundrel. If she could, Lu Yu hated to immediately fire and euthanize the other party, but now she could only keep admonishing herself over and over again at the center. Take a deep breath and calm down. Lu Yu, you have to control yourself. The body is your own. If you are angry, it is not worth it. You still have a good youth to spend shopping to enjoy life. After several seconds, she, who had finally done her mental construction, looked at Luffy again. If you want to touch the fish in the future, it's up to you, but for now can you wipe the lipstick marks off my face? Don't get caught out again later. Luffy realized afterward. There's more? Didn't I just wipe it off? Lu Yu didn't bother to explain, pointing to the mirror behind him for him to see for himself, only to see that there was still an unusually conspicuous red mark on Luffy's left cheek. A clear-eyed person could easily recognize it as a lipstick mark. When Lu Fei saw this, his mouth started to mutter. It seems that the manager loves me deeply, just so vigorously rubbed his hand and did not wipe it clean. Lu Yu has begun to swing. If you can't speak you cannot say. What do you mean I love you deeply? It's clearly the lipstick I bought that's of good quality. This is Chanel's, over $1,000 a piece. Lu Fei was shocked. What the hell? That few centimeters of crap is actually worth half my monthly salary? Lu Yu felt that she got back a city, smiled and said, "That's not true. That's why I say that you stinky men don't have any self-importance. January's salary to buy me 2 lipsticks and then spend it all. Still delusional to chase me. Simply delusional." Luffy defensively pulls full, directly oil and salt. Just a broken lipstick all needs so much money. No wonder they say women's money is good to earn. If you ask me, this thing is worth a few dozen dollars at most and that's enough. Lu Yu tilts her neck like a proud black swan. This is called enjoying life, understand? Only people who know taste know its value. Forget it, talking to a stinky man like you doesn't make sense. It's just a waste of life. Just as soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yu realized again that something was wrong with Lu Fei and rushed to stop it. What are you doing? Letting you wipe off the lipstick marks, how are you eating on it? Lu Fei hemmed and hawed. I just want to try such an expensive thing, at what flavor? Lu Yu is amused by her and covers her mouth to snicker. Then what flavor do you think it is? Lu Fei pursed in his mouth for a while, then showed a thoughtful look. No, how could it have a jasmine flavor? Could it be that this thing is still made of flowers? Lu Yu was more and more happy to see Luffy get defeated. In a good mood, she actually started to popularize it. I don't want to say that you men don't have any knowledge, but the lipstick I use is Chanel's. It not only has jasmine flavor, but also chocolate flavor. Lu Fei was completely shocked, looking at Lu Yu with a skeptical face. You can't be lying to me. How can lipstick still have a chocolate flavor? Seeing his disbelief, Lu Yu pulled out a lipstick from her pocket and unscrewed it in front of Lu Fei. Here, don't say I'm lying to you. This one is chocolate flavored. Whenever they talk about cosmetics, women's emotions are extraordinarily stable. Even now, Lu Yu's eyes were much milder when she looked at Lu Fei, but the next second, she simply froze, almost screaming in place. This guy Luffy was not speaking of martial virtues, sniffing and actually took a bite. Now Lu Yu was completely numb. It's over. It's all over. He usually can't afford to use it much. This person is good. He can make as much as he wants. This one bite down at least $400 gone. At this moment, Lu Yu's heart simply ached to the point of not being able to breathe. Lu Fei didn't even know it, or rather he did it on purpose. After the wheel chewed a few mouthfuls of it, he also said with some disgust, chocolate flavor is chocolate flavor, but this always feels strange to eat. It won't be toxic, right? Lu Yu timely added, it's best to poison you. Save the scourge of people. Lu Fei was not happy and immediately retorted, look at what you said. Have I ever plagued anyone other than you? Lu Yu's chest shook violently, and she was so angry that she couldn't speak. After holding her tongue for half a day, she uttered the word you. Lu Fei continued to make up for his mistakes. Manager, you said that you usually use this lipstick to make up, and I just ate it on my head. If this is really counted, are we counted as indirect kissing? TSK, thinking about it seems quite exciting. This is my first kiss. Hearing these words, Lu Yu held his forehead for a while, feeling as if he could no longer stand still. How could there be such a shameless person under the sky? It was actually touched by himself. Simply, Lu Fei doesn't care about that much, promptly showing gentlemanly demeanor, immediately running over to help Lu Yu. On his mouth, he was also all concerned up. Manager, are you alright? It's okay if you really feel uncomfortable. Just lean into my arms. I can handle it. Saying so, Lu Fei's big hands are not so peaceful. He was holding Lu Yu's shoulders and wrapping his arms around her waist. It was clear that he was taking advantage of the opportunity to mooch off of her. Lu Yu was already in tears and could only let him do whatever he wanted. After recovering, she immediately breaks away, her mouth full of anger. Bastard! You immediately disappear from my sight right now, or don't force me to do it. Lufei, on the other hand, was all innocent. I also want to manager, but it seems like the lipstick marks on this face can't be wiped clean with water. Why don't you find a way to try? Lu Yu only asked for relief, so she reluctantly took out makeup remover from her pocket. Then she took out another paper towel and wet it, rubbing it vigorously on Lu Fei's face. Not a moment's effort. A trace of lipstick marks were invisible, and the entire half of his face felt a lot more refreshed. Lu Yu was the first to speak when she saw this. Alright, you can roll. Lu Fei was still cheeky and threw a wink towards the other party before he quickly skipped away. Seeing the back of his departure, Lu Yu has a complicated mood for a moment. How long has it been? No man has dared to treat himself like this. It always feels like going back in time for the first time to be chased by someone with a deadpan face. On the other side, Lufei, who had tortured Lu Yu some more, then felt his heart go wild. It was the first time he experienced the feeling of being able to be so reckless in front of a woman. Just one word. Refreshing. Especially since this woman was still that manager Lu Yu who used to look down on him all the time. This makes him even more excited. Hey, if he remembered correctly just now. But he had wrapped his arms around that little waist. The most crucial thing was that Lu Yu didn't seem to be as antagonistic to him as she was the first time before. Even the body language wasn't as big as it was in the beginning. Yossi, this is a very good sign. Another big step closer to the process of being pressed and rubbed on the ground. Just as Lufei returned to his workstation with a happy face, Li Yan was looking at him with a grimace. That expression seemed to say, brother, I'm dying. I blame you for this. Chapter 8. You kid will not have a leg, right? What's wrong, old Li? Why are you acting like a complaining woman? Seeing Li Yan like this, Lu Fei casually asked. Li Yan still didn't say anything and continued to look at him with a face full of grudges. Lu Fei couldn't take it anymore and directly moved his chair to the side, directly using his own way to return the favor. I can warn you, I am a man, and my sexual orientation is normal. Don't try to lay your hands on me. Li Yan can't hold back. Directly showdown. Lu Fei, honestly explain, are you doing something to Lu Yu, that demon girl? Lu Fei hurriedly denied. Ugh, old Li. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately. Words cannot be said indiscriminately. What do you mean I did something to the manager? Do you think I have that guts? Li Yan grabbed his hand and spoke angrily. It's definitely related to you, kid. Otherwise she wouldn't have pointed at me in the office and cursed for so long. The key thing is that the reason is still so bull *********. Lufei got curious. What reason was given? Li Yan was full of grievances. She said I didn't work overtime and left early the day before yesterday. You say this reason is bull ****** or not? Lu Fei immediately retorted. The company is my home. The struggle depends on everyone. Leaving early is not acceptable. Old comrade Li, your ideological awareness is not enough. Li Yan argued. But the day before yesterday, I obviously worked overtime until 10 o'clock at night. Lufei froze for a moment. Wait, you mean I was the one who left early that day? Li Yan was aggrieved. That's right, it was you. Before you left that day, you were still excited and said to me that you were going to see the dating convention in the mall downstairs. Lu Fei was a little embarrassed. No, right, how could a person who works so seriously leave early? It must be old Li that you remembered wrong. Li Yan was silent and quietly flipped out the chat records of that day to show Lu Fei. Coincidentally at 8 o'clock in the evening when he was watching the blind date conference, Lu Fei actually took a picture and sent it to him. Now the evidence was conclusive. Want to explain who took this thing again? Seeing the ironclad evidence, Li Yan began to retaliate. Lu Fei saw this and snorted. Old Li, look at my memory. I almost forgot about this. But based on our relationship, you shouldn't care so much, right? Li Yan just wanted to open his mouth to retort, but he was interrupted by the sound of high heels suddenly coming from behind. He knew that Lu Yu, that demoness, had started her inspection again. He could only stop there after angrily glancing at Lufei. He had already been scolded. He didn't want to be docked again. That would be a big loss. So Li Yan immediately began to pretend to work seriously. But it seems that Goddess of Fortune did not favor him today. As soon as he did it, Lu Yu's hypnotic voice sounded behind him. Li Yan, playing games during work time deducts $20 from your salary. Li Yan immediately began to complain. Not the manager. The computer is a game advertisement pop-up window and I have nothing to do. Lu Yu smiled contemptuously. Jade's finger pointed to the small icon in the lower right corner. Then you tell me, what's the matter with this fantasy westward journey icon? But don't tell me that it's also an advertisement pop-up window. Li Yan looked at Lu Yu with a bitter smile and sort of admitted it, because he did hang a fantasy westward journey number on it, and was mixing wild teams to catch ghosts. Just then, he suddenly glimpsed a bizarre scene out of the corner of his eye. Luffy the kid didn't even open the computer screen, actually pretending to work there. Simply incomprehensible. Just when Li Yan thought that Lu Yu would definitely catch Luffy and scold him, she actually went elsewhere without seeing it. What the hell? Is it darkness under the lights? Or is the difference in treatment so obvious? There is a problem. There's definitely a problem. This kid will not really lay hands on the manager, right? Li Yan wanted to ask a clear question immediately, but also in the way of Lu Yu is still in the office area patrol, can only be temporarily pressed in the heart to wait for time to ask again. On the contrary, Luffy here, pretending to touch the fish for a while before realizing that the computer screen is still black, some awkwardly scratched his head before relighting the screen to continue to touch the fish. There is a backer, who will still work honestly. There is this effort might as well study a little more perspective. The side of the Li Yan see is a passive envy and jealousy. No he has what the manager has seen several times. How to pretend not to see She and Luffy will not really have any hidden secrets, right? Not long after, taking advantage of Lu Yu's absence, Li Yan finally had the opportunity to ask the words he had been holding in his heart for a long time. That Lufei, are you having an affair with the manager? Lufei ignored it all and started to pack his own things. Li Yan froze, not understanding what he was up to, and hurriedly asked, "Ugh, what are you doing with the computer? It's not even the end of the day yet." Luffy still didn't say anything, only pointing his finger at the time on the wall. Well, 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It just so happened to be the company's stipulated closing time. Now Li Yan was even more confused. There was no precedent for their department to leave work on time. A moment's glance up would reveal that none of the dozen or so people sitting there except Luffy had any signs of getting off work. The reason is simple. If you dare to go out at this point, you will be blocked by Lu Yu at the door. Then it's all about a thorough ideological education. In the end, in order not to be deducted performance, can only gray back to the workstation grinding time overtime. The beautiful name is to fight for their own future. Now seeing this action of Luffy, it really scared Li Yan. After packing up his things, Luffy finally started talking. "Old Li, aren't you going on a date with Song Jiawei?" Li Yan nodded his head. That's right. In order to go early he had discussed with Song Jiawei how to sneak out later. But why is Luffy asking about this? He's not going to be a light bulb, is he? That would be barbecue. Luffy looked at Li Yan's indisputable appearance and shook his head in disgust. Then why don't you leave earlier? Li Yan smiled helplessly. I also want to, but the manager is still guarding the door. I made an appointment with Jia Hui. We'll sneak out together later while the manager isn't around. Luffy was furious and sighed deeply, intending to show off a bit of high-end operation. So with a mysterious face, he approached Li Yan. Old Li, are you wondering why the manager is giving me special attention? Li Yan nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Lufei directly said the pretext he had thought of before. Actually, this is very simple. Just confess to her. Li Yan was shocked. Asterisk. What do you mean? Lufei nodded his head without hesitation. That's right, it's what you think. Just now in the office I directly expressed my feelings towards her, and then the result was what you saw before. Although she rejected me at the time and scolded me, the effect was obvious later on. Basically every time she saw me, she just acted as if she didn't see me. Just imagine, would you target someone who has confessed to you? Li Yan immediately shook his head. What's the point of targeting? It's good if you don't get embarrassed when you meet. Luffy was satisfied with his reaction and decided to show his hand again. Look, it's now the company's mandated quitting time. If I had left at this time in the past I would definitely have been griped by the manager. But it's different now. Even if I walk over in front of her she won't necessarily look at me. Old Li, do you believe it or not? Li Yan shook his head and nodded again after hearing this, obviously half believing. Lufei wasn't ambiguous either, and after taking his things, he walked towards Lu Yu who stood in the doorway. Chapter 9. Quickly say husband please get off work. Manager, good day off work. As soon as he arrived at the door, Lufei greeted Lu Yu with a smile. Lu Yu took it all as if she didn't see it. She only hoped that this plague god would leave earlier, so as not to upset herself. Lufei doesn't have this realization. Seeing Lu Yu ignoring himself, he takes the initiative to stop and turn back to care. Manager, are you not feeling well? Why do you have an unhappy look on your face? Lu Yu did not look away to show that she did not want to pay attention to him. This man does not have a little bit of mental compulsion. His own such not all thanks to him. She feels that if she is angered by Lufei a few more times, she will definitely have menstrual disorders. Of course, Lufei could see Lu Yu's unhappiness. Hey, this is the effect I want. I told you to torture people like that before. Now you know how it feels. After thinking about it, he intends to torture the other party a bit more. so he pretends to threaten and says, "Manager, you don't want me to keep blindly hanging around in front of your eyes, do you?" Lu Yu knows that cannot be avoided, lowered his voice and half begged, "What do you want to do? This is in front of the door. If it gets too loud, people in the department will see it." Just this moment of effort, Lu Yu has already found 3 or 4 curious eyes cast over here. If it wasn't for the fact that all of them were stared back by her, there would probably be more. Lu Fei, on the other hand, is a dead pig and continues to be thick-skinned. "Manager, as long as you say that hubby please get off work, I'll leave right away. Otherwise I might even make a few more trips back and forth." Lu Yu's breathing suddenly tightened at the words, only to feel a blackness in front of her eyes. Just how much of a scoundrel would one be to so shamelessly let someone say such words? Simply living a long time. Lu Fei, however, was oblivious to the fact and began to urge, "Hurry up, I'm still in a hurry to get off work." Lu Yu only seeks relief, treating it as if she was stung by a mosquito, so she began to stammer and open her mouth. "Husband, please, get off work." After saying that, her entire face quickly turned red, and she didn't even dare to look at Luffy beside her. Right now, she only wanted to find a crack in the ground to quickly drill in. Geez, she would actually say such words to a subordinate that she had always looked down on. If those girlfriends found out, they would be laughed at for the rest of their lives. Lu Fei was enjoying himself after hearing this, only to feel that his entire being was a bit fluttery. Being single for more than 20 years, it was the first time a woman had called him this to his face, and this person is still the demoness boss Lu Yu, who is known as the Exterminator. Simply don't be too exciting. After responding with satisfaction, he didn't stay long, joyfully clocked out of work. This scene, not far away, has been peeping. Li Yan was stunned. "Not buddy, I joke with you. You play with me really? If he didn't see wrong just now, that demoness Lu Yu was actually made to blush by Lu Fei. No way, no way. This guy wouldn't really take down Lu Yu, who was known as the Extermination Master. One day, would he? This would be a bit outrageous." This side, Luffy had just gotten off the elevator to the first floor when he received a message from Li Yan. "Li Yan, brother is awesome. I admire you." In response, Luffy just smiled faintly and hit his achievements deeply. With the added power of his perspective eyes, these were just appetizers. When he walked out of this building, the exciting life would only begin officially. The house that Lu Fei rented was in the west of the city, not far from where he worked, only 4 kilometers away. In the past, in order to exercise or save money, he used to ride his own bicycle to work. But recently, for some reasons, he could only squeeze the bus. At this time, it was the rush hour of the end of the day. Plus there are several office buildings nearby, so the road to and from the office workers is not generally more. In order not to be crowded on the bus, he decided to finish his meal. This eating spot is not far from the office building, just a few minutes away. Not a moment later he arrived. After strolling around the food street, Luffy finally chose a store that he often came to, Long Jiang Pig Feet Rice. As soon as he entered, he was warmly greeted by the young woman boss lady. "Yo, Xiao Lu is here. Still a serving of pig's feet rice?" Lu Fei elegantly smiled. "Sister Wang, in a good mood today. Give me the most luxurious version of your store." "Okay, right away." As he was saying, the boss's wife, who was called Sister Wang by Lu Fei, twisted her butt towards the back kitchen. Sister Wang, full name is Wang Jia. The store she runs not only offers good food at a low price, but her service is also very enthusiastic. Whenever a customer came, she would greet them with a smile on her face. When she was not busy, she would even sit down and take the initiative to talk to her customers. So in this area, her store is one of the most profitable stores in the neighborhood. But to say that the real reason why many men came here, it really had something to do with Wang Jia herself. Although she is not pretty, she can't help but have a good figure. Her own personality and brisk, plus dress style and fashion, invariably often benefits pull full. This is not. At this time she is wearing a white tight t-shirt in the back kitchen busy. As a young man who has been thirsty for more than 20 years of pure love, to say that Luffy does not have some thoughts about her, that is pure nonsense. But he, Lu Fei, is a person with principles. Before the other party divorced, is absolutely not going to do something against the law. But that didn't stop Comrade Luffy from quietly using his penetrating eyes to take a closer look at the young woman in her prime. He was curious as to what kind of mind the other party had saved up to give out benefits every day. Opening his eyes and glaring hard, a line of blue text reappeared in his field of vision. "Wang Jia, what to do? The child in the belly is not the husband's. Should I find which wrongdoer to take over? After reading it for the first time, Luffy directly froze for 3 seconds. The heart straight called. This amount of information seems to be a bit too much. This Wang Jia was not only pregnant, but the child was not his husband's. The most crucial thing was that she herself didn't seem to know whose it was, so she was still planning to find a wrongdoer to take over. This situation, simply outrageous to the home. There is a saying that you can't know what you're getting into, but what Luffy never expected was that Wang Jia was actually so superficial, seemingly open. She had actually kind of let go of herself. Thinking about this, Luffy's little bit of bad thoughts dissipated, only intending to finish eating and leave as soon as possible. Wang Jia naturally didn't know about this. After making the meal, she still smiled and brought it over to Luffy. After seeing that there was no one else in the store, she even sat directly across from Lufei, propping up her head and watching him eat while warmly caring about him. Xiao Lu, why are you off work so early today? You're not going to accompany your girlfriend on a date, are you? Lufei didn't even lift his head as he continued to pick up his food. No sis, I've been single for more than 20 years now, where would I get a girlfriend? Besides, if I had one, I wouldn't be able to come here to eat alone. Wang Jia saw this and smiled more intensely, like a caring big sister softly reminding, you can't do this, Xiao Lu. Boys can't be alone. They need to have more contact with girls to have a chance. Lufei didn't make a sound and continued to bury his head in dry rice. Wang Jia also didn't feel strange and continued to speak. Right, Xiao Lu, I don't have much business tonight. Why don't we have a drink while you're free? Think of it as accompanying me for a chat. At that time, maybe sis can even teach you a bit of experience in flirting with girls. Lufei paused at his words and looked up at the other party in embarrassment. Sister Wang, wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for us to drink together when we're alone? Chapter 10. What's wrong? You're still worried about me? Wang Jia smiled at her words and joked. Your sister, I'm not afraid of what you're afraid of. It's fine, just listen to your sister. Drink with me later. You don't have to pay for this meal. It's on me. Lufei pretended to be confused. Sister, this is not afraid of 10,000. Afraid of the eventuality, when the time comes to your reputation is not good. To be honest, if there was no such thing as perspective eyes, Lufei would have agreed without hesitation. Other not to mention, on this a bit of lass eyes and that more than the jittery mountain ranges will be dead hold him. Which young man in the prime of his life can withstand this kind of test? Not to mention a first-timer like Luffy. If it was in the past, if any young woman with good looks wanted to catch him, she would be able to do it in a single shot. She would be more obedient than a warble. Wang Jia saw that Lufei was so insistent, and directly used the killer. The table slammed the body, pouted. Good you Lufei. I'm not afraid of what you're afraid of. What's wrong with it? Do you still worry about sister eating you? Worthy of being an experienced passerby. Wang Jia's words and actions are full of young woman flavor, making Lufei almost not taut. Fortunately, his sanity still exists. Immediately saw the situation in his mind to constantly wake himself up. Calm down, calm down. You have to calm down, Lufei. She not only wants to eat you, but also give you a high hat. Comfort is only for a moment. Regret that is a lifetime thing. Maybe in the future, you will have to bear the name of a happy father all the time. Seeing that Lufei was still unmoved, Wang Jia finally started to get it on. Xiao Lu, sis knows that you white-collar workers are under a lot of pressure to go to work, and sometimes you have a lot of concerns. But don't be afraid. Sis is a person who has been there before and knows how to relieve this kind of pressure. If you don't believe me, I can pinch your shoulders and rub your head this time, so you can experience it. Wang Jia got up and came behind Lufei. A pair of skillful hands rested on his shoulders and pinched them without any hesitation. Not to mention, not only was her strength moderate, but her technique was soft and the points she found were also very accurate. Not a moment's effort let Lufei feel body lightweight a lot. Seeing the situation, Wang Jia even lower head fine as silk began to lure. How? I did not lie to you. Lufei heart door clear. This is to lure the snake into the whole rhythm. After snorting and whoring for a while, he immediately took the opportunity to escape. Sister, I just remembered that my roommate is still waiting for me to bring dinner back. Or we'll make an appointment next time? Wang Jia froze for a moment after hearing this, and looked at Lufei with some grudges. I'm about to get into the mood, and now you're telling me that there's a long time to come? Rubbish, teasing old mom. No way. You have to take this disc even if you take it or not. Heart across, Wang Jia directly intends to come to a big. Biting her red lip, she was ready to use Tarzan's pressure, attempting to suppress Luffy here. However, coincidentally, at this time, a very hesitant voice of inquiry suddenly came from the entrance of the store. Is this place still open? Wang Jia snapped her head back and saw a creamy little handsome boy looking at the door. It seemed to be a bit nervous. Seeing her looking over, he immediately lowered his head in embarrassment. Yo, here comes a little sheep. This was Wang Jia's thought at this moment. Then in just an instant, she dismissed the idea of getting off of Lufei and immediately moved on. With a change in demeanor, she immediately greeted him warmly. Ugh, this handsome man, the store is still open. Want to eat what? Despite his sister said. Package you satisfied? Lufei did not say anything when he saw this. After rolling a few bites of food, he ran away in a puff of smoke, without any intention of saving the other party. Just now that situation, Maybe the other person is the one who took the initiative to send the door. A willingness to fight and a willingness to suffer. Forced change will only attract people's resentment. 7:30 in the evening. High-tech garden neighborhood. As soon as Lufei opened the door, passionate shouts rang out beside his ears. "Fon't you seal it for me?" Hua Sheng just pushed the blood directly. Dragon Palace, hang on and release the dragon scroll on it. He knew that his roommate was fighting a gang war again. As expected, did not walk a few steps to see a side of a bedroom, a rather rich fat guy hissing at the computer. In the screen, several cartoon-filled villains were fighting each other non-stop. The fat guy's name was Zhang Hao, and he was Luffy's roommate. Belonging to the freelance, usually rely on people to train or 10 open fantasy westward journey to live. And Lufei's relationship is not bad. Idle time will be free to his practice number upgrade to do the task. Of course, Luffy will also return the favor, from time to time to the other party to bring some dinner back, is considered mutually beneficial. No, Zhang Hao just glanced at Luffy and immediately greeted him like chicken blood. Old Lu, quickly come over. I'll show you something good. Lufei smiled and walked over. What good thing? It's worth my brother Hao being so excited. Zhang Hao straightened his round stomach and adjusted his sitting position before saying with a smug look on his face, "You may not believe me when I say it. I took your number to refine demons this afternoon and actually came out with a 15-skill demonized child. You say it's bull." Lufei was shocked at his words. "How Z? You can't be lying to me. This thing doesn't just come out when you name it." As one of the most value-preserving games at the moment, the value of the items in Fantasy Westward Journey could be linked to RMB. Regarding this 15-skill demonized child, the specific value Lufei wasn't too sure about, but it was at least a few thousand. If this is true, this can earn a lot of money. Zhang Hao saw that he did not believe. The mouse gently point immediately show out. Good guy, actually is true. In the screen, a domineering demonized child was roaring at him. The line of sight shifted down a few points, and the skill bar was even full of 12 frames. Needless to say, there were 3 more skills in the back. Old Lu, let's brothers not say anything in the dark. The stuff is out on your number. When the time comes to sell it out there will definitely be a share for you. Lufei also does not shirk. Immediately state, that dare good when the time is still the same, you will spend all the money on my number on the line. Lufei's dream number is a 175 trash number, played for many years to be able to transform 9. It was only when Zhang Hao helped him practice on his behalf that he passed, and before that it was even more miserable. Not even much cultivation. Zhang Hao is still the first time to see him so generous. Once again to determine up. Old road, you sure you want to do this? That money can be 2 or 3,000 at least. It's almost worth a month's salary for you. Lufei waved his hand to indicate that it was fine. Now that he had perspective eyes, how would he look at this small amount of money? There were many ways to make money. He has already thought about it. Tomorrow he will go to the gambling market to go around. See if he can pick up some leaks. Zhang Hao see him so also do not say much. Both sides get along for a long time, naturally know each other is what nature. So the topic turned to Lufei body. Not right, old road. This is still so early, how you came back. Could it be that something happened? Chapter 11. Boss, a stack of scratchers. Luffy didn't answer directly either, but lifted up the thing in his hand to show Zhang Hao. What else could it be? It's not remembering to bring food for my good roommate. Shiitake mushroom slider chicken plus tomato scrambled eggs. All your favorite flavors. Zhang Hao's cravings were immediately aroused, and he immediately took it and feasted on it. While eating, he also thanked Lufei. Still, you're a good boy. You know to bring me food. Unlike that guy Wang Jiao, he doesn't even see anyone all day long. Lufei rounded up. Actually, I can't blame Wang Jiao for this. He's busy falling in love with his girlfriend. Zhang Hao continued to spit. To put it nicely, it's called falling in love. But to put it badly, it's called forgetting one's friends when it comes to sex. You don't know, right? That kid has changed girlfriends again. Luffy thought he heard wrong. What? He changed again? Can you be sure about this? Zhang Hao didn't say anything, took out his cell phone and opened his friend circle to show Lufei to see for himself, only to see a tart named Big Handsome Pot posting a very literary word. For the rest of my life, it's all about you. Dear Jane, how about this? Now you believe it. Luffy sighed helplessly and considered it a tacit acceptance. This was the usual style of his roommate named Wang Jiao, sending a paragraph of his friend circle every time he fell in love. If Lufei remembered correctly, he should be considered the 3rd time this month. It was really fraternizing without bounds. Zhang Hao was even more disgruntled, accusing while eating, what do you think is going on? The 3 of us brothers, that's really a drought of drought and waterlogging. There's simply no justice. Lufei analyzed the situation truthfully. I think it's possible that the 2 of us aren't scummy enough. That's why we've been single. Zhang Hao agreed. Right, that's the reasoning. It's their women's loss if they can't discover a superb man like the 2 of us who doesn't smoke or drink. Lufei felt the need to add, Actually, I think there's another factor that exists that affects us getting off the hook. Zhang Hao was unsure. What factor? Luffy told him truthfully, we are a bit poor. Zhang Hao fell into silence. Old Lu, let's change the topic. It's a bit hurtful to talk about this. Lu Fei couldn't help but change the topic in time. Howsy, did you go downstairs to buy something during the day? I just saw that there is a big package of newly bought toilet paper in the living room. Because he often worked as a substitute trainer at home in 10 Open Fantasy West game, Zhang Hao needed to sit in front of the computer from time to time. Therefore, he usually ordered takeout or asked him to help buy for him when he needed anything, and rarely had to go out. Zhang Hao touched his nose and was a bit embarrassed. It's not like I realized that I didn't have enough tissues when I wanted to reward myself. So you know, the corner of Luffy's mouth twitched at this. Glancing at the trash can that was stuffed with white paper towels, his heart was speechless. Sure enough, the only thing that could make a man industrious, besides hobbies, was this. Zhang Hao, in order to alleviate the embarrassment, picked up a stack of cards on the table and displayed them. Old Lu, you don't say. This trip down is quite rewarding. It just so happens that there is a newly opened lottery store downstairs. I see that today's luck is good, so I bought a few scratch-offs. Guess how to trick? Luffy came interested. What happened? Zhang Hao stretched out his fat 5 fingers and said with a smile, Hey, another $500 in hand. Lu Fei was shocked. No way. Are the chances of winning so high? Zhang Hao immediately shook his head. This thing is purely based on luck. At that time, a buddy next to me scraped nearly 1,000 oceans, and as a result, he even lost his pants. Lu Fei didn't believe it. Impossible. There has to be some gain. Zhang Hao almost didn't hold back his laughter. 1,000 for 50. What do you think of this deal? Lu Fei slapped his forehead. Little cutie, you're the one who will do it. Although his mouth was saying this, Luffy's heart was actually a little foolish. He now had perspective eyes, and it was still possible to say what the outcome would be. How about trying it now? The more he thought about it, the more he was a bit eager to try, so he immediately asked Zhang Hao, How's what time does that lottery store downstairs close? Zhang Hao thought about it and answered truthfully, around 10 o'clock. There are not many people on the street after this point. Luffy's eyes lit up at that. That's good. I'm going to try my luck. Seeing his excitement, Zhang Hao felt the need to remind him. No, Lao Lu, this is similar to gambling. You can't go overboard. Lu Fei hurriedly nodded. That's for sure. I'm also looking at this game account with good luck, and want to try my luck. Don't worry, absolutely stop in moderation. Only then did Zhang Hao put his heart down, waving his hand to signal Lu Fei to hurry up and don't miss it. Lu Fei smiled at the situation and went downstairs without looking back. Gaoka Garden District belongs to elevator housing, with a total of more than 10 buildings. The good thing was that there weren't many ground floor shops down there. Only 2, the East Gate and the South Gate, so it didn't take a few minutes for Lu Fei to arrive at the entrance of the lottery store. The owner of the store was a middle-aged man around 40 years old, with a sharp mouth and cheeks that looked like a shrewd person, especially when coupled with the 2 mustaches at the corners of his mouth. This feeling grew stronger and stronger. Thinking of this, Luffy did not hesitate to use his penetrating eyes. Savvy Lee, hey, this method of buying bones for $1,000 is really good. Another wrongdoer. Injustice? What does this mean? Could it be that there is something fishy in these scratch-offs? With doubts, Luffy walked into the lottery store. Yo, is this handsome guy here to buy a lottery ticket or a scratch-off? As soon as Lu Fei entered, the store owner, Li Jingming, warmly entertained him. He had worked in the lottery industry for nearly 20 years, and had long since developed a pair of fiery eyes, so he could tell at a glance that the person in front of him was definitely a big patron. Luffy didn't talk any nonsense and immediately made his intentions clear. I want to buy some scratch-offs for fun. Boss, you introduce them. Because he knew Li Jingming's attitude towards himself in advance, Lu Fei didn't give him a good face. Li Jingming was also an old man. Although he didn't understand why this guest was so hostile towards himself, he still introduced himself enthusiastically. As big as the heavens and the earth. Earning money was the biggest. He never had trouble with money. After some understanding, Lu Fei also understood the several types of scratch-offs, roughly divided into 5, 10, 20, 3 grades. The higher the price, the larger the maximum amount capped. The most there was even a $1 million bonus. After understanding the basic situation, Luffy immediately used his penetrating eyes to observe the counter. Unexpectedly, as soon as he used it, he felt a violent dizziness and almost didn't faint. Frightened, Li Jingming trembled and hurriedly came over to support him. That, handsome guy, you can't scare me. It's not just watching a scratch. The pressure isn't that great, right? Luffy waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to help. He would be fine after a while. He was not surprised about the phenomenon just now. The reason was simple. In fact, every time he used his penetrating eye, it was going to consume some of his physical strength. Just now, He had looked at all the scratchers in the counter at once in order to save time. That's why he was that bad. But it was all worth it, because he found a jackpot. Chapter 12, the grand prize was hacked? Knowing that there was a jackpot, Luffy didn't hesitate to speak directly. Boss, I'll take all of that stack of 20s. Li Jingming froze, thinking he heard wrong. Handsome, are you sure you want to buy the whole stack of 20s? I can tell you, these aren't cheap when added up. Luffy didn't hesitate. Yes, it's the stack of 20s. Bring them all to me. Seeing that he was so determined, Li Jingming didn't pursue any further. He took out the stack of $20 scratchers and quickly looked at them for a few moments before handing them over to Lufei. A total of 88 sheets. Total price 1,760 yuan. See handsome, you buy so much I'll give you less. Well, I'll charge you 1,750 yuan. Do you think it's okay? The corner of Lufei's mouth twitched a bit, speechless. Boss, you're too generous. Just $10 less? He had seen stingy ones, but he had never seen such stingy ones. Spent nearly $2,000. The result is not even willing to wipe a zero. Worthy of being called Li Jingming, but really shrewd. Li Jingming twisted the mustache at the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, handsome, I'm a small business with a small profit, but I don't dare to discount. Besides, you are going to win the jackpot. People still care about this minutiae. Yo, also quite good at talking. After hearing this, it immediately made Luffy's mood a lot more comfortable, and he felt that the sharp-tongued boss in front of him was also much more pleasant to the eye. Even though he already knew that there was definitely a grand prize inside, he still felt very flattered. This is how people are. They prefer to be held up and talked to. Even so, Luffy deliberately joked, boss, how do you know that I will definitely win the lottery? It can't be that there's something fishy here, right? Li Jingming hurriedly clarified. Alas, 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 don't dare to talk nonsense. In fact, we are just trying to get lucky. I don't know if there's anything specific, but according to my past experience, every time I enter such a stack of scratch cards, there will always be one or two that have large rewards. Luffy thought of what he had seen with his perspective eyes earlier and intentionally tested. Could this be the legendary 1,000 gold for bones? Using a big prize to whet the appetites of others? Li Jingming didn't dare to speak at that. He always felt that this young man in front of him was not simple, as if he could see through himself. Seeing this, Lufei didn't pursue the matter and only smiled. Then he weighed the scratch card in his hand and was a bit skeptical. Boss, are you sure that there are 88 of them? You won't swindle me, right? Li Jingming quickly affirmed. Guarantee a no less than one less than 3 compensations. He's been in the business for so long, he still has a little bit of eyesight. Lufei did not say much when he saw that he was so confident. He picked up the pusher on the table and was ready to start scraping, but when he was halfway there, he suddenly remembered something and took out his cell phone to pay the money first. Boss, this $1,750 I can pay. This scratcher's ownership is my. Li Jingming hurriedly compensated with a smile. What did the handsome man say? It doesn't matter if you pay first or later. Luffy scoffed at this. You're saying this now, but it won't necessarily be the case if you wait for the grand prize to be scraped out by him later on. People are fickle when it comes to interests. He remembered reading a news article a few days ago. After a buddy scratched out $1 million prize, the first thing the boss's wife did was to see if he had paid. This intention is not too obvious. You paid the money that is your. Did not pay? Then I will have to take away the love. $1 million for nothing. Sweetie, I don't want it. 88 sheets doesn't seem like a lot, but it's a lot of work to scratch. This kind of 21 sheet scratcher is based on the position of the numbers to determine how much the reward is. The short answer is that a random number will appear in the upper left corner of each sheet. Below is 8 lines of scratching area. Each line represents a different reward amount. As long as the number in the upper left corner appears in one of the rows, it means you have won. The reward amount in this row is the amount you win. The content is simple and rough to understand. 5 minutes later, as Luffy scratched away one piece of scratchers, the originally spacious counter table had long been piled high. Taking advantage of the fact that he was tired of scratching and taking a break, Luffy began to count the amount of the current winnings. 50, 30, 100. Well, the battle was good. He'd scraped nearly 3/4 of a sheet, managed to win a $400 jackpot with a $1,200 scratch. It couldn't be not pitched. Store owner Li Jingming saw this and promptly cheered him on. Don't worry, handsome. There are still 20 or so sheets. Maybe there's a grand prize inside. The onlookers on the side of the road also followed the coaxing. Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Li's store has scraped out a grand prize of 1,000 yuan. There is definitely hope. Unconsciously, Luffy's back was already full of people who were watching. Most of them were some lottery enthusiasts around 30 to 40. The most outrageous thing was that there was a grandpa who even held his eldest grandson and stood beside him watching with interest. It seemed like the nature of the summer people who liked to watch could not be changed. Luffy didn't care about them. rubbing off the excessive scratch-off coating powder on his hands and then continuing his own business. The interesting thing is, whenever Luffy started to scratch a new one, the crowd of onlookers behind him would always stick out their necks and look nervously at the card. Looking at the look, it seemed like they were hoping to hit the jackpot even more than Luffy. That's how people are. When you buy less, they hope you don't win. Once it reaches a certain number, everyone hopes that you will hit the jackpot in one fell swoop. They all wanted to witness the small probability of something happening right in front of their eyes, which would make people feel very involved. It can also be real when you blow awesome with others later. 10, 5, 3. As the remaining scratchers became fewer and fewer, the crowd present became more and more nervous. In the end, they didn't even dare to breathe out loud, fearing that they would miss some wonderful moment. Not to mention them, even Luffy was shaking a little bit when he looked at the last scratch off. His hands were shaking uncontrollably. If it's not a problem, the one with the big prize should be the one in front of him. After taking a deep breath, he began to unveil the mystery of the other side. The first thing was to scratch the upper left corner. Inside was the familiar number 69, and then it was time to scratch the winning area below. First line, nothing. Second line, still nothing. The fifth line, still nothing. Eighth row, there it is. The reward for this line was 5,000. Before Luffy could come and react, the crowd of onlookers beside him immediately cheered. Actually won $5,000. 666. This handsome man can be called Silk Blood Reverse Kill. Niuma, I should have known that I would have bought 20 scratchers last time, and this $5,000 jackpot might have been mine. Boss Li Jingming was also happy to see this and congratulated him promptly. Handsome man, congratulations. Do you think this prize should be redeemed now? With a customer scratching the jackpot here, the store's business would be good to bursting in the next few days. There was another small fortune to be made. Rather, it was Luffy himself who was a bit confused for a moment. Wait a minute, why is it 5,000? Wasn't the largest amount in the stack that he had just seen with his penetrating eyes 50,000? Is there something fishy going on? Chapter 13. Know what pattern means? Seeing Luffy's odd face, the crowd thought that he was too excited and joked. Brother, $5,000 is quite a lot, but it's not that bad, right? What do you know? This is not good, but it's someone's monthly salary. Can you not be excited? Yo, January 5,000. Just don't have to pay taxes. It's a real treat. Store owner Li Mingming but Keely found a hint of wrong, carefully asked. This handsome, but where is the problem? This will be a crowded place, and if he is not careful, the reputation of his small store will be lost. There was no way for him not to be careful. Lufei sniffed and also came back to his senses to question. Boss, I suspect that you don't have enough scratch-offs. There are definitely not the 88 that were promised before. As he spoke, his pair of sword brows glared at Li Jingming, obviously a bit angry. There was absolutely no way that the information provided by the prospective eyes could go wrong, so only the store owner in front of him had secretly tampered with it. It was very likely that the 50,000 grand prize had been secretly hacked by the owner. Hearing this, Li Jingming trembled, hurriedly complained, impossible, absolutely impossible. I gave you that stack of scratchers absolutely have 88. Li Jingming can swear to God. Joking. At this time Li Jingming, but where there is a little hesitation. This small store absolutely cannot be opened. Just this time, the crowd of onlookers several often patronize the store's big customers are casting skeptical eyes at him. Obviously, they put all the blame for not being able to win the jackpot on this. Luffy didn't care about that and started counting the number of scratch-offs on the table in front of the crowd. He hadn't moved from the moment he paid the money, so it was absolutely impossible for the $50,000 prize to have disappeared. Li Jingming also stared at him nervously, afraid that he would make a mistake. If he is not careful, this store will not be able to survive. The crowd of onlookers also leaned in, stretched their necks and began to count silently in their hearts. But if this is true, they will immediately turn into a judge to verbally punish. Very few chatterboxes, and even already in the belly of a good draft, just waiting to perform. At this time Li Jingming cannot be said not to be under great pressure. He somewhat regretted why he did not spend more time counting. After all, this is always walking by the river where there is not wet shoes. In case their eyes are clumsy to estimate the wrong can become a target. He admitted that when he met the big customers in the past, there is speculation and slippery behavior in it, but not to this point. Just as Li Jingming's heart was about to be in his throat, Luffy's logarithmic project came to an end. 84, 85, 86, 87. There are only 87 sheets. Boss, why don't you explain? Looking at the pile of scratch-offs in his hand, Luffy stood up with his eyes unkindly looking at the store owner. At the same time, the crowd of onlookers behind him also looked at him in unison. For a while, dozens of questioning gazes fell on Li Jingming, making him feel like he was on pins and needles. Under the heavy pressure, he could only raise his hand tremblingly, signaling that he wanted to count again. Even though he had a clever tongue, he didn't dare to say a single word at this time, because once he opened his mouth, he would be considered by others as being sophomoric. Only the truth could clear him. So, after taking a deep breath to relieve some pressure, he recounted again. Well, it was still 87. Luffy didn't count wrong. Seeing this, Luffy immediately became nonchalant and questioned. Explain yourself. This boss, everyone is watching. I paid you the $1,750 truthfully just now. He was already thankful that he had the foresight to pay in advance, or else he would have definitely given this store owner a chance to weasel out of it. After all, there were only 2 of them in the store at that time, and without this payment amount to prove the number of scratchers, it would be impossible to say at that time. But Luffy still underestimated the cunning of human nature. The anxious and sweaty Li Jingming saw the situation is not right, actually began to ghost defense. Handsome, you are paid $1,750 is good, but also cannot prove that all bought is 20 a piece of scratchers. Maybe there's a $10 one. Look, there's still a lot of scratched ones in the trash can. Luffy smiled slightly. Boss, are you sure there's something in the trash can now? Li Jingming froze. It can't be anymore. It definitely will. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that he had nothing to do today and purposely cleaned the lottery store inside and out, only to see that at this time everywhere is clean, which has a little bit of the shadow of the scratch-off garbage. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. He was the one who got himself into a hole. Without Luffy saying anything, the people behind him who felt they were being fooled all looked at him angrily. They were ready to let Li Jingming experience what it meant to be verbally attacked. If this store was still open tomorrow, it would be their responsibility. Just at this time, the oldest grandson in the oldest man's arms, however, suddenly spoke up. Grandpa, what is that thing underneath that uncle's feet? Stuff? What stuff? The sudden childish voice interrupted the crowd's thoughts, and they all lowered their heads to check it out. Even Luffy was no exception. Could there be a leak? Suddenly, an excited shout rang out from the store. Here, there's another one here. The number is correct. The crowd looked in search of the sound, only to see Li Jingming holding a scratch card in his hand that he was waving continuously. Seeing everyone's gaze return to him, he coughed awkwardly before babbling without the slightest bit of shame. That what? I may have misremembered just now. This handsome man did buy all 20 yuan scratchers. This one could be that I accidentally dropped it on the ground when I took it out. Luckily it was discovered. Or else it was really a big misunderstanding when the water washed over the Dragon King temple. Luffy sniffed and didn't bother to talk nonsense. He took the scratchers with his hands and scraped them without hesitation. As expected, the bright and shiny $10,000 prize was immediately displayed in front of the crowd. Luffy smiled bashfully. I told you, this pair of perspective eyes will never be wrong. This is not easily $50,000 in the bag. He is relaxed. The other onlookers cannot calm down. Damn, what's going on here? This kid in front of the $5,000 is just, after the foot actually scraped out 50,000 yuan jackpot. Simply no god. The huge gap from $5,000 to $50,000 made everyone envious of Luffy. Oh, my god, why not I have this kind of luck? If I have this money this year can lie flat. The shopkeeper was even more happy. This from great sadness to great joy of happiness can only be his deepest feelings. Under the great stimulus of someone winning the $10,000 jackpot, no one would care about what he had just said. There were even quite a few veteran lottery fans who were already eager to try it out, intending to dip into the joy and buy scratchers on a large scale. Li Jingming wasn't in a hurry, and his hands and feet were very nimble as he gave Luffy account of the winning prizes from the scratchers. Handsome man, I'll do the math for you. Tonight you scratched a total of 55,450 yuan. Should I transfer it to you by WeChat or Alipay? Lufei pattern is wide open. Directly boldly said, you just WeChat transfer me 55,000. The rest of the money will be for the guys present to buy some food and drink, together to share the joy. The crowd laughed at the words and boasted that Luffy deserved to win the jackpot. Li Jingming naturally will not oppose. The money transferred to Lufei immediately after the next supermarket boss greetings. Let melon seeds, drinks, snacks and so on despite to this side to send. Tonight there are luxury guests to pay the bill. For a while everyone was so comfortable, but what the people do not know is that Luffy, who is the main character of the incident, quietly slipped away. Chapter 14. Bro, your wife seems to be online. Half an hour later, Zhang Hao looked at Lu Fei who came back with a big bag and was instantly startled. Holy old Lu, didn't you go to buy scratch-offs? Why did you come back with so many things like you robbed a supermarket? Lu Fei didn't have the time to explain to him now. Seeing that he was not busy, he immediately urged him to come over to help. Howsy, don't worry about so much. This thing in your hand is a bit heavy. Quickly come over to give a hand. Zhang Hao saw this and hurriedly got up and came to the living room to take it. What the hell did you buy? So heavy? After putting down the thing, Luffy rubbed his shoulder and signaled to the other party to see for himself. Zhang Hao was also not polite, immediately opened it to have a look, and was instantly shocked. My Niuma, old Lu, what's the situation? You actually bought 2 such big durians back. Don't mind the expensive panic. Luffy smiled faintly. That's scary? Why don't you take a look at what the others are? Zhang Hao gulped and carefully opened the remaining few bags. Cherries, snake skin fruit, shrimp slices. The more he looked, the more he was shocked. Almost none of it was cheap. What happened? When did his roommate become so generous? In front of these things add up to at least more than $1,000, put before the other party, but the same will not touch. Could it be that something has happened? Thinking of this, Zhang Hao looked at Lu Fei with a nervous expression. Old Lu, you won't be running out of time, right? Otherwise how could you suddenly consume so violently? Lu Fei was a bit confused. Why would you think in this direction? Can't it be any other reason? Zhang Hao blurted out. What else could it be? Don't tell me you got rich overnight. Luffy spread his hands and quietly pretended to be. What if that's it? Zhang Hao was shocked. I hang old Lu. Don't tell me you really hit the jackpot. Not afraid of the brothers suffering, but afraid of the brothers suddenly driving a Land Rover. This is the true portrayal of many people's hearts. Zhang Hao was no exception. Lu Fei didn't say anything, only silently opened 5 fingers for the other party to guess. Zhang Hao instantly understood. Asterisk. You kid really traitorous luck today. And what do these 5 fingers mean? Winning $5,000? Luffy shook his head, signaling the other party to be bold. Zhang Hao froze for a moment and stormed out. Niuma, don't tell me it's $50,000. This is a bit unconscionable. Luffy continued to shake his head to indicate that it wasn't enough. Zhang Hao could not sit still. The whole person is shocked to shiver. Body fat mess. I drop a good boy. Don't TM is 500,000 or 5 million. This joke can open big. Lu Fei saw the situation, cannot hold back. What do you think of it, Housey? But also 500,000, 5 million. I want to have that. Luck has not stayed here and you share the rent. Zhang Hao confused. How much is it? Old Lu, you don't have to be so secretive. Lu Fei revealed the answer to the riddle. Hey, no more, no less, just 55,000 yuan. Zhang Hao got up and grabbed Luffy's shoulder. Good for you, Lao Lu. You're having a good time. This is like a triple happiness. It was Luffy's turn to wonder. What do you mean by 3 happy days? What do you mean by 3 joys? The first joy is Zhang Hao took his number to refine the demon out of the 15 skills 3 special children. The second joy is his own scratch out the jackpot. Where did the 3 joys come from? The other party definitely doesn't know that he has a see-through eye, so this definitely doesn't count as a joy. Zhang Hao was not to dilly-dally. From the box took out a few cherries to moisturize the throat immediately after the explanation. But this does not say okay, said Lu Fei, even more strange, because Zhang Hao said something puzzling. Old Lu, your wife seems to be online and even took the initiative to send you a message. Lu Fei froze at the words. No, Housey, when did I have a daughter-in-law? How come I don't know? You can't say anything nonsense. It's bad for my reputation. Zhang Hao gave him a disgusted look. You're a big man and you're still afraid of this lace news? Lu Fei nodded his head to show that he was afraid. There was a big difference between a first marriage and a second marriage. Zhang Hao didn't care so much and signaled him to continue guessing. After thinking for half a day, Lu Fei still shook his head and said he didn't know. Seeing this, Zhang Hao took the initiative to give a hint. Don't tell me you've forgotten the story of the Big Bad Wolf and Little Red Riding Hood? Hearing this, the corner of Luffy's mouth twitched as if he remembered something. If he remembered correctly, when he secretly played Fantasy Westward Journey in high school, he had once chatted with a girl who was very hot. The two sides got married in the game after a while. At that time also follow the trend and each other changed a non-mainstream couple's name. Seems to be called the Big Bad Wolf and Little Red Hat. Somehow, the Little Red Hat disappeared. Luffy also faded out of the game for various reasons. In the end, this sinful relationship is buried deep in the memory. Until just now Zhang Hao reintroduced him suddenly remembered. In that case, his game wife, who had been dead for almost 6 years, had actually resurrected? It's just a big departure from the norm. Zhang Hao saw that he remembered, immediately squeezed his eyebrows. By the way, your daughter-in-law Little Red Riding Hood should still be online this time. Do you want to go and rekindle your old feelings? He just deliberately looked at Little Red Riding Hood's stream space. The other party is definitely a pure girl, undoubtedly. This online to take the initiative to contact Luffy. It seems that this kid is not far away from being single. Luffy hesitated for a while and felt that it was still necessary to go and take a look. No matter what, Little Red Riding Hood was one of the few people of the opposite sex that he could talk to before. But as soon as he arrived at Zhang Hao's bedroom, Luffy smelled a familiar odor. Come on, this kid took advantage of his absence to secretly reward himself again. Lu Fei also do not see strange. After adapting for a while directly to the computer screen, mouse a little to check out the dream chat messages. Fantasy Westward Journey's friend channel in QQ computer version is very similar, so a little open can see the chat message between the two sides. Little Red Riding Hood, wow. The big bad wolf, you actually still alive, ah. What a miracle. Little Red Riding Hood, counting on your conscience? You haven't divorced me for so many years. I'll reward you with a modada. Little Red Riding Hood, hey, why are you ignoring people? Are you in love with someone else? Little Red Riding Hood, 6. There are 4 girl numbers in the group. Scum. Looking at the long list of read and unanswered messages in front of him, Luffy had the urge to hit someone. Zhang, how this guy is really enough. Back to a not in person. Now as a substitute online is so difficult. On the side of Zhang Hao, see this also a little red. Scratching his head embarrassed said, Lao Lu, you know, I have social phobia. A face girls cannot speak. Lufei was silent for half a day and held his tongue. But what you have in front of you is a computer. Zhang Hao woke up in time. Asterisk. Also, Luffy didn't want to talk to him for the time being, only feeling that this guy's feminophobia was hopeless. It had become a subconscious reaction. Taking advantage of the fact that this time Little Red Riding Hood was still online, he planned to re-explain it. But who would have thought that just as he started editing, the other party's avatar suddenly went dark. Darn it. The other person went offline. This time, the scum will be realized. Helplessly, Luffy also gave up the idea of recatching up. He casually sent his current micro-signal over and then left it alone. Fate is something that doesn't need to be overly forced. When it arrives, it arrives. On the contrary, Zhang Hao saw this scene doubly feel guilty. Directly from the living room carrying a large durian came to Luffy to apologize. Chapter 15. Manager, you're not missing me, are you? This scene scared Lufei. Hosey, what are you trying to do? It can't be that you want to monopolize a durian. Zhang Hao froze for a moment and said with a shameful face, it's all my fault. Your relationship with your daughter-in-law, Little Red Riding Hood, is the one that broke up. Old Lu just hit me a few times so I'll feel better in my heart. Luffy thought it was a big deal and patted his shoulder. It's okay, it's just a Little Red Riding Hood. No big deal. As the saying goes, brothers are like hands and feet. Women are like clothes. This matter will pass after a few words. Zhang Hao continued to insist. No way, old road. The more you say this, the more I feel bad. Or scold me a few times. If you really can't do it, you can just make a request. I will definitely try my best to satisfy you. Just as compensation. Luffy was a bit speechless. Come on, Zhang Hao, this guy is taking the bull by the horns again. As a friend, Luffy felt that he had the responsibility to help him correct it. So with a twist of his mind, he intentionally said in a lewd manner, Hao Zi, this is what you said. Try to fulfill all my requests. Looking at his lewd gaze, Zhang Hao instinctively shrunk his body. So what? Lao Lu, I've always treated you as a brother. Don't think of something that would take your brothers back. This is immoral. Luffy's face was disgusted. Go. My orientation is correct. Zhang Hao was a bit unconvinced. Then what's the meaning of your lewd look? Don't tell me that you're looking for something else. Lufei smiled lewdly. Haozi, I've always heard you say that you have a pretty sister working in the provinces. Why don't you introduce me? Based on our relationship, shall we digest it internally? Zhang Hao sniffed and looked at him with a strange look. Good you Luffy. I treat you like a brother and you actually secretly want to be my brother-in-law. That's a bit too much. Luffy was shameless. Men get married when they're old enough and women get married when they're old enough. What's too much about it? If this comes to fruition, the relationship between our brother-in-law and brother-in-law will be iron, and there will be absolutely no problems in the future. Zhang Hao was hesitant. That seems a bit reasonable. But the problem is that my sister seems to be a lesbian and is also afraid of men. Luffy's eyes widened. What do you mean by lace? Zhang Hao explained. Lala, and fencing has the same meaning. A row of grass mud horses passed by in Luffy's heart. These two siblings are really perfect. One is afraid of men and one is afraid of women. Simply. Thinking of this, Luffy sighed helplessly. It seems that this wish to add to the family is afraid to fall through. Why don't you just help me open both durians, and consider it as you redeeming your sins? Zhang Hao nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at the words. Taking the durians, he ran towards the kitchen. The next day, the sky is clear and fresh. Sleeping Luffy was awakened by the sound of an urgent phone call. After reaching out and reluctantly picking up the phone at the top of his bed, he answered the phone full of waking breath. Who is it? This early in the morning is still not letting people sleep. The person on the other end of the phone froze for a moment before a familiar female voice rang out. It's me, Lu Yu. Seeing that it was her, Lufei yawned before speaking nonchalantly. What's up, manager? What's the matter with calling so early? Hearing this, Lu Yu immediately yelled out. Get lost. It's still early in the morning. Do you know what time it is now? Lufei glanced at the time on his cell phone. 10 a.m. Isn't this a good time to sleep? Lu Yu said in a bad mood. You still know it's 10 o'clock. Where are you? Do you still want to come to work? Lufei suddenly realized. So this is it. Then what? The manager is sorry last night sleep too late, this will take a day off. Lu Yu is furious. I won't approve it. If you want to take a day off, you have to come here and apply in person with a leave slip. Lufei got interested and deliberately teased. Manager, you don't miss me, do you? Why else would you emphasize that you have to apply in person? Lu Yu was annoyed. This is stipulated by the company system. Who would miss you? This scoundrel. It's best if I can't wait for you to disappear from here on out. Lufei smiled at his words. That's not it. I don't come to you out of sight out of mind. What more bike? Lu Yu was momentarily speechless. Yeah, it seems like this is the reasoning. I purposely called him over as not making a fool of myself? Thinking of this, she immediately prepared to hang up. This asshole. I'll mark him as absent from work for 1 day and deduct his salary for 3 days. But who would have thought that as soon as this thought rose, Lu Yu's ghostly voice rang beside her ears. Manager, please make a field call for me. Otherwise I can't guarantee that your little secret will not be publicized on this. After saying that without waiting for Lu Yu to reply, the phone was hung up directly. She was furious. This scoundrel actually remotely commanded. Simply detestable to the extreme. Thinking of this, Lu Yu couldn't bear it. She decided to find a wrongdoer in the department to take out her anger. So the cell phone flung, twisting the small waist stepped to high heels and left the office. It is not coincidental. As soon as she went out, she saw Lufei's empty workstation and Li Yan, who was lowered to the side and drumming in his hands. So a bellowing voice once again resounded in the department. Li Yan, what are you doing during work hours? Come to my office. Li Yan, who was chatting with Song Jiawei, immediately trembled, with a bitter smile on his face. It's over. This month's performance appraisal is completely gone. At this moment, he misses Luffy. At least he won't be the first target. No, that guy seems to have been ignored by the manager. Even this morning's meeting did not arrive were not criticized by Lu Yu, this demoness name. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Luffy went back to sleep and didn't wake up until 3 in the afternoon. He didn't know how long it had been since he slept so comfortably. This time, his entire body was as comfortable as if he had been transformed. As expected, the saying really came true. Money can cure all diseases. Once the pressure of running around for 3 meals a day was reduced, there wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't comfortable. After stretching and stretching his body, he changed into a brand new outfit and opened the door to the living room. This living room is a bit chaotic. The remains of various expensive fruits are placed haphazardly on the coffee table. This was the result of Luffy and Zhang Hao eating and drinking last night. After thinking about it, Lufei decided to call a housekeeping aunt to clean it up. This pocket money is not to spend a little. Otherwise the meaning of making money in what? After calling the housekeeping aunt on the app, he knocked on his roommate Zhang Hao's door and informed him. Finally, he went out and took a quick ride in the direction of the north of the city. Since there is a perspective eye, how can you not go to the Jade Market to see it? The legendary gambling stones he was curious about for a long time. Chapter 16. Moncler, I'm white, don't lie to me. 1 hour later, north of the city, Jumbo Street. Jumbo Street, as the name suggests, is a street full of treasures. As soon as Luffy got off the bus, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Behind a tall signboard Coronation, a simple old street stood there. On both sides of the road were mostly 2- or 3-story classical-style old buildings, very much in the atmosphere of the times. Under the street, it is full of large and small stalls. Above, the jade bracelets and other expensive-looking treasures are available. From time to time attracted pedestrians stopping to look. Only this price is a bit intriguing. What 30, 50, 200 and 300, and even tens of thousands of are piled together. In the eyes of the general public, one can hardly see any difference. Such a situation immediately aroused Luffy's interest, and immediately used his own perspective eye to look up. It does not matter if you do not look at it. I'll look at it. It didn't matter if he didn't look. He regretted it once he looked. Originally, these things are just different price tag. Its real value is almost no difference. To put it plainly, all of them are fake. Good man. These stall owners all look kind, but they are all here to look for the wrongdoers. In just a moment, a young man who looked about Luffy's age, a young guy about Luffy's age couldn't resist the temptation. Success to 3 inches of tongue cut the price in half. With 1,000 ocean price to pick up a pair of cost 20 jade bracelet, 50 times the windfall profit. Anyone who happened to see would be crying out in pain. But that 60-year-old stall owner is simply like a movie star possessed, showing the pain. He almost wrote the word big loss on his face. Luffy couldn't do anything about it. He is not a good person. Cannot see the suffering of the people. Have this effort, might as well enjoy themselves a little more. After all, people's hearts are unpredictable. The lesson of this liter bucket of rice and enmity is still fresh in our minds. Seeing this, Luffy also put away the want to wander around the mind, decided to go straight to the subject of looking for the gambling site. So he went straight to the inside. But sometimes you don't deliver the goods to the door. People can still choose to stop and rob. This is not. Did not walk a few steps the road. He was a very amiable looking grandfather to reach out to stop. Young man looks unfamiliar. Is it the first time you come to Jumbo Street to shop? Luffy pointed at himself, signaling that the other party was talking to him. The old man stomped his foot. You see there are only two of us here. I can still chat with the air. Luffy was skeptical. I don't know. Once you get older, you're prone to problems. Maybe you're just talking to yourself. The grandfather is not angry. I say you this young man, why such a mouth is so open-mouthed? Do not want to talk nonsense. Don't look Moncler outlet store at 65. But your body is still strong. Luffy didn't say anything and opened the perspective channel with a backhanded glare. In this place full of people, Moncler outlet online. Like this kind of initiative to talk to the Moncler outlet online, it is bound to have no good intentions. It's not likely that he's treating himself as a fat sheep to be slaughtered. In fact, he wasn't wrong. With a flash of blue light, a set of text reassembled above his vision. Lu Pit, hey, this young man looks like a good cheat. Later when I fool around a little bit to bring it to the oldly to slaughter a meal. Come on, he really did not guess wrong. It is specifically to slaughter people. This kind of person Luffy had heard others say before. It is specializing in pulling some people who don't know what they're doing to buy things from exclusive stores, and then they take a commission from the store owner. Similar to the black tour guides of some tours. The main thing is to buy before the enthusiasm of the fire. Do not buy cold as iron. Buy after the face of the change of speed. Dry as a hammer business. Seeing this situation, originally Luffy is intended to directly ignore this Lu Pit, but on second thought, he felt it was unnecessary. I have perspective eyes. What am I afraid of? He was so enthusiastic that he couldn't let him down, so he had to cooperate a little bit. Consider it a free tour guide. After all, this kind of person who always mixes with the Treasure Street absolutely knows this place like the back of his hand. He might even know which stores are the blackest and make the most difference in price. Thinking of this, Luffy's face changed to look like a young man who hadn't been in the world for a long time, scratching his head in embarrassment. That what? Sorry, grandpa. My friend told me that there are a lot of scammers here. Don't easily strike up a conversation with strangers. Liu Kang saw the situation in his heart happy. So pure sheep cannot be seen so more and more enthusiastic to speak. Alright, big master, I'm not a careful person. Besides, your friend is right. Here is quite a lot of liars. Have to be more careful. Lufei sniffed and intentionally asked. Then Moncler, you shouldn't be a liar, right? Liu Kang immediately denied. Which can the master I am this street is well known warm-hearted. Do not believe you just find a stall to ask. Lufei pretended not to believe. Really? Then I'll really go and ask. After saying that, he came to the side of a stall and inquired to a male stall owner who looked to be in his 30s. Big brother, is what this grandpa said true? Didn't lie to me, right? The male stall owner's face was enthusiastic. Then there's still a lie. This old man is a native of the street. Old and kind. The corner of Luffy's eye twitched and he almost couldn't hold it in. His intuition told him that these two people were definitely in cahoots, or had interests. So his pupils shrunk slightly and stared up. Lujin, it looks like the second uncle will be open again. Why I do not have much business today. Not scientific. 6. Really 6. Feelings of these two are also related. This double act, which young people cannot be fooled. The good thing is that I have perspective eyes, have long seen through everything, but Lufei is not in a hurry to break it down. He is also counting on this Mr. Lu as a free guide to give him some knowledge of gambling. I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person. Lufei is just a hot-headed to come here. In fact, for the knowledge of Jade Stone is simply the 7 know-how 6 know-how, commonly known as a one-trick pony. So after getting the male stall owner's affirmative answer, Lufei is also like a movie star stooping down to start improvising. After moving to Liu Kang's front, Lufei revealed a simple smile. Grandpa, just now I have offended a lot, is really sorry. Liu Kang waved his hand. It's okay, it's good for young people to take precautions when they go out. Lufei hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Seeing the expression on his face, Liu Kang felt that he had gained initial trust. He started to see the dagger. Young man, I see you just walked straight inside. Do you want to go to see the gambling stones or buy some jade products for your family? Lufei truthfully told. Grandpa, not hide. I come this time on one purpose. Hand a little free money, intends to buy a piece of stone to play. Liu Kang's eyes flashed a glint. So you want to gamble on your own? This thing water can be deep it. You a young man, a careless will be easy to be deceived. As a veteran, I advise you to think deeply first. Lufei pretended to trust. This is not have you this old man here. I think it should not be a big problem. Liu Kang was delighted in his heart, but on the surface, he was unperturbed and made a look of seriousness. Also, since you believe in old me so much, then I'll accompany you on a journey, and by the way, I'll also explain to you the doorway of it. After saying that, he turned around and led Luffy towards the depths of the street. Chapter 17. Hey, everything is under control. In order to be able to earn money, old man Liu Kang was still quite dedicated. While walking, he popularized some basic knowledge towards Lufei. Kid, do you know that there are several types of jadeite? Lufei of course do not know, only vaguely remember the TV protagonist often said that the Emperor Green. So he blurted out, hey Moncler, I only know one Emperor Green, the others are a double blur. Liu Kang stroked his beard and pretended to be profound. You see, this reflects the importance of knowing the line. You said the Emperor Green is actually just a division based on the degree of color, and this type is still a little different. Lufei was puzzled. You mean there are other ways to differentiate? Liu Kang nodded, signaling that there are. Lufei thought for a moment and voiced the idea in his mind. Could it be based on purity? Liu Pit transmitted an appreciative look. Although this young man didn't know his way around, his brain was quite flexible. He has to pay attention when he pits in later. See the cell almost. He did not dawdle directly explain. Generally speaking, based on the purity of the jadeite points, we will be roughly divided into 4 types of this industry. In order for the glass seed, ice seed, glutinous seed, bean seed. Glass seed of the most pure is also the most expensive type. On the contrary, bean seed is the cheapest. Lufei took over. Moncler, in that case, this street everywhere in the small jade bracelet jade Buddha what belongs to the bean seed? Liu Pit laughed. Then you can say wrong. This bean species of jade although than the first few types of much worse, but at least it is also into the order. Then the average is still a lot better. Like those goods on the street is a wide range of goods. There are still a little conscience at most sell some inferior real jadeite to fill the good goods. Some black-hearted even play the trick of fake for real. It's not easy for people who don't know what they're doing to tell the difference. Lufei pretended to be shocked. No way. Now that it's a legalized society, aren't you afraid of being arrested for doing this? Hearing this, Liu Kang looked around then narrowed his eyes and whispered, young man, you don't understand. Who can do this business doesn't have some background and means. If it's so easy to get in, then it would be better to change your profession before it's too late. To put it bluntly, as long as the benefits are enough there are people who are willing to take the risk. Don't you think so? Luffy nodded in agreement. Take the scene he saw at the very beginning. Something that was originally priced at $20 was sold by that 60-year-old grandpa stall owner for $1,000 to that young guy. This is a 50-fold windfall. Who would not be moved by this? Liu Kang looked at the expression on his face hard happy, thought that the level of trust between the two people increased again. Thinking about it, he is ready to find another excuse to make both sides of the feelings further, so that when the time comes to harvest can be a little easier. So his eyes rolled around, and he had another little thought. Kid, do you want to play an interesting little test? Luffy came to be interested. Sure, there's nothing important to do later anyway. After hearing this, Liu Kang lowered his head and muttered beside Luffy's ear. After speaking, he took out $50 from his pocket and handed it to him. I'm not going to frame you. I'll advance this money for you first. Later if it becomes a success you directly pay the money on the line. That gadget as I send you. Lufei sniffed and froze. This is not good Moncler. The two of us from knowing each other until now is not enough for half an hour. You just give money to me. Will not be a little inappropriate? Liu Kang laughed and said, money is something outside of the body. The old man is old. It is not easy to find a small friend to talk to, which still care about these. Lufei saw the situation also did not say much, turned toward a stall not far away. As soon as he walked away, his eyes were filled with vigilance. This old fox was really cunning. He was actually playing with him as if he couldn't shed the child to catch the wolf. The matter is very simple. Liu Kang had just told Luffy that many of the things in the Jumbo Street stalls were actually very low cost, lower than what the average person would think. Things that sell well with a price tag of tens of thousands of dollars may not even cost $20 in actuality. As long as you dared to haggle, you could even take it down at a super fractured price. In order to make Luffy completely convinced, Liu Kang even went so far as to sponsor it at his own expense of 50 oceans, in order to deepen the relationship between the two after the incident, in order to prepare for the subsequent blackmail and kickbacks. For example, in front of the stall on a price tag of 50,000 jade bracelet, Liu Kang will bite $50 on the deal. This, Luffy skeptical. So just as soon as he met the boss, he immediately used his penetrating eyes. Jia Ping, more superstitious. Alas, it's been a month since I've had a deal. My daughter-in-law is going to be furious. So let's open the door first. Jia Ping is now very worried. For some reason there is not even a single customer looking at the stall this month. So much so that he was getting depressed. Luckily this would probably be the time to turn the tide. And a young customer had come. Looks like a white. He seems to be able to make a fortune. But who would have thought that this idea would be dashed as soon as it rose up? Because this young man opened his mouth. "Boss, this jade bracelet is good, can it be less?" Lufei pointed at the bracelet with a price tag of 50,000 if anything and asked. Jia Ping began to brag. "This handsome man, you have a good eye. This bracelet is..." He just started ahead and was immediately interrupted by Lufei. "Just say it's a lot less, don't talk so much." Jia Ping was stunned, thinking that Lufei might be an acute person, so he changed his tactics with a twinkle in his eye. "Handsome man, if you sincerely want it, I can give you a 9.5% discount. How about selling you 47,500? Lufei smiled. $100, I'll pay right here. Jia Ping thought he heard wrong. "Little brother, you're not kidding, right? You want to take this bracelet of mine that's priced at $50,000 for $100? Lufei revealed his big white teeth. $80 now, I can pay in cash. Jia Ping felt incredible. Is not here to smash the scene? So the face of the grave guest, if you want to pick up the leakage can go to the street corner stalls to see where the goods cheaper. My bracelet is a genuine old pit species. Selling $80 is not a loss to the grandmother's home." Lufei directly pulled out 50 yuan, just out of $50. "Not sold." I immediately left. Jia Ping was silent. He was now certain that this young man was definitely not as simple as he appeared. It was most likely a connoisseur. With a single glance, he could tell what the cost price of this bracelet with a price tag of $50,000 was. Now he was a bit hesitant, not knowing whether to sell it to the other party or not. If he didn't sell it, he didn't lose anything, but it would continue to maintain the record of not opening for more than a month. Sold, he still has no loss, but has a good billing color. Doing this business are more superstitious. Jia Ping is especially believe in this thing of transit. After some intense mental struggle, he decided to choose the latter, so he immediately called out to Lufei when he just turned around to leave. "Okay, just 50. I'll take it as a friend." Chapter 18. 1 cut is rich, 2 cuts are poor, and 3 cuts go straight to bankruptcy. A few minutes later, Lu Kang looked at Lufei with a smile. "How about it, Grandpa? I wasn't wrong." Lufei nodded. "You're really predictable, Grand Master. That boss's reaction was practically exactly what you said." Lu Kang was proud. He, that's not true. How to say that, old master? I've been mixing with Jumbo Street for decades and have worked with countless merchants. This point of certainty is still there. The corner of Lufei's mouth rose slightly as he sniffed, secretly spitting in his heart. This old fox can't stand being praised. He's revealing himself as he talks. "Let me tease you." So he intentionally said, "Having cooperated with countless merchants? What does this mean?" Lu Kang froze some embarrassment. A pat on the head immediately play around. "Ha ha, you see my mouth. Old and useless. Just said the wrong. Should be helped countless people is right. It's only right to have pitched in." Looking at the expression on the other party's face, Luffy sneered in his heart. However, he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he picked up the jade bracelet in his hand and inquired, "Master, this bracelet should be given to you. After all, it's you who paid for it." Lu Kang hastily shrugged it off. No. What was said to be given to you is yours. How can I go back on my word?" Lufei theater spirit on the head. "But I have no merit to accept the reward." Strange embarrassed. Lu Kang pretended to be angry. "Kid, if you continue to do so, I will not be happy." Said the thing my old man has always not reneged. Otherwise all become what people, although the mouth is so say. But in fact Lu Pit's heart has begun to curse. Why is this kid so abrasive? Receiving something is still a mother-in-law. If not to pick you a big one, the old man would have taken the jade bracelet back. Lufei will be quietly using the perspective eye. Naturally no Lu Pit at this time in the heart of the idea. Laughing cannot hold back. Playing like this is too much fun. Not only can you live through the drama, but also earn $50 for nothing. Simply beautiful. The most important thing is that he enjoys the look of everything in the palm of his hand. After a few moments of excuses, Lufei reluctantly accepted, looking straight to the inner anger of the fire, almost on the spot blowing his beard and eyes. 5 minutes later, Lee's Jade Wholesale headquarters, a combination of an old man and a young man came to the door. It was none other than Lufei and Lu Kang. The duo was just about to enter when Lufei was attracted by the commotion in the store next door, only to see that the not-so-large square in front of the store was surrounded by dozens of people in a crowd, seemingly discussing something. Seeing this he immediately inquired towards Lu Kang, "What is that doing there, Grandpa?" The other party glanced at him and solemnly said, "That's the gambling scene. How is it very lively?" Lufei instantly became interested. "Why don't we go and take a look first?" Lu Kang thought about it and thought it would be fine. Customers are at the door, how can they fly? So he walked over with Lufei. When they arrived, the scene was already overflowing. Fortunately, Lufei is taller. Tiptoe can still roughly see the scene inside, only to see that there was a spacious field in the center of the crowd, and there were 2 people standing inside. One was a middle-aged man in a suit who was full of confidence at the moment, and looked to be a buyer. Another is wearing presbyopia glasses, wearing equipment all over the teacher, is meticulously fiddling with the cutting machine, at a glance is an old professional. The focal point of their sight, a large stone stands there is very eye-catching, especially in the bright sunshine. The big stone has a glass-like dazzling fine trace is very bright. It was as if there was a kind of magic that attracted people to view it. Yoo-hoo, this is a big job. At this sight, even Liu Kang, who was on the side, couldn't help but exclaim, seemingly surprised. Seeing this, Lufei curiously asked, Master, is this stone very expensive? Is there $1 million? Liu Kang blinked his lips and smiled lightly. Millions? You've underestimated it. With this size and its exposed emerald quality, at least 5 million is more or less the same. Lufei was shocked. No way. This stone isn't too big It looks like it's only a few hundred pounds Liu Kang shook his head and continued to popularize it. Gambling on this thing is not only the size of the stone, but also have to pay attention to the quality of the emerald points it reveals. You see this piece of stone exposed that gap did not? Is it as pure as glass? Luffy nodded, signaling that it was indeed. Then that's right. This is the highest quality glass seed amongst jadeites. As long as more than a quarter of the inside of this stone is the same as the outside of this buyer will have made a huge profit. Lufei became more and more curious. How much can I earn? Lufei hesitated for a moment and stretched out 5 fingers. At the very least it can be doubled. If the area is a little more the value will even increase exponentially. Lufei was really shocked now. Asterisk. Doesn't this mean that you can earn tens of millions of dollars just by moving your fingers? Lufei promptly felt the need to strike his expectations. Otherwise it would not end well later. So he said in a serious tone, this gambling thing is not calculated like this. Have you ever heard of a saying? Lufei was a bit puzzled. What saying? Liu Kang intentionally aggravated his tone. 1 cut is rich, 2 cuts are poor, and 3 cuts will even make a person directly bankrupt. Lufei didn't fully understand. Master, want to explain? Liu Kang took a deep breath and began to explain. The so-called 1 knife rich is this knife down. As long as the shipment is naturally all happy overnight rich. This is very good to understand. Luffy also nodded in agreement. Liu Pit also no nonsense continued to explain. As for the second knife poor is better understood. In the case of the first knife did not ship, if you stop and restrike may still be someone to take. This time even if the loss cannot lose much, but if you dare to make a second cut, if you don't get anything out of it, the value of the stone will instantly be greatly reduced, and may even be completely smashed in the hands of a total loss. Do you think this is not poor? Luffy suddenly realized and started to add up. In that case, doesn't the 3 knives bankruptcy mean that a person's gambler's mentality emerges, going out of their way to rebuy a stone to win back their capital, and that's why they go bankrupt? After hearing this, Liu Kang stroked his beard to show his approval. Although this kid seems to be a young man, but his understanding is quite high. It seems that when I pit him later, I have to pay attention to the way of communication, or else it will be easy to reveal my foot. Just as Liu Kang's thought appeared, the surrounding crowd suddenly erupted in a loud gasp of surprise. The duo fixed their eyes and saw that the original boulder had been split in 2, and, underneath that bright glass seed emerald fine lines were actually all stones. Seeing this scene, Luffy knew that this knife-rich dream is afraid to be dashed. As expected, before that still full of confidence and the middle-aged man instantly haggard a lot. Eyes visible began to cover the blood. In his mouth, he also began to mutter, Impossible, impossible, where's my glass seed jadeite? Goodness, that's $5 million. It's all I have. You can't be so blind. As soon as these words came out, the onlookers began to talk. Alas, Mr. Wang is also pitiful. It seems that he has lost tens of millions in the market this month. If he doesn't ship out, he is afraid that he will go bankrupt. That's right. I heard that this 5 million is the last of his funds, and it's rumored that it's still borrowed. I don't know if he'll open a second knife. I think it's very likely that he'll continue. Just look at his face and you'll know that he's already completely on top of it. Yes, I think so too. For a while, the surrounding chatter turned out to be louder and louder, and many people deeply sympathized with this Mr. Wang's ordeal. Of course, there were also those who scoffed at him, believing that he was completely a gambler and did not deserve sympathy. In response, Luffy's heart had no fluctuations, just silently opening his perspective eyes. Chapter 19. Uncle, are you selling this crappy rock? As Luffy glared hard, a set of text reappeared in his field of vision. A pile of broken stones, perhaps there is some small secret hidden in it? A person with a destiny needs to discover it. What does this mean? Looking at the line of perspective parsing in front of him, Luffy kind of didn't get it. Saying that it's a broken stone, but also saying that it has a little secret that needs to be discovered by someone who is destined to discover it? These ambiguous words made him a little confused for a while. Could it be that his eyes were not staring hard enough just now? and the stone was too big, so that the penetrating eyes didn't fully analyze it? Thinking of this, Luffy felt the need to try again. After all, he was still feeling very energetic, so it wouldn't matter if he tried a few more times. Just as he was about to re-glare his eyes and look again, Liu Kang on the side noticed his strange behavior and asked curiously, "Kid, since just now I've noticed that you've been staring at that piece of broken stone, could it be that you're interested in him?" Luffy smiled at his words. "Grandpa, it's only the next cut. How can you be sure that it's a broken rock? Maybe there's a treasure inside." Liu Kang was disdainful. "Hey, old man, I've been on this street for decades. I still have this bit of eyesight. Have you noticed one thing? That is that the crack of the glass seed jadeite just went into the stone 3 times before it disappeared?" Lufei glanced at it. "It did disappear. So what? What else can be said?" Liu Kang blurted out. "In the jargon, it's called the road ahead has been cut off, which means that even the value of opening a second knife is gone. No, you see, this crowd of onlookers is not one after another to go?" Hearing this, Luffy scanned the week and found that many people were indeed starting to leave one after another. Just this effort, he could see inside without tiptoeing. It seems that this old man didn't lie to him. Many people feel that there is no chance anymore. Lufei didn't believe it and deliberately retorted, "Maybe this person is lucky that the front road is renewed again. It may also be possible." Liu Kang smiled happily. "Oh, the old man has lived for so many years, have not really seen this situation. You are to say this how to renew the law?" Lufei suddenly thought, "There is a possibility that this glass seed from the center of the stone blossom." Liu Kang was happy. This young man is clear thinking, easy to idealize. So he pointed to the processing teacher and said, "That person is called Sun Jian, is this street famous master. Engaged in jade polishing and processing has been nearly 30 years. The stone inside will not be the center of the flowering, can be seen at once." Luffy was a bit unconvinced. "Is it really so, God?" "I don't think so." Liu Kang did not explain to indicate that Lufei continued to see will know. As expected, when the people in the neighborhood were almost gone, the teacher named Sun Jian spoke up. "Mr. Wang, according to my past experience, this second cut is not necessary to open, or you may lose your money. Take advantage of the fact that the stone will still have some value. Perhaps there will still be people betting on it, and you will be able to return a little bit of your funds." Mr. Wang froze for a moment at his words and said incredulously, "Master Sun, this stone really does not have a little possibility to open the glass seed? Even if it's just a little bit?" Sun Quan looked around the stone again and frowned. "It can't be said that there isn't, but the probability is very small, almost minuscule. I personally don't recommend that you continue to open it. If this second cut is still not there, there's really no turning back." The few people still left on the sidelines also began to advise this Mr. Wang. "Old Wang, why don't you just call it quits? As long as you are willing to sell this stone, I'll be next. A price of 500,000. As long as you agree to my immediate transfer." "Right, Mr. Wang, Lao Zhou is right. There is no wood to burn. We have to save some money for our wives and children." These few people seemed to know this Mr. Wang, and they all began to persuade him bitterly. They seemed to want to give him a hand, or maybe they were trying to make a big deal out of a small amount. Seeing this, Luffy also temporarily stopped inspecting with his penetrating eyes. He was a little curious about what this wine will choose. Is the timely admission of the 5 million yuan to buy the original stone with 500,000 sold out to stop the loss, or a road to the black? Intends to really gamble until the family lost all their lives. Gambling is so cruel. Just a knife difference. The value of the stone will instantly depreciate 10 times. It cannot be said that not heartbreaking. If it wasn't for his penetrating eyes, Luffy probably wouldn't have touched this thing in his life. As the saying goes, if you don't explode in silence, you will perish in silence. After a fierce thought struggle, Wang Chang finally made a decision. After snapping his eyes open and fervently looking at the raw stone that had turned into 2 pieces, a suppressed hissing sound came out from his mouth. "Master Sun, please open 2 more cuts for me from the center." Wang Chang, can't believe that after spending tens of millions of dollars before and after, I haven't picked the right one time." Obviously, this Wang Chang has completely fallen into a daze. Peripheral still persuade a few people to see the situation also stop talking. Helplessly sighed. It was hard to persuade a dying ghost with good words, and they did their best. I wanted to pull this Wang Chang a hand, but helpless people do not appreciate. Seeing this situation, Master Sun did not say anything, silently began to cut. With the fall of the second knife, the large stone again split in 2, was completely cut into 4 flat. Unfortunately, this time is still the same as the first knife. There was not a trace of emerald on the smooth inner cut surface. Wang Chang he once again lost his bet. As soon as the result came out, his entire person instantly aged a lot. Luffy clearly felt a twilight energy continuously bursting out from the other man's body. He knew that this person was about to be ruined. If the third slash was still inconclusive, Wang Chang would most likely go crazy in an instant. At the same time, The few people who were originally still spectating had also long since disappeared. For a while, only Luffy and the four of them were left in the large venue. Luffy thought about it and felt the need to help the other party. Although he was selfish, he wasn't to the point of being inhuman. Of course, he didn't deny that there were other factors involved. Let's say the new text prompt that appeared on the vision. A large pile of broken stones, worth $500,000. So he purposely walked up before Sun Jian cut the third knife. Uncle, are you selling this pile of broken stones? Wang Chang froze at his words. Are you talking to me? Lu Fei nodded. That's right, it's your uncle. I feel quite close to you and want to help you out. Wang Chang was even more confused. You want to help me? How? You don't want to buy these broken stones, right? Wang Chang had completely given up on the possibility of emerald appearing. Therefore, these raw stones were just a few broken stones in his mind. Worthless. Luffy replied seriously. Right, I just want to buy them. I have $50,000 in my WeChat. It's all I have, and I want to use that money to buy them. Hearing these words, Sun Jian and Wang Chang froze in unison, all looking at Luffy with a shocked expression. They didn't understand why this ordinary-looking young man wanted to buy this pile of stones with his entire family's belongings. However, the one who was most surprised was Liu Kang, who had been following Lu Fei, and he was so anxious that he wanted to curse his mother. Not a young man. What is wrong with you? How did you start picking up rags with a big heart? The most important thing is, I can't get a penny from you picking up rags here. I can't. In order to make money from kickbacks, I, Old Man Lu, need to stop your stupid behavior. Chapter 20. Ice Seed Jadeite. Liu Kang was really in a hurry and directly stopped between Wang Chang and Luffy duo. Kid, don't be impulsive. Even if you have money, you don't have to spend it like this. These broken stones are not worth a few dollars. You still pay 50,000 out to buy. Not purely stupid. Although I'm old and not related to you, I can't see you jumping into the fire. Listen to me. Let's go now. Before the words left his mouth, he directly pulled Luffy's hand and headed to the store next door to the person he was working with. He kind of regretted letting this bastard come here to watch the fun. It almost caused him to miss his big event of taking kickbacks and earning money. But no matter how hard Lu Pit tried, Luffy on the side was still not moving. Obviously, what he just said the other party did not listen to it. Just as he was about to continue opening his mouth to persuade him, Luffy deliberately looked at him with eyes full of disbelief. Grandpa, I originally thought you were a good person, but who would have thought it was someone with so little compassion? This uncle is on the verge of bankruptcy, and you're actually not even willing to let me give him a hand. Do you have any humanity left? This sudden moral abduction caused Liu Kang to directly freeze in place for a moment. If he didn't pull the other party along, in case this stupid kid really used up all his money to buy this pile of broken stones, he would not earn half a dime. Before doing a lot of padding work will be wasted. But if he were to obstinately pull Lu Fei away, then it would obviously be unkind to fulfill his words just now. The two sides would most likely just part ways. It was no longer possible for him to earn money from the other party. The worst thing was, not only did he not make any money, but he also put $50 of ocean into it for nothing. That's a big loss. God, how did he get into such a mess? It's a big loss for him. If the old boys knew, they'd laugh their asses off. In the end, Liu Kang decided to follow Luffy's wishes. As long as the trust between the two is still there, at least there will be a chance to kill him again later. So he pretended to be torn inside. Just as well. It's good for young people to be a bit enthusiastic. Doing more good deeds within their ability will make society more and more harmonious. After saying that, he let go of his hands that were pulling Luffy. Then he stood aside with a look of I've already made an effort. Don't blame me if you regret it later. Although Luffy didn't make a sound on the surface, he was laughing in his heart. If he did not have a penetrating I already know what the other side of the idea, fear is not really believe that everything is for his sake of the appearance. On the contrary, Wang Chang, after such a toss brain seems to wake up a lot. Face also showed the color of struggle. From a rational point of view, he felt that selling a bunch of broken stones to Lu Fei was his best choice at the moment. $50,000. Although not much, but at least you can still take home to your son to pay a tuition fee. But helplessly in his heart, the gambler's mind has been at work, determining that this young man must have ulterior motives at this time. Definitely is to see this third knife will definitely ship before coming to stop themselves. After all, there are not so many good people in this world who are willing to sacrifice their own interests to help others. For a while, the three people had their own thoughts. The scene fell into silence. Just then, Master Sun, who had been watching from the sidelines, spoke up. Mr. Wang, are you still going to open this third knife? If not, the old man, I have other things to do. There is also something I have to remind you. You have not yet given me the cost of this open raw stone to settle it. These words became the last straw that overwhelmed Wang Chang's psychological defense. Right. In order to buy this stone, he had already spent all his money. If the third cut is not shipped, He cannot even afford to pay for the opening of the original stone. I'm afraid that he won't even be able to get out of the treasure street by then. Thinking of this, Wang Chang immediately suppressed the throbbing in his heart and clenched his teeth and opened his mouth towards Lufei. Kid, you transfer $50,000 to me now. This pile of raw stones is yours. Lufei sniffed in his heart, and turned the money over with his hands and feet. Wang Chang seemed to be afraid that he would back out, nimbly paid the money to Sun Jian and then ran away in a puff of smoke. So the large gambling site, in a flash, there is only Lufei, Lu Kang and Sun Jian, 3 people left. Luffy didn't have time to care so much. After successfully obtaining the ownership of this pile of stones, he immediately ran over to take a closer look. He was a bit curious as to where the $500,000 value suggested by the perspective I came from. After all, no matter where you look, this is just a pile of ordinary stones. Seeing him like this, Lu Kang followed behind and spat out. Kid, not listening to the old man's words will result in a loss. Luffy didn't bother to pay attention to him. After carefully sizing up the stones, he looked at Sun Jian. Master, can you help me open these stones a few more times? Sun Jian replied with a smile. Of course, there's no problem, but you need to provide something to help. Luffy was a bit confused. You need me to provide something? What does that mean? Lu Kang continued to interject. Bastard, you don't think opening raw stones is free, do you? If you want these master craftsmen to open stones, you have to pay for it. Lufei asked with a bit of embarrassment as an afterthought, remembering the scene of Wang Chang paying just now. Then, Master's son, how much do I need to cut up all these stones a bit? Sun Jian glanced at Lu Kang on the side, then at Lufei, and finally decided to quote the amount according to the market price. He and Lu Kang had an average relationship and had not worked together. In case he quoted more, it would easily be uncovered by the other party. This pile of stones is not big, but it's also troublesome to cut all of them, so I won't screw you over, just charge 2,000. Luffy thought he heard wrong. How much? 2,000? Sun Jian nodded. Yes, it's 2,000. I can cut it any way you want and follow your request. Lu Kang saw him like this and snickered. Kid, it's not too late for you to regret. According to old me, that $50,000 is a loss, just as a lesson to buy, and this $2,000 of stone opening fee cannot be spent again, otherwise it will be too late to regret. Lu Kang is already sure that this pile of stones will not be shipped, so he believes that the more he will persuade, the more grateful Luffy will be when he realizes the reality. So much so that in the future he will definitely trust himself. If you come back to gamble again, you will certainly be the first to find him. He is in the business of eating. The difference belongs to the kind that either does not open can eat for a while. So in order to maintain the persona, he is still very patient. Unbeknownst to him, Luffy simply didn't want to pay attention to him. At this moment, his behavior of persuasion was no different from a clown in Luffy's opinion. The handmade fee of $2,000 was a bit expensive, but it was a bit inadequate in front of the $500,000 that was about to arrive. After pretending to hesitate for a moment, Luffy immediately transferred the money to Sun Jian. Sun Jian is also not ambiguous. The money in the hand immediately numb according to his requirements, one by one cut up, because the original stone has been divided into 4 pieces, so the speed is much slower than just now. Fortunately, Sun Jian is also a teacher for many years, know how to operate faster and more convenient. Within a short while, the 4 pieces of raw stone began to be broken down one by one. The first 3 pieces and the same as before. After the separation of the still see the smooth stone interface. Seeing this scene, Lu Kang's heart smiles more thickly. The brain is playing a good draft ready to later how to comfort Luffy. But who would have thought? The situation inside the 4th stone made him freeze. No, not only him, even Master's son, who had been unperturbed, also froze, only to see that after cutting the originally smooth stone interface suddenly appeared a pile of marble-sized emerald. It was crystal clear and dazzling like glass in the setting sun. It drew a gasp from the 3 people present. Asterisk. Ice-type emerald. Chapter 21. I want more. What? Ice seed? This sudden commotion immediately startled the surrounding pedestrians, who stopped to watch. Close to the individual has even come to the side of Luffy and others. To the emerald began to comment on it. TSK, this appearance, this purity, this color. Proper ice seed jadeite. Although the area is a bit small, only as big as a small egg, but it's more than enough to make a jade trigger finger. Who's the owner? As long as you're willing to part with it, I, Mr. Zhou, am willing to transfer $300,000 on the spot to take it. Before this person's words fell, the people on the side began to tear down the table. Old Zhou, who are you kidding? Such a piece of icy jadeite you want to hack away at $300,000? I, Chen, put my words here, as long as this owner is willing to make a bid. 400,001 bike price. I can go to the car and get the cash now. The words out, the previous speaker Zhou Mao is not happy. immediately ready to scold. But who wants to not yet open their mouths? A middle-aged man with a big belly squeezed in. Two, don't play a double act here. We are old acquaintances. Each what kind of heart are clear? I Wang Bao words put here. This piece of glass seed Emperor Green the First want a set. A price of 550,000. As long as this little friend is willing, I can now transfer. Before the words were finished, this Wang Bao looked at Lu Fei with a smile. It seemed to recognize him. Seeing this, Lu Fei was a bit strange, so he asked curiously, "This Mr. Wang Bao, how do you know that I am the owner of the goods?" It was only then that the crowd of onlookers realized that the owner of this piece of imperial green of such excellent quality was actually so young. By the looks of it, it seemed to be a novice, so they secretly speculated. This young man is so lucky. I don't know how much money he spent on the stone. Could this be the legendary novice protection period? Why don't I have my own son try it next time? However, before they had time to think more, Wang Bao's magnificent voice rang in their ears. Ha 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 ha. Young man, you probably don't know that I was watching from the car when you bought that guy Wang Chang's stone just now. As he said that, he pointed his finger at a big G parked on the side of the road, signaling that it was his car. Lu Fei was a bit puzzled. That uncle's surname is Wang. Your surname is also Wang. Could it be that the two of you have something to do with each other? Wang Bao shook his head. You're overthinking this. I'm not related to him. If we are hard to say, we can at most be considered to have met a few times. After hearing this, Luffy smiled and did not say anything. Wang Bao spoke again. Little friend, from 50,000 to 550,000 you've instantly earned 10 times the profit. Do you want to consider selling it to me? Hearing this, Luffy was a bit moved, but in the end decided that the highest bidder would win. So he squeezed through the crowd to a high place and shouted, "This Mr. Wang Bao Wang has already bid up to 550,000. Is there any higher than him?" As soon as the words fell, someone immediately bid and there was an endless stream of bids. There is. I'll bid $560,000. I'll bid $565,000. I bid $580,000. For a while, the scene was as lively as an auction. Finally, after some fierce competition, this piece of ice seed jadeite was still taken down by Wang Bao at a price of $650,000. Half an hour later, the goods were cleared. Wang Bao looked at Lu Fei with a smile. You kid is quite smart, you still know to find someone to raise the price. Lu Fei also unabashedly points out, I'm not counting this as price raising, but I'm just taking more of the money that should belong to me. Brother Wang, don't tell me that this piece of glass-seeded imperial green will be worth less than $1 million after passing through your hands. Wang Bao laughed out loud at his words. You kid is quite interesting. We can work together more often when we have the chance in the future. Lu Fei was surprised. I'm just a poor kid. This is just a lucky day. How can I have the chance to cooperate with you, the big boss of Jade? Hearing this, Wang Bao directly blurted out, Kid, my eyes have always been very accurate. Intuition tells me that you are not an ordinary person. In the future, the two of us will definitely have interactions. Lu Fei just wanted to reply but suddenly noticed the movement next to him. Then he suddenly changed his mind. Brother Wang, in fact, if we want to cooperate, there is no need to wait until later. Maybe now. Wang Bao froze for a moment. What do you mean by that, Luffy boy? Lu Fei did not say anything, pointing to a big stone that had just been unloaded on the side. The meaning was self-evident. He was going to gamble one more time. Wang Bao came to a realization and felt that this young man was a bit impulsive, so he persuaded him. Xiao Lu, listen to my advice. You can't get on top of this gambling thing. I know you might be lucky, but I don't dare to guarantee that you'll be right every time. As for cooperation, this thing I'm not in a hurry. The two of us are not just at it, we chat it. There will be plenty of time to deal with. Once these words came out, Lu Kang, who had been standing by the side in silence, became anxious. If he read it correctly, Lu Fei just meant to continue gambling on the stone, and the stone referred to happen to be his partner Old Li's. If he bets on it, won't I, Old Man Lu, have money to earn? And now this kid can hold more than 600,000. If this is a deal, I have a few tens of thousands of commission. So without waiting for Lu Fei to speak, Lu King immediately spoke out against Wang Bao. Mr. Wang, it's good for young people to have the energy and courage to fight. Old guys like us who are half in the ground can't discourage them. If not, who will support the country's future construction? Lu Kang also now learned to play moral abduction. But this is really too outrageous to bring gambling stones and building the country together. Lu Fei laughed out loud when he heard it. After glancing at him intentionally, he said towards Wang Bao, Wang, don't worry. I know in my own heart, I'm rather superstitious. I believe that as long as I do good deeds often, my luck won't be too bad. Unlike some people, who only know how to do black-hearted things all day long and cheat some ignorant youngsters, they will have grandchildren with absolutely no asshole in the future. Lu King froze for a moment after hearing this. It felt like the other party was pointing out a curse. No! The expression on this guy's face clearly means this. After realizing this, Lu King immediately blew his beard and glared at Lu Fei with a deadly stare, obviously furious. This black-hearted little actually had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Lossy also in order to promote the sale of 50 Big Ocean. No! The old man can't stand this anger. Must get that jade bracelet back. Luffy obviously knew what he was thinking and immediately reached out to stop it. Alas! Master, give away something can be the same as splashing out water. That cannot be recovered. Seeing this, Lu King still wanted to mess around, but suddenly realized that Wang Bao's eyes on the side were looking at himself in an unkind manner. The whole person suddenly trembled and was too scared to speak. Just now in the heat of the moment he almost forgot about Wang Bao's other identity. Thinking of this, Lu King glared fiercely at Lu Fei before immediately fleeing. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that his old bones would be accounted for. Seeing this, Lu Fei was a bit puzzled and looked at Wang Bao in disbelief. Brother Wang, what's wrong with him? Wang Bao laughed. It's probably a sudden attack of illness in his old age. It's easy for people to be like this when they're old. Right, didn't you say you want to continue gambling? Let's go and have a look together. Before the words were finished, Wang Bao took the lead and walked towards the stone that Lu Fei had pointed at earlier. Luffy couldn't deny what he heard, and only silently used his perspective eyes to look at Wang Bao. Chapter 22, Take It Easy. With a flash of blue light, another line of text appeared above Luffy's field of vision. Wang Bao, a Yakuza big shot with a brash nature who likes to make friends. I throw. Is the point so hard? This was Luffy's first thought when he saw this text. He wasn't stupid and knew that the reason why Lu King ran just now definitely wouldn't be as simple as Wang Bao said. That's why he used his penetrating eye at the first moment when the other party's back was turned to him. He had thought that Wang Bao would have a bit of an identity, but who would have thought that this identity would be so special? Mob Big Brother. What a special and impressive few words. In this society with a strict legal system, there were too many things that this identity could represent. Strength, power, and background are absolutely indispensable. Otherwise, they were all sorry for these 4 words. Just as Lu Fei was thinking about whether or not to alienate this person over this, Wang Bao over there waved at him. Xiao Lu, what are you staring at? Come here quickly. After a moment of hesitation at his words, Lu Fei still felt that there was no need to deliberately alienate him. The reason was simple. Anyone who dared to work in the jade business would more or less be connected to a bit of grey power. As long as he frequently participated in gambling on stones, he would definitely be targeted by such forces. At that time, he might even be able to utilize this Wang Bao's special identity to make use of it. After rationalizing his thoughts, Luffy smiled and jogged over. Sorry, Brother Wang, just now I went thinking about things. Looking at Luffy who hurriedly came over, Wang Bao joked. It's not because you regret it, right? Being a brother can tell you that it's not too late to regret. For some reasons, he enjoyed dealing with young people. Especially after meeting Luffy today, his left eyelid had been jumping. That's why he felt more and more comfortable with this youngster. A big man like him who grew up in the Yakuza especially believed in these nebulous things. Otherwise, his family wouldn't have been enshrining Master Guan heir. Hearing this, Lu Fei touched his nose in some embarrassment and pretended to be embarrassed. Brother Wang, to be honest, I was a bit regretful just now, but once I thought that I could recognize a big boss like you today, it's worth it. Wang Bao is also a man of nature, and immediately smiled from ear to ear. After that, he even patted his chest and said with bravado, ha ha ha, I like Xiao Lu's honest nature. Based on this sentence, in the future, if you meet any difficult things then despite looking for me, I will definitely help you handle it beautifully. Luffy pretended to be surprised. Are you so powerful, Brother Wang? Wang Bao nodded seriously. What are you talking about? Don't look at my old brother. Although I don't have much money, but my strength is still a bit. Especially this network is even better. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Bao looked at the middle-aged man on the side with a smile. What do you say, old Li? Li Pang immediately smiled at his words. Yes, Brother Bao. This person is the most righteous. You can be friends with him, absolutely will not suffer. Only then did Lu Fei realize that there was one more person beside him, so he asked curiously, who is this? Li Pang stepped forward and introduced himself. My humble self, Li Pang, is the boss of this Li's Jade Wholesale headquarters. Lu Fei returned a smile and introduced himself as well. As soon as the two of them spoke, Wang Bao once again opened his mouth towards Lu Fei. Xiao Lu, I just casually chatted with old Li, and I have 2 news to tell you. 1 good news and 1 bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Lu Fei froze for a moment after hearing this, then immediately teased. I'm a person who always likes to be bitter before sweet, so let's hear the bad news first. Wang Bao laughed and didn't sell himself short. The bad news is that the price of that piece of raw stone you just spotted is not cheap, at least $1 million to take it. from my experience, you probably don't have that much money in your pocket. How about that? Will you panic a bit? Lufei didn't panic at all, but if anything, continued to pursue. Brother Wang, what's that good news again? Wang Bao saw him reacting like this. His smile intensified. This good news. After my friendly negotiation with Oldly, he decided to take a 6.5% discount and sell this piece of raw stone to you at a price of $650,000. Don't you think so, Oldly? Li Peng hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Wang Bao seemed to be very happy and patted Li Peng's shoulder enthusiastically with his big hand. For a while, the guests and hosts were happy, but only Li Peng himself knows in his heart, he is bitterly unspeakable. What friendly consultation! What is willing to 6.5% discount sale? All is this Wang Bao's wishful thinking. He simply did not say this, but even so, he did not dare to speak out against. The reason is very simple. Li Peng had been in the jade industry for more than 10 years, and was still somewhat related. Naturally, he knew what the identity of this amiable-looking fat man in front of him was. Wang Bao, a gangster. In the neighborhood, he is known as a black and white gangster. With just one word, this jade store of his could go up in smoke. So for just what he said can only dare to be angry and dare not say. After all, he can still tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. Lufei was also too lazy to look deeply into the reason, naturally accepting it with joy. In his heart, the impression of Wang Bao, the mobster, was even better. Regardless of how people really look, at the very least this will be really good to himself. This is enough. 10 minutes later, the original place. Another stone gambling feast opened. A crowd of people once again gathered in a circle. In the center of the circle, a young man was pacing back and forth. This person was none other than Luffy. Looking at the tips on his vision, Luffy was a bit nervous. A stone, don't look at my ugly face, but it's beautiful inside. Value unknown. That's right. The reason why he dared to throw away hundreds of thousands of dollars just now was because of this line of text hint that he got after scanning it with his perspective eyes earlier. Although it didn't directly show the value like before, his intuition told him that this stone was not simple. After carefully surveying it again for a while, he signaled Master Sun that he could begin. Because the stone revealed only a little bit of jade lines, Sun Jian chose to cut it sideways this time. Through the cutting machine, he polished the surface of the stone a little bit. This way, if there is jade inside, it can be very well preserved its integrity. But who would have thought that Sun Jian just barely grinding off the outside of a thin layer of skin, the inside of the rich green color is unabashedly revealed. This scene immediately drew a breath of cold air from everyone present. This appearance, this color, this translucency, must be another piece of icy jadeite undoubtedly. This piece of stone volume, although a little small, but once inside the shipment up to the absolute million level, if it can reach more than half of its internal volume, the value is likely to exceed 5 million. Thinking about this, everyone was in a frenzy. Individuals anxious, even hissed to open the offer link. Chapter 23, the emerald sold at a sky-high price. 1 million. I offer 1 million. As long as this little brother is willing to part with it, I, Chow Mungda, can pay it now. The man's voice was so loud that it could almost be said that he hissed out at the top of his lungs. So much so that everyone present turned their gazes towards him. As far as the eye could see, a Mediterranean man who wasn't tall and was around 30 years old was staring at the ice-seed imperial green raw stone with a red face. He couldn't wait to take it for himself. In response, Luffy only frowned slightly and smiled, signaling Sun Jian to continue polishing it. Just kidding, he was not stupid. He wouldn't make a move now if he knew there was something inside, unless the brain was sick. Sun Jian didn't dawdle after receiving his authorization and immediately began to polish it again. Only this time his technique was even slower, and he was more and more careful with the polishing. He was afraid of damaging the ice-grade imperial green inside if he wasn't careful. For a time, everyone held their breath, their eyes staring at that piece of raw stone. 10 more minutes later, after Sun Jian's meticulous carving, about a quarter of the stone's surface was polished open, and the situation inside didn't disappoint everyone. The rich and translucent ice-seed jadeite shone brighter and brighter in front of everyone. Based on the current situation, this piece of raw stone shipment has long been a nail in the coffin. Now the only thing that cannot be determined is that inside the proportion of emerald is how much. Is it a quarter of the current? Or more than half? Or maybe the whole stone is all of it? Thinking about this, more and more people were getting excited. This would even take advantage of Sun Jian's break to start a new round of offers towards Luffy. The first one to open his mouth was still the Mediterranean called Chow Mungda from before. 1.5 million. This time I'll offer $1.5 million. As long as this little brother is willing to endure the pain, I can give you another Rolls-Royce voucher worth $200,000. It seemed like Chow Mungda was pouring everything he had into a big gamble this time. He actually even pulled out the Rolls-Royce vouchers from the bottom of his suitcase. But who would have thought that the words would be covered by another even louder voice before they even fell? What 1.5 million? I can't believe I even had the nerve to take out the vouchers. Don't mind the shame either. Will offer 2.5 million. And the transaction method this little brother can choose. Cash transfer, house, car, whatever. When these words came out, the crowd stared in disbelief. This person actually raised the price by $1 million in one breath. Obviously, he was determined to win. In just an instant, everyone's gazes gathered once again and looked towards the source of the voice, only to see an unassuming corner. A middle-aged man of about 40 years of age with an unimpressive appearance stood there. Some sharp-eyed people had already recognized that he was Wu Jie, the famous stone gambling magnate on Jumbo Street. It was said that he had a partial stake in a listed company in his hands, and his family's fortune was in the hundreds of millions. Just when everyone thought that Luffy would loosen up this time, he still did not look away, only silently whispered towards Sun Jian, "Master Sun, please continue polishing." Such a calm performance suddenly astonished the crowd. Mutters rose in their hearts and began to speculate about his identity. Normally, there should be very few young people like him who would be so calm in the face of a huge sum of more than $2 million. Could it be that he was the son of a family or a second generation? Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this? In fact, only Luffy himself knew. His heart was unusually excited right now, and his little heart kept beating non-stop, as if it was going to pop out. He very much wanted to strike now, but the text that had just refreshed in the upper left corner clearly told him that now was not the time. A rock, hey, I'm pretty, right? It's even better on the inside. The original embryo was worth $3.5 million. That's right. According to the information given to him by the prospective eye, this piece of jadeite is worth at least $3.5 million. In other words, if he sold it for $2.5 million, he would instantly lose $1 million. Even if he was stupid, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing, since he knew that he could sell it at a high price. He still sold it at a low price, which is not giving away money to others. So under Luffy's authorization, Sun Jian once again opened the polishing work. 5 more minutes later, when more than half of the stone surface was covered with emerald, Luffy finally told Master Sun to stop. He knew that he wouldn't be able to maximize the value of this piece of imperial green if he continued to mess with it. As the saying goes, it's the hazy beauty that is more likely to seduce one's deepest desires. What he wanted to do now was to completely ignite this desire. After thinking about it, he decided to follow the same routine as earlier and do it again. Once again, he conducted a live auction. After coughing lightly a few times to clear his throat, he found the highest place to stand again. Eyes gleaming, he swept everyone for a week before opening his mouth solemnly. "My name is Lufei. Is this piece of ice seed jadeite owner? Now intend to sell this piece of semi-finished raw stone on the spot." After much deliberation, it has been decided to conduct a live auction. The rules of the auction are simple. Just 4 words. The highest bidder wins. Before the words fell, a bold voice covered the entire scene. "I, Wang Bao, bid $3 million. I hope that all of you kind brothers can give it a go." As soon as these words came out, the entire scene was completely ignited, and the crowd frantically raised the price. "I bid 3.2 million. I bid 3.42 million. I bid 3.8 million. Just kidding. All present are connoisseurs. Now everyone's heart is very clear. This piece of imperial green jadeite, as long as you take down the processing of good, is definitely a steady profit. Proper operation method may even directly double. This time do not grab simply and little cute. No difference. For a time, the scene is everywhere. The sound of price increases, and as the sound gets louder and louder, the number of people attracted to the scene gradually increases. In the end, there were nearly 100 people in the 3 layers outside the 3 layers. 15 minutes later, after Wang Bao shouted out the price of $5 million, even the gambling guru Wu Jie, who had been competing with him, stopped raising the price. The final result was naturally needless to say. Luffy had successfully pitted this mobster again. Looking at Wang Bao in front of him with a face full of truth, Lufei was a bit embarrassed. "That brother Wang, this has made you break the bank again. 5 million, this price is really too high. A little beyond its original value. Why don't I give you a discount and charge 4 million? Wang Bao is not happy. "Xiao Lu, what are you talking about? Although I'm not particularly rich, I'm not that far behind you in terms of $1 million. Besides, I didn't really spend so much money to buy this piece of broken jade." Lufei was a bit curious. "Then what are you doing it for, brother Wang?" Wang Bao was so proud of himself. "Of course I'm happy to have met your little friend today. This $5 million, take it as my gift to you. If we have the opportunity in the future, we can contact each other more often, and treat it as a forgotten friend." Luffy smiled nervously at his words, signaling that he had taken it to heart. He had only just realized it. The real age of the gangster Wang Bao, who looked like he was only 40, was actually over half 100 years old. Even his youngest daughter was already 3 years older than Lufei. Chapter 24, Landlord Baijie. After that, The two of them chatted for about 10 minutes. Wang Bao may be feeling that the chat here is not yet enjoyable. Even want to drive the big G pull Lufei back to their own manner slowly chat. In this regard, Lufei naturally excused himself on the pretext that he had something to do. Just kidding. Even now that he already has this pair of magical eyes, he does not dare to casually enter the home of a gangster. Okay, if there was any trouble, his life would be game over. Although this pair of eyes were magical, they could not give him an increase in force value. Today, he was still just an ordinary young man. Wang Bao didn't think so and only smiled and said that he would have the chance to make another date in the future. After receiving a phone call, he drove away in the big G. For a while, Lufei was left alone again. He didn't intend to linger much either, pacing and quickly leaving Jumbo Street. For the first time, he was carrying a huge sum of $5 million, and nowadays, he thought that anyone he saw would think that the other party was going to lay a hand on him. After thinking about it, he even dismissed the idea of going on a spending spree tonight. He thought it would be more reliable to go home first, as long as the money is in hand. When to spend is not his own decision. It's not urgent. 2 hours later, Gaoka Garden District. Lufei had just gotten off the elevator and was about to open the door to go home when a surprised female voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hot, isn't this Xiaolu? Coming back so early from work today? Lufei sniffed and looked over. He only saw a woman with a face mask and a garbage bag in hand, dressed in long black loose casual clothes, standing in the opposite doorway. This woman he recognized, called by Jia, is the landlord of the house he rented. Not only is she pretty, but she is also a very nice person, and often sends her tenants some of her own snacks or postpones the time to pay the rent. It is said to have been more than 40 years old, but well-maintained cannot be seen at all. Slightly dress up and walk on the street and say it is a young girl in her 20s. No one suspected. This is a point that Lufei knows all too well. When he first met Bai Jia and her daughter, he made a big mistake. He directly took her daughter as her sister. At that time, Bai Jia laughed her ass off and praised him for being a good person. Lufei is also not stupid, simply will be wrong. Later, every time he met the landlord, Bai Jia called him Sister Bai. As a result, Bai Jia had a very good impression of him. Every time she saw him, she would take the initiative to say hello. Of course, Lufei also saw the flowers and called Bai Jia very painfully. This time was naturally no exception. The two of them had just locked eyes, and Lufei immediately smiled with joy. How can I, Sister Bai? I took a leave of absence from work today because of something. Otherwise you don't want to see me at this point. Before his words fell, Lufei continued to open his mouth and asked curiously, Sis, shouldn't you be practicing Pilates downstairs at this hour? Why aren't you there this time? Bai Jia was practicing Pilates downstairs, something that he had stumbled upon by chance. At first he didn't know what is called Pilates, and then he looked up Duonyang before he realized it. This thing is very similar to yoga, but the intensity will be much greater. Generally older women really do not dare to try. Bai Jia smiled at her words and complained a little. Alas, your sister, I've been a bit unwell these past few days, so I haven't gone for a while. It's not like once I slacked off, my little arse is almost gone. While saying that, Bai Jia also deliberately arched her body to make an arching waist and buttocks movement, as if she didn't take Lufei as an outsider at all. As the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf and 40 is like a tiger. At Bai Jia's age, at some point, she was much more open than those in their 20s. On the contrary, the corner of Lufei's mouth twitched, a little worried. Carefully looking around, he reminded in a low voice, Sister, can we pay attention to the impact? If this is seen by outsiders, it might spread some rumors. Bai Jia didn't care. What are you afraid of? This floor is all my house. If there's any ungrateful person who talks nonsense, I'll immediately raise the rent for him. Lufei froze for a moment and could not find an angle to refute, because what Bai Jia said was the truth. The 4 houses on this floor are indeed all owned by Bai Jia, a rich woman, and for some unknown reason, the rental price was several 100% lower than the market price. After thinking about it, Lufei finally moved out the ultimate killing weapon. It's not that I'm afraid of other people, it's mainly because Ling's sister, if he sees it, it's not good, and he'll definitely be in a little temper with you again at that time. Seeing Lufei mentioning his own daughter, Bai Jia became even more angry and spat out in dissatisfaction. That's all that's bad about that girl Bai Ling. From a young age, it was my mother who worked hard to bring her up by herself, but when she got older, she became more and more disobedient, and she was against me all day long. What? If I'd been single for a long time, I'm not allowed to have my own personal needs. That's just unconscionable. Don't you think so, Xiaolu? Lufei snorted at the situation. He didn't dare to just pick up on it. His mother could say whatever she wanted about her daughter, but it would be inappropriate for him, an outsider, to respond, easily causing misunderstandings. Don't look at Bai Jia mouth so say daughter Bai Ling's not, but in fact both sides of the relationship can be good at. Just a few days ago, when he came back from the next, but also far saw the mother and daughter wearing sister dress in the neighborhood walk. Lufei didn't reply. Bai Jia didn't care, continuing to talk to herself. Xiao Lu, you say sister, I'm not small anymore. Do you want to take advantage of this, can still give birth to the white spirit and then get a younger sibling or something? Otherwise, when I'm 100 years old, she'll be quite lonely on her own, and won't even have a close relative she can talk to. Hearing this, Luffy was completely in a mess. Hey, this landlady. It seems a bit inappropriate to seek my opinion as a tenant on this kind of question, doesn't it? Shouldn't the right thing to do be to seek the opinion of your own daughter? Besides, I'm just a poor boy. How can I understand the mind of a rich woman like you who's been widowed for years? What if it's just an off-the-cuff comment? What? Wait a minute. Something's wrong. I have $5 million in my pocket now. I can't say I'm poor anymore. If you say that, can't you have some thoughts that you shouldn't have had before? For example. Thus, after knowing Bai Jia for 3 years, Luffy for the first time took a serious look at his own landlord. As the saying goes, a man's waist will straighten up and become hard only when he has money. Lufei admitted that before this he didn't even have the courage to square up to a rich woman like Bai Jia. Don't look at his mouth called familiar. In fact, the heart still put himself in a lower position. Even sometimes also a little inferiority complex. He was afraid that the other party would suddenly change his face and show a look of dislike towards him. Faced with Lufei's suddenly became sharp penetrating gaze. Originally full of flirting color, Bai Jia's heart suddenly tightened. She only felt that the young boy in front of her had suddenly changed a bit differently from before. Even the way he looked at himself was also a bit different, becoming so firm, and even had a hint of a different meaning in it. Chapter 25. Teenage Girls and Young Women. But Bai Jia wasn't some 20-something-year-old girl who would be bashful at being stared at by a man. Instead, the corners of her mouth lifted and she graciously displayed it. What's wrong, Xiao Lu? Did you suddenly realize that your sister I'm very attractive? So you want to transform into a hungry wolf and ruthlessly eat it? It was just a matter of saying it while saying it. What Lufei didn't expect was that Bai Jia actually took a step forward as if she was still in a state of mind, purposely using her hands to tighten the loose bodysuit. Let the inside of the concave and convex delicate figure to show out. There is the intention to take the initiative to send up. This kind of behavior immediately make Luffy, this first brother, a little bit unable to eat. Immediately, he lowered his head a little embarrassed. That's sis, I just remembered that there's still something in the house, so let's not talk about it first. Before the words fell, Lufei opened the door with his hands and feet and ran in. For a time, only Bai Jia was left in the spacious hallway. Seeing this scene, Bai Jia couldn't hold it in any longer and covered her mouth to let out a giggle. The reason why she liked dealing with an innocent youngster like Lufei was that she thought it would be especially fun to tease. Anyway, they were both single, so she wouldn't be at a disadvantage in case they caught her eye. The big deal was that the old cow ate the young grass. This is the difference between how young women and young girls treat certain things. Just the kind of eyes Luffy had just now. If a young girl of about 2 or 8 years old saw that, she would definitely yell at the hooligans and quickly move away. But a young woman was completely different. As long as she didn't resent the person, she would definitely be the first to take the initiative to cater to or even display hotter and more affection. Especially like Bai Jia, this kind of widowed for many years of young women. She also can't wait for the young guy's line of sight to fall on their own body. This does not fully demonstrate that the self has not yet become old, is still full of charm. The other side. As soon as the door closed, the expression on Luffy's face quickly recovered. One had to wonder if his previous appearance was deliberately played out for Bai Jia. In fact, Luffy admitted that he had an element of acting in him just now. The reason was simple. A large new combination of words had appeared above his field of vision, and the contents of it almost made him unable to hold his breath. That's right. Right when he was sizing up Bai Jia just now, he had silently used his penetrating eye as well. The purpose was naturally to see if his own landlord was so consistent. But who would have thought that his own eyes would suddenly play a joke on him? Some meaningful combinations of data appeared. Name, Bai Jia. Age, 42. Height, 165. D+. Recent, 0.5. Body state, pristine. High deficiency fire. Physiological period. Shoulder back with dark injury and soreness. Appendicitis about to strike. Leg flexibility max. Looking at the text information in front of him as if he was checking his account, Luffy was a bit confused. No, big brother. Are his eyes so personalized now? Actually, even this kind of private information can penetrate out. Let's not talk about age. Something that can be roughly inferred with the naked eye. Can anyone tell him what 0.5 means? It's not that kind of thing, is it? Luffy admitted that he was a bit of a sullen person inside, but that didn't affect his eyes. Fortunately, he is not a person who likes to take the bull by the horns. Only a moment's effort to put things over. His eyes also moved to the last column of physical states and began to analyze them one by one. Original state should refer to the landlord Bai Jia. She has never been operated on. This point is worth a point. The excessive void fire should be related to her being single for many years. The physiological period just happened to correspond with Baijia's earlier comment about being uncomfortable for a few days. If that's true, doesn't it mean that this appendicitis attack is coming true? Thinking about this, Luffy was lost in thought. While he was considering whether or not to tell the other party in advance, Zhang Hao's voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. Old Lu, what have you been standing stupidly at the door since you came back? Did you meet something? Lu Fei raised his head at the sound of his voice. He just happened to see Zhang Hao holding a bottle of ice coke in his hand, standing on the aisle with a concerned face looking at him. Seeing this, Lu Fei was a bit strange. Zhang Hao has always been unconventional, and is seldom this thoughtful. In the past, when he found him standing in the doorway, he would just casually glance at him and say hello. At most, sometimes reluctantly asked a few more sentences recently why he came back so late, but there has never been a time when he was so attentive. There's a problem. There's definitely a problem. Thinking of this, Luffy temporarily put Baijia's matter aside. Immediately, he revealed a skeptical look at his own roommate. How Z? Honestly, did you secretly do something to apologize to me again? Thinking about it, Lu Fei suddenly remembered a past event. Once when Zhang Hao borrowed his notebook to reward himself, it seemed like this was the case when he accidentally formatted the seeds he had treasured for years. Thus, Luffy had reason to suspect that something similar had happened again. As expected, looking at the expression on Luffy's face, Zhang Hao immediately felt a little bit weak. That old Lu, listen to my cunning. No. Explanation. I really didn't mean to take your computer to watch the movie. It was really a bit impulsive at that time. Plus those collector's editions are the only ones you have on Blu-ray. Luffy thought that it was a big deal, and signaled that he would use it as long as there were no problems. But who would have thought that Zhang Hao's next words made him laugh and cry a little? Because this guy actually formatted the computer again. Now Luffy really didn't understand. How Z? Are you damned if you're doing this on purpose? This is the second time. Besides, this formatting can't be done in 1 or 2 steps. I have reason to suspect that you're jealous that I have Sun Laoshir's out-of-print video. That's why you're doing this. Zhang Hao immediately screamed. I'm really not to blame this time. Who told you not to turn on the firewall when you climbed the wall to log into 91 last time? And as a result, you didn't even know that your computer was infected with a virus. I also suddenly realized it only after the fact. All the files on your laptop were almost eaten up by then. Luffy felt something wasn't quite right. How did it become files being eaten up again? Didn't you say it was formatted? Zhang Hao didn't say anything, pulling Luffy to the living room and signaling him to see for himself, only to see Luffy's laptop screen. A Q version of Hatsune Miku was bouncing around, playing with it. Zhang Hao pointed at her in pain. I checked. This thing is called Hatsune virus. Although it doesn't look harmful, once you get tired of playing it will keep eating the folders and icons on the screen. I forgot to turn off your computer when I was done with it, and it ended up looking like this after I realized. At that time, everything on the screen was already almost eaten. In the end, I had no choice but to format your computer. But who would have thought she'd still be here? After hearing the cause and effect of the incident, Luffy slowed down for a while before he realized it. Looking at the Hatsune Miku in the screen that was constantly bouncing around and greeting himself, he felt a bit of egg pain. He had seen this thing last night and thought it was an electronic pet that came with the software, so he didn't take it seriously. In the end, it was still his own fault. Chapter 26. What? Let me fix the plumbing? As things stood, Luffy also rested the intention of continuing to use this computer. Now that he had a huge amount of money in his pocket, it was time to change his gun. He has decided to go to the shopping mall in the next few days when he is free. Those who have been longing for and because of the price factor cannot get the electronic products all jerk once. Experience what it was like to be a tycoon. However, Zhang Hao didn't know what he was thinking about this time. Seeing that Luffy had been looking down at his laptop and not speaking, he thought he was angry. Immediately patted his chest to state, Old Lu, you rest assured. Change tomorrow. I will take the computer to find a god to give you recovery. Guarantee and before the same as the same. Lu Fei did not look at him in a good mood. Forget it, Howsy. You forgot the lesson of the last time. Just go to the computer city to recover a file, and let someone rip off more than $400. It's simply no different from going to give away money. Zhang Hao was a bit embarrassed. It's not the first time I'm inexperienced. This time I'm familiar with it, so I'll have no problem this time. Lu Fei didn't believe it and deliberately snickered. Still, second time around, I think it's to go and kill for someone. Forget it, Hosey. Didn't I win a few tens of thousands of dollars in scratch-offs yesterday? Just take this opportunity to change my computer. It's just like the saying, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Zhang Hao was naturally happy. Now he didn't have to pay for it, so he immediately looked at Lu Fei with a smile. That would be great. Why don't we call up Wang Jiao to celebrate together one day when we are free? Lu Fei was alert, Celebrate what? It can't be because I bought a new computer, right? How Z? I'm telling you, this kind of thinking is unacceptable. Isn't this a clear attempt to beat me up? Zhang Hao immediately denied. Oops, it's not what you think. Luffy was a bit confused. Then why are we celebrating? Zhang Hao revealed the answer. Old Lu, do you still remember that 15-skilled demonized child from yesterday? I sold it today. The one who sold it was a superhero in the district. Luffy's eyes lit up. Really? Tell me how much did you sell it for? Zhang Hao was glowing. Can you believe it? $30,000. $30,000. Luffy was a bit unsure. Is that a high price? Zhang Hao immediately explained. High. Extraordinarily high. According to its own value, it's only 15,000 at the top. This girl directly doubled. You say I can't be excited. To say that also counts as our good luck. The district's tycoon demon refining on the head. I casually hung $30,000 in the treasure cabinet. He did not return the price on the second. When the money arrives, I will immediately transfer a few $1,000s to you, all as a dividend. Zhang Hao said, more and more excited. A face also became red. Obviously, $30,000 was considered a huge sum in his eyes. In fact, if it wasn't for obtaining this pair of magical eyes, coupled with the $5 million that came in this afternoon, it was also very likely that he would be smiling just as much as the other party. According to Zhang Hao's nature, this $30,000 of horizontal wealth would be divided into at least $6,000 for him. It was almost worth 2 months of his salary, but now that he was rich, he wasn't going to ask for it. After thinking about it, he bluntly spoke towards Zhang Hao. Hao Z, why don't you just forget about giving me my share of the money? The job is all yours. Things just happen to be out on my number. Zhang Hao froze. Old Lu, what do you mean by that? Lufei uttered the pretext he had thought of before and said deliberately. Little master won more than $50,000 last night, already can't see you share that little dividend. So don't want it. Zhang Hao immediately objected. This can't be done. You can't have any of the promised dividends. If you don't accept it, I'll spend it all on your account like before. Luffy was still trying to push back, but was suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door. When he turned around and tried to speak again, Zhang Hao had already disappeared. Needless to think, he had gone back to his bedroom in order not to continue discussing the matter with him. Lufei was not surprised. The two of them have been sharing a room for so long. The other side is what people are clear. Zhang Hao belongs to the kind of person with strong principles, and it's hard to change what he has decided. Thinking about this, Lufei sighed. He decided to go and see who had been knocking on the door, and by the looks of it, he seemed to be in quite a hurry. After the door opened, looking at the landlord Bai Jie wearing pajamas in front of him with an anxious face, Luffy was a bit surprised. This big knight can unfortunately play up the widowed young woman knocking on the door will easily cause misunderstanding, so immediately asked, White sister, how is it you? Did something happen? Seeing Lufei appear, Bai Jie's heart was delighted. That Xiao Lu, are you busy here? Sis is looking for you. Lufei was a bit puzzled. I'm busy, sis, just tell me what's going on. Bai Jie was rarely coy. The water pipe in my house is broken, can I trouble you to help fix it? Luffy thought that she was joking, so he deliberately joked. Sis, you can't dare to talk nonsense in the middle of the night. Repairing the pipes is a big job. Physical strength and skill are essential. I may not be able to handle it. Bai Jie froze for a moment, and gave him an angry look. Go, sis, and you're serious. The water pipes at home are really bad. This kitchen is almost a waterfall hole. You know, sis usually spend money to buy things is an insider line. Involving electrical plumbing valves what do not understand. Lufei is still a little unconvinced. Hesitant eyes to Bai Jie. Sister, your home plumbing is really bad? Bai Jie couldn't care less if her home wasn't flooded. Directly pulling Lufei's arm, she tugged towards the house. Such behavior immediately startled Lufei. Good boy. Now are so blatant rob sex good women and men. Just as he was considering whether or not to take the initiative when the time came, the sound of water suddenly caught his attention. Fixed his eyes and looked. The large kitchen had already been covered by water, and the water had even begun to flow over the sliding door into the living room. If it was a little later, it was estimated that the entire living room would not be spared. Seeing this situation, Luffy didn't dawdle. He rushed straight into the kitchen and shut off the tap water valve inside. Bai Jie saw this and breathed a long sigh of relief. The heart that was hanging in the air just now was finally put down. She almost thought that her home was going to be flooded. Just as she was about to open her mouth to thank Lufei, she suddenly realized that the clothes on his body were drenched by the tap water that had just been sprayed. Such a scene full of testosterone immediately made her, a young woman who had been widowed for many years, a bit unable to hold on. For a while, Bai Jie not only blushed a bit, her heart was even more thoughtful. Chapter 27. It's good to be young. Seeing this situation, Lu Fei was a bit puzzled. It was the first time he had seen his landlord Bai Jie so shy. The heart was suddenly puzzled. No, sister. I did not do anything. Just close a tap water valve. How can I make you blush? You were not like this before. Because his attention was not on himself, he naturally didn't know that he was already wet. Bai Jie looked at the expression on Lu Fei's face. Her heart tightened. After whispering a few words to herself in her heart, she immediately adjusted. Smilingly, she looked at Lu Fei. This time it's thanks to Xiao Lu. Otherwise I don't know what to do. Lu Fei was a bit speechless and immediately reminded. Actually, you can still look for the property, they came quite quickly. Bai Jie slapped her forehead as an afterthought. Right. Yo, if you didn't remind me, I almost forgot about them. Forget it, now that it's all settled. Let's not mention this. Before the words fell, she deliberately asked. Right, Xiao Lu? I see that the water was quite big. You didn't get wet, right? As soon as she finished speaking, a pair of beautiful eyes unabashedly surveyed Lu Fei all over his body. But in fact, only she herself knew clearly what exactly she wanted to do. Caring about whether the other party's clothes were wet or not was a lie, but looking at him a few more times was the real thing. Even though she is a veteran, Bai Jie has never seen such a rare thing. As the saying goes, men are good at coloring on the surface, women are good at coloring from the heart. In fact, if you really want to select the world's most colorful creatures, the crown of the world's most horny creature is not a woman's. Obviously, Bai Jie is one of the best. Looking at Bai Jie's increasingly hot eyes, Luffy knew something was wrong even if he was slow. Following the line of sight. Hua, good for you. And so the eyes he looked at Bai Jie were not right. Bai Jie was not the least bit flustered by the situation, and suggested without blushing, Xiao Lu, I see that you're all wet. Why don't you go change your clothes first and we'll talk again? Lu Fei glanced at Bai Jie slyly, also speaking in a shocking manner. Sis, I see that you seem to be covered in the same. Why don't you go change your clothes as well? Bai Jie sniffed and looked down at her body. Where is it? I'm not all right here, Being skeptical that Luffy hadn't seen it wrong, she suddenly froze. Then he looked at Luffy with a sly grudge. This guy, how dare he start making such blatant jokes about his own landlord? It's simply lawless. If it wasn't for the fact that you're pleasing to the eye, I wouldn't let you off so easily. 10 minutes later, landlord Bai Jie's living room. As soon as Lu Fei sat down, Bai Jie immediately handed over a cup of steaming tea. Xiao Lu, it's really troublesome for you just now. Drink a cup of hot water first to warm up your body. Lu Fei took it without any politeness, and immediately drank a large mouthful to warm up his stomach. At this time, it was the beginning of fall, and the deeper the night went, the lower the temperature became. Coupled with the fact that he had just been soaked in cold water, he really felt a bit cold. When a mouthful of it went down, his whole body suddenly felt much more refreshed. Unconsciously issued a little comfortable moan. Bai Jie smiled at the situation and did not say anything. Ever since seeing Luffy's 8-pack abs and specialties just now, the more she looked, the more she realized that the other party was more and more agreeable. Being young was good. Not only was his body twice as good, he also had capital. Luffy also found out that something was wrong with her. Taking advantage of the time to drink tea, he was also quietly sizing up the other party. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but he discovered a certain detail. If he remembered correctly, Bai Jie was wearing a light red nightgown, but now it turned into pink pajamas. The most critical thing is that this pajama seems to be a little bit unorthodox. The lace is actually lace. At this moment, this situation, a man and a woman alone in the same room, how could he not think about it? Couldn't be secretly sending certain signals, right? Should he quietly take the perspective eye to take a look? In case he saw something, he could save himself some trouble. After all, now is the rule of law society. And then is the freedom of love is also the need for your love and my willingness. As long as the woman is not willing, there are 1,000 ways to make the man into the police station. So Lu Fei no longer hesitated and quietly glared at Bai Jie. With a flash of blue light, a new combination of words appeared. Bai Jie, female hormones continue to secrete. Got it. This time was different from the last one again. This female hormone continuous secretion. Could it be the legendary courtship? After thinking for a moment, Luffy decided to bravely try it out. After combining certain messages he saw when he first used his penetrating eyes on Bai Jie, Luffy quickly formulated a strategy. It's hard to start everything. Let's make a start first. So he took the lead in breaking the silence after his eyes zigzagged. Sister Bai, have you been feeling a bit uncomfortable in your back lately? Bai Jie froze for a moment and said in surprise. Yeah, how did you know? Lu Fei began to make things up. You may not believe me when I say it. I've learned a little bit of Chinese medicine. It only takes a little pulse to know the general condition of your body. Bai Jie became interested. Don't lie to me. If it's not accurate, I'll raise your rent next month. Lu Fei was confident. Hey, if you're not allowed, you can double your rent next month. Bai Jie has a desire to win. Also do not know how to think of deliberately said. Sister also does not take advantage of you. If you are really that good, then I can satisfy you with a small request that is not too much, said, stretching out a jade hand to Lufei's heel, signaling him to casually number. Seeing her take such initiative, Luffy felt more and more that his guess just now was true. So the mind a turn of fingers to Bai Jia pulse began to pretend up. But who wants both sides just to contact Bai Jia and pull out the hand, eyes staring straight at him. Ugh, Xiao Lu, you won't take this opportunity to mooch off me, right? Lu Fei naturally wouldn't admit it and immediately retorted. Sister, you still don't understand me. I'm a gentleman. I won't do those dirty things. Saying that, he patted the coffee table, signaling that he could continue without worry. I don't know how. Bai Jia sniffed after actually flavorful white a glance at him. Sister, but over people naturally know what you men are thinking. What's the saying? A man's mouth deceives a ghost. That's what Bai Ling's deadbeat dad said to me back then. He also said that he was a decent man, that he'd only rub the blanket and warm the air, and never make a move. But that night, he made such a mess. Looking at the various small expressions on Bai Jia's face, as well as the small movements that were full of charm between her hands and feet, Luffy admitted that he was a little impulsive. Chapter 28. Mom, what are you two doing? TNND. It's dry. Big deal into the bureau. See, in front of the eyes of a little choo-choo moving landlord, Lu Fei's reason was finally occupied by male instincts, and gritted his teeth and grasped Bai Jia's jade hand in death. Sis, don't blame me for not being human. It's really because you're two. Before the words were finished, the door of the room that was originally closed was suddenly opened. A beautiful woman who looked 7 times similar to Bai Jia appeared at the door. At this moment, it was as if time was forbidden. The 3 people present all froze in place. The room even fell into a deathly silence. After a few moments, it was ultimately Bai Ling who took the lead in breaking the silence. Only seeing her face unable to stop twitching, she forced down the shock in her heart and tried her best to ask in the most calm tone possible. Mom, what are you two doing? Don't tell me it's doing something unseemly. Before the words left his mouth, Luffy could clearly feel a surge of killing energy in the room, and its source happened to be the white spirit standing in the doorway. At this moment, it was as if 10,000 grass mud horses were passing by in his heart. This isn't the way to play it. He was just about to make a move on the landlord, but her daughter came back. The most outrageous thing is that the other party even saw the scene. Can anyone tell him what to do now? I'm in a hurry. In just a few seconds, Bai Ling, this woman's eyes are looking more and more dangerous. If he doesn't get it right, he'll be killed in the next second. Just when Lu Fei's mind was a bit confused, Bai Jia took the initiative to round up the scene. Aya, isn't this my good daughter back? Why are you still standing at the door? Quickly sit down and rest. Bai Ling didn't say anything, still staring at the two. She now needed a reasonable explanation. God knows what mood she is in right now. As soon as she got home from work, she saw her own mother and the tenant in the living room alone, and they were holding hands together. This is the rhythm of finding a stepfather for oneself. The most unacceptable thing is that this man she also recognizes, and his age is about the same. The two of them are going to play forget-me-nots. No way. This is something that she, Bai Ling, can't accept no matter what. Bai Jia, however, ignored this. After smacking away Luffy's salty hand without a trace, she smiled and explained. Aya, Xiao Ling, look at my memory. I almost forgot that Xiao Lu is still here. The thing is, just now the water pipe in the house accidentally broke. I didn't know how to deal with it, and in a hurry I could only call him to help. As a token of my appreciation, I invited him to come and sit down, and even brought out our family's treasured pour for the occasion. Don't you think so, Xiao Lu? Lu Fei nodded his head in a hurry. Yes, things are the way Auntie said. If you don't believe me, Sister Ling, you can go to the kitchen and take a look. This will be no more standing water, but the floor is still wet. When the mother-daughter duo of Bai Jia and Bai Ling were present at the same time, Lu Fei would still call them according to their normal names. Otherwise he always felt awkward. Looking at the duo in front of him singing in unison, Bai Ling's face showed confusion. Could there really be such a coincidence? Thinking of this, she didn't dawdle, and immediately crossed the entranceway to look towards the kitchen, only to see that the kitchen floor was now damp, and from time to time there was a bit of water dripping down from the cupboards. Seeing this situation, her hanging heart suddenly relaxed. At least it was true that the water pipe had broken, but then she realized something was wrong. This thank you is thank you. How come it's on the hand? If she hadn't been mistaken just now, Luffy's hand had a firm grip on his own mother's arm. That eyes that lean forward posture does not seem to be in the normal small talk. There is a big trend of not saying a word. No, I Bai Ling have to ask a clear only. Otherwise one day can be more and their own age about the stepfather. As the saying goes, knowing a daughter is not as good as mothering. Bai Jia just saw that her daughter Bai Ling's momentum was a bit off, and immediately interrupted her spell casting. Xiao Lu, Didn't you just say that there's still something going on at home? Why don't we talk next time? After saying that, he also silently winked towards the person in front of him. The meaning is self-evident. If you don't go, you'll be tortured. Lufei also reacted quickly, immediately responded, Auntie, if you don't say I almost forgot. My roommate is still waiting for me to bring him food. Then Auntie, Sister Xiaoling, I'll take my leave first. After saying that, she got up and walked towards the door. Bai Jia was even polite. Xiao Lu, take care. Do you want me to see you off? As she said that, she got up and followed Lufei, with the momentum of sending the Buddha to the west. For a while, Bai Ling was the only one left in the large living room. Exasperated, she rolled her eyes. Good guy, what's the difference between the two of you playing this match and covering your ears? In the hallway, Lufei looked at Bai Jia in front of him and was a bit embarrassed. That's sis, I just had a momentary impulse. You won't see any offense, right? Bai Jia gave her a glance and said in a bad mood. What's wrong? Didn't you hate to eat me in one bite just now? Why are you wimpy now? Lufei's eyes widened at the words, his eyes filled with incredulity. Sis, you mean I can? Bai Jia pouted. Can what? Lufei hemmed and hawed, revealing his big white teeth. As long as you're bold, the landlord takes maternity leave. Bai Jia hurriedly covered his mouth. You're afraid you're crazy. If Bai Ling hears that, you won't be able to get away with it. Lufei's machismo took over. I'm going to take care of her mom. Can I still be afraid of her as a daughter? Bai Jia raised her eyebrows and gave him a blank look. What do you mean by fixing her mom? I didn't promise anything. Lufei shamelessly held Bai Jia's jade hand. The old ancestors told me that a woman who doesn't refuse is wanting. Bai Jia knocked off her salty hand. What if I refuse? Lufei's face is even thicker. The old ancestor also said that women like to say the opposite. Not wanting is wanting, so refusing is wanting more. Bai Jia directly showed her cards. Wait for my news later. After saying this, without waiting for Lufei to react, she turned around and went home. This sudden action directly made Luffy freeze in place. This wait for news information content can be a little big. The other side. Bai Jia just sat on the sofa, immediately ushered in the daughter's questioning. Say it, is their own honest account or want me to torture and then explain? Bai Jia directly played dumb. What are you saying? Little spirit? How come I don't understand a single word of your mom? Bai Ling clenched her teeth. I don't object to you finding a man, but why that guy? Bai Jia continued to play dumb. What guy? Little spirit, are you talking about Xiao Lu? Bai Ling was completely tense. Bai Jia, you're not want me to call someone around my age my father, are you? That would drive me crazy. Bai Jia finally stopped pretending to be stupid and instead hugged the other party. Silly child, didn't I tell you that it's impossible to get married from now on? Bai Ling froze for a moment. Then you and him? Bai Jia smiled and lowered her head to whisper in her daughter's ear. In no time at all, Bai Ling's fair face quickly turned red. The eyes that looked at her own mother were even more filled with odd colors. What the hell? Her mom actually wanted to play the going to the father and leaving the son thing? Chapter 29. Being young is good. It took a while for Bai Ling to digest this powerful news. After her mood completely calmed down, she looked at her own mother, Bai Jia, in disbelief. But mom, why that kid? Bai Jia smiled mysteriously. Because he has characteristics. Bai Ling was even more confused. What characteristics? Why don't I see it? Don't listen to his rhetoric and get carried away. Bai Jia didn't hide anything, and straightforwardly told Lufei's characteristics just now. The mother and daughter had relied on each other for so many years, and their feelings were very deep. They even helped each other out a lot now, so they weren't particularly shy about certain issues. In a flash, Bai Ling looked at her own mom with wide-eyed disbelief. Hey, Mom, you can't be kidding, right? Just that kid can be that good? Bai Jia knocked her daughter's head and said in a bad mood. Although your mom is a bit old, her eyes are sharp. How can I be wrong about something like this? Bai Ling covered her head and said in dissatisfaction. Yes, you're right about everything, but I'm not too old anymore. Can you stop hitting me on the head all the time? It'll be very humiliating. Bai Jia didn't say anything after hearing this, and only looked at her daughter with a smiling face. It was only at this time that Bai Ling would show a side as cute as when she was a child. She had just wanted to look at her for a while longer when Bai Ling suddenly popped out a sentence that baffled her. Ugh, Mom. I suddenly thought of a question. You didn't suddenly make this decision because of that, did you? Bai Jia froze at her words and was a bit speechless for a moment. Although she didn't want to admit it, it seemed that there really was this factor in it. Bai Ling looked at the expression on her face as if she had discovered a new continent. Bitchily squeezing in front of her old mom Bai Jia, she spoke in whispers that made people blush. Bai Ling was curious. Mom, is it really that important? Bai Jia did not hesitate. Very important. Bai Ling asks, can you tell me more about it? I'm quite curious. Bai Jia changed the topic. You damned girl. you're not thinking about sex, are you? Bai Ling quickly denied. No, I'm not, don't be ridiculous. Bai Jia followed suit. Confess from leniency, resist from severity. Bai Ling was speechless. 1 hour later, the 7th floor of a hotel. Lufei followed the prompts and came to room 713. To be honest, he would be a bit nervous. Fortunately, his mental quality was not bad, and he adjusted in no time. After letting out a deep breath, he raised his hand and swiped his card to enter. As soon as he entered, he heard the sound of running water coming from the restroom. Once he thought about the fact that he hadn't showered for half an hour, he simply took off his clothes and took another numb shower. 2 hours later, Lufei came out refreshed after washing, only to feel that a new stage of life had begun. Not long after, Bai Jia sat motionless on the sofa, her eyes full of grudges. This is really a new way of thinking that doesn't go out of the ordinary. Lufei had no idea about this, and only felt a little bit of afterglow. Seeing Bai Jia has been staring at him, thought the other party is also so. Then he asked curiously, Sister, are you? Bai Jia. Lufei didn't die. Should we wait no more? Bai Jia was scared in her heart. Have you practiced fitness before? How come your stamina is so good? Lufei is also a bit strange. I don't know. Anyway, this will make me feel like I have endless energy all over my body. I'd love to find a sandbag to keep pounding it. Bai Jia sniffed even more grievously. Then go pound a sandbag. Why are you staring at me all the time? Lufei scratched his head. That makes sense. Why don't you try it now? Bai Jia looked at his expression and was filled with doubt. Ugh hi, what for? Lufei, okay. Bai Jia went to bed at 3 in the morning and got up at 8 in the morning. The reason she got up so early was because she wanted to sneak out quietly. As a person who had been there before, she understood the characteristics of young people the most, so she intended to avoid the front for the time being. But who would have thought that just as soon as she opened the door, a ghostly sound came from behind her. Sis, you don't want to eat it all and not recognize it. Bai Jia immediately stiffened her body and turned back with some embarrassment, only to see that Lufei was currently propping his head up with his hand, looking at her with an ambiguous expression. Seeing this scene, Bai Jia's heart tightened and hurriedly denied. Which can I'm not thirsty and want to drink a cup of water. Looking at the new tip on her vision, Bai Jia, I'm going to slip away. The corner of Lufei's mouth rose slightly. So what is the relationship between the two of us now? Bai Jia didn't react. Xiao Lu, what relationship? Lufei was not tired of it. I asked what is our relationship? Bai Jia was a bit hesitant. Supply and demand relationship? Lufei froze for a moment and immediately laughed badly. What a supply and demand relationship? Then I'd like to see how supply and demand works. Bai Jia looked at the expression on his face, filled with fear. Ugh hi, what do you want to do this early in the morning? The next day, morning, company building entrance. Li Yin, who was touching the fish and smoking, looked at the top with 2 big black circles to work. Lufei startled. I rely on Lufei. You take leave these 2 days to do what went? How a look of kidney deficiency like? Lufei answered truthfully. What else? The landlord. Li Yin froze for a while before he realized, and spoke to him uncertainly. Old Lu, it can't be what I understand, right? Lufei was unapologetic. What do you think? Li Yin admired. Asterisk. It's really impressive when you don't see it for a day. Old Lu, how did you become so bullish? Lufei was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly asked where Li was. Li Yin pointed in the direction of the meeting room upstairs, signaling that there was another meeting. Otherwise he wouldn't have had the chance to come to the stairway to smoke and feel the fish. Seeing this, Lufei patted the other's shoulder, signaling him to continue, and Lufei himself, is playing haircut, blatantly climbed to the workstation huffing and puffing up. Such a bold act immediately startled the rest of the department. What the hell? How did this guy Lufei become so bold? He actually dared to touch the fish so recklessly. Isn't he afraid that the manager will come back and scold him later? In fact, if the door to the manager's office wasn't locked by Lu Yu, Lufei would most likely go straight there to sleep. Besides, if it wasn't for the fact that he still had some thoughts about Lu Yu's demoness, plus the fact that he hadn't figured out what he wanted to do for the time being, he wouldn't bother going back to this crappy company again. Chapter 30, Southern Small Potatoes. Ugh, Lufei, wake up. Lufei was sleeping soundly, but he was suddenly woken up by Li Yan's shout. When he looked up, he only saw that the guy was looking at himself with a furrowed brow. Lufei yawned and looked at him in puzzlement. What's wrong? Is it time for dinner? Li Yan hurriedly shook his head. It's only 11 o'clock. It's still early. Lufei gave him a dissatisfied look. Then why are you calling me? I'm catching up on my sleep. Before the words fell, he was lying on the table again, ready to continue to do his own spring dream. There was one thing to say. This feeling of being paid to sleep was really cool. Even dreaming was different from before. Just now, he had dreamed that both Bai Jia and Bai Ling were carrying big bellies. Seeing this, Li Yan was anxious and hurriedly shook him again. Don't Lu. is it okay to sleep later? I still have an important matter here that needs your counseling. Lufei was nonchalant. Say what you have to say and fart quickly. Li Yan didn't get angry and licked his face as he continued to speak. Jia Hui said she wants to recognize me as her godbrother. Do you think she's hinting at me? Lufei looked at him like he was an idiot. Are you really stupid or not? This is considered a hint. Li Yan was a bit stunned at first. Explicit? Then he blushed with excitement. Does this mean she wants to get closer to me? Lufei directly broke his fantasies. Silly dog, they're sending you a good guy card. Li Yan immediately retorted. Impossible, Lufei. Jia Hui, she even wants to recognize me as her brother. How could she send a good guy card? Lufei didn't reply and only swept a glance towards Song Jiawei's without any trace. Song Jiawei, hee, as long as I recognize this licking dog as my brother, I'll be able to get a long-term meal ticket for nothing again. Let's see if I don't pinch him to death. Song Jiawei, hey, if I recognize this licker as my brother, I can get a long-term meal ticket for nothing. I can't tell if you're still a T-sister. Seeing this situation, Lufei decided that it was necessary to let Li Yan recognize reality. After all, after receiving money from others, how can you have some after-sales service? So after thinking for a moment, he muttered a few more words beside the other party's ear. Li Yan immediately face rode difficult color, but then thought of the previous Lufei's brilliant plan, clenched his teeth or according to his method of testing up. A minute later, seeing Li Yan's face changed, Lufei immediately joked, how about godbrother? Is your godsister willing to lend you 100? Countless times practice has proven that the best way to test the real relationship between two people is to borrow money. What? Your good friend is not even willing to lend you $100? Then congratulations, you have lost another good friend. Li Yan was in tears at this moment. Lufei, how do you think this world has become like this? I thought I could have a sensational office romance, but who would have thought it would actually be another deal? I'm even a little skeptical that if I didn't invite Jia Hui to eat at Hai Di Liao that day, she wouldn't have paid me any attention at all. Lufei nodded seriously. There's no need to doubt old Li. That's just how things are. Times have changed nowadays. What's the saying? It's hard to be a man with money and a man without money. If you have $8 or $10 million now, I guarantee that Song Jiawei will throw herself into your arms without a second thought. Li Yan instantly changed his face. Just kidding. If I had that much money, I wouldn't look for her type. Just that height. Just like a small potato. Saying that, Li Yan suddenly changed his words and looked at Lufei mysteriously. Old Lu, I have a big deal, do you want to participate in it? Lufei was unimpressed. What big deal? So mysterious. Li Yan looked around and pulled out a white paper with several sets of numbers on it from his pocket. You see, this is the winning numbers I wrote down last night when I was dreaming. I have a premonition that this will still work. Lufei was aware that Li Yan had the habit of buying double-colored balls from time to time, so it wasn't surprising. But knowing was one thing, getting him involved was another. Given certain aspects of Xia's current reasons, Lufei didn't believe that the lottery thing's numerical numbers could appear randomly, so he immediately rebuffed. Go. Buying this thing is no different from a meat bag. I'm not participating. Li Yan patted his chest to ensure that. Do not. Such a lucrative business is not rare. Let's give it a try. I promise. I'll definitely win this time. Lufei didn't believe it for a second. Don't kid yourself, Li. You've bought it so many times, and you haven't even gotten a penny back. And you still tell me that you can win? Li Yan continues to be a deadbeat. Well, you don't want to participate in it, then can you pull the brother a hand? I'm a little short on cash these days. I can barely afford to eat. Lufei suddenly realized. Li Yan, you're a dishonest kid. The method I just taught you is now being used on me. Li Yan muttered in a low voice. Who told you, kid, not to talk about martial arts? A few days ago pitted me for several hundred. Plus in the past 2 days invited Song Jiawei to dinner and spent a small 2,000. This is not poor. Lufei sighed helplessly at his words. Say it, how much do you want to borrow? In the end, this matter is really a bit related to him, so he also opened his mouth bluntly. Li Yan was immediately delighted. Not much. 300, no, 500 will do. I'll pay you back as soon as I get paid in a few days. Lufei waved his hand. Don't bother with 3 to 500. For the sake of colleagues, I'll directly transfer you 1,000. Both of them have borrowed money from each other before, but only 3 to 500. The two sides also have to pretend to pull for a while. Li Yan is the first time to see the other side so quick and generous. Instantly surprised. I rely on the old road. When did you become so generous? This shot is 1,000 ocean. Lufei didn't bother to explain. Do you want it? I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Li Yan quickly smiled. Yes. Not long after, 1,000 oceans arrived in the account. Seeing the WeChat balance return to 4 digits, Li Yan immediately looked at Lufei with joy. Say, old Lu, you really don't think about trying to buy a lottery ticket with me. I really have a premonition that I will definitely win this time. Seeing him being so serious, Lufei immediately became interested and silently swept him with his penetrating eye. Li Yan, about to get rich overnight from winning the lottery. Exact amount unknown. Luffy froze at the sight. Holy, this guy Li Yan really didn't lie to him. Dreaming of taking this set of numbers can really win. When he thought of this, he immediately turned his mind to look at the other party as if he didn't care. Okay, old Li, see in the colleague's sake, I will believe you once. I'll transfer you another $100. Just casually buy a few dozen bets for me. Li Yan almost thought he heard wrong. Dozens of bets? Lufei, you're not kidding me, right? Lufei laughed. What's wrong? Aren't you a bag winner? Now you're not confident again? Li Yan swallowed his saliva. How could I? You wait. I'll go downstairs to the lottery store to play it later. But I can tell you in advance, the higher the number of bets, the lower the chance of winning the jackpot. Luffy didn't reply, signaling that it wasn't in the way all for fun. In any case, with his perspective eyes, he has many ways to get money, and he doesn't care about this little bit or two. After the two of them finished chatting, he was just about to continue resting, but suddenly realized that the office door was hidden at some point. Looks like, Lu Yu that after the meeting came back, so with a change of heart, he got up and walked towards the direction of the office. Chapter 31. Lu Yu felt that she was good again. Lu Yu will be staring at the computer seems to be working seriously, so much so that he didn't even realize that someone had come in. Lufei saw the situation did not voice, carefully slipped behind the other party. After seeing the other party is still oblivious, the corner of his mouth slightly up, deliberately lowered his head and leaned next to her ear to greet. Yo manager, what are you doing so seriously? Ah, the sudden sound startled Lu Yu, immediately ready to break into a rage, to see which ungrateful dare to scare her. Who knows that just as soon as she turned her head, she saw Lufei's face, so with perseverance, she held back the words in her throat, turned to say, Luffy you bastard, don't you know that scaring people will scare them to death? After saying that, he even patted his chest with palpitations. Seeing this, Luffy didn't think so and opened his mouth to tease. No manager, I'm this. As he said that, he was attracted by the scenery, so the next thought left in his mind was, good. Lu Yu sees that he has suddenly stopped moving and is immediately on guard. If this guy is silent, he's definitely not doing anything good. He hurriedly raised his head to look at the other party. Under the four eyes, Lu Yu immediately knew that this Shibu batch was taking advantage of himself again, so hurriedly reached out to stop. What are you looking at? Look again, I can call someone. Lufei is not the slightest bit panicked. What's wrong with the manager? You have the guts to put out, but also do not allow others to look at a few eyes. Lu Yu glared angrily. Bah! I'm not for poor people like you with no taste to look at. Lufei was directly brazen. It looks like the manager has good taste, and it's even lace-edged. Lu Yu blushed slightly. Asshole, you have binoculars in your eyes. You can see it in there. Lufei shrugged his shoulders revealing a bad smile. He. Binoculars I don't have, but other. Does the manager want to take a look? Lu Yu froze for a moment and subconsciously asked. What? Lufei bowed his head. Lu Yu instantly understands in seconds full of shame and anger. Stinking rascal. I was really blind to recruit you in the past. In the past 2 days while Lufei was away, Lu Yu also deliberately checked who recruited the other party in the first place, intending to retaliate afterwards. But who would have thought that it doesn't matter if she didn't check? Once she checked she was confused. This guy's resume is actually still his own from a large pile of freshmen picked out. It is simply a self-inflicted sin. Lufei cannot care so much. Directly turned the conversation to look at the computer screen in front of him. I said manager how you used to stay in the office all day long and not come out. Originally it is in the sneaky get this thing. Hey, work time openly speculate on stocks. This if you let Mr. Su know. You are afraid that you will not be able to avoid another batch of criticism. Lu Yu immediately denied. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. It's just a coincidence that I want to take a look today. Lufei sniffed with disdain. Although he hadn't played with this stock thing, he still knew certain knowledge, so with a mouse in his hand, he gently clicked on the background transaction records of the recent period of time. Good guy. Yesterday's buying and selling records from 9 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon has not been interrupted. Simply absolute. How about this? This is ironclad evidence, right? Lu Yu backtracked. If it wasn't for you bastard threatening me with that, I wouldn't be like this. Lufei was puzzled. How is this related to me? But before his words fell, he immediately thought of another possibility. So he looked at the other party with shocked eyes. Lu Yu, you can't tell me that all of that misappropriated money you. Lu Yu simply showed her cards directly. Otherwise, what do you think I took those millions to do? I'm in debt. If I don't think of a way to make money fast, I might be called to the door one day. Not only will I lose my job, but I won't even be able to guarantee my high quality of life. If that's the case, you might as well kill me. After hearing this, Luffy sort of reacquainted himself with Luyu all over again. Sure enough, it was an early consumption. Luffy was skeptical about this before. Luyu, a department manager with a monthly salary of more than 10,000. How does she spend money lavishly? Either the super VIP of this beauty salon or the platinum member of that luxury store. Even the rented house is also high-end apartments. A few thousand in January. Now it's all explained. The words have been said to this point. Luyu also does not mind showing more bottom. Her face changed to look at Lufei provocatively. Surname Lu, you give me a good listen. In a few days when this girl earn enough money to the company's millions of dollars are paid back, we'll have your good fruit to eat. Sensible, now bow your head and admit your fault. Maybe then I will be merciful to let you go. Nowadays, the economy is in the doldrums and layoffs are happening everywhere. Luyu was certain that the other party would not dare to resign easily. Don't look at this branch of the staff, wages are not high, but its head office is generous, and the system is perfect. So some of the provisions have been in accordance with the system of the head office down. Which is the most important point is that every month will be on time to the staff to pay 6 insurance and 3 gold. This kind of welfare, the general company cannot be found by lanterns. Coupled with the name of a subsidiary of a large listed company, it is also more gimmicky than the average company. If it is not compelled, few people will take the initiative to leave. This was also one of the reasons why Luyu had been so confident in his dislike. This employment is in short supply. Luyu had thought that Luffy would have a huge change of expression after hearing his words. No matter what, he would have to frown and change his attitude towards himself. But who would have thought that this guy would actually start to intensify his behavior? Not only were his eyes staring at her pretty face, his throat was gulping down saliva from time to time. That way, it seemed like he was going to turn into a hungry wolf and pounce on her in the next second. This situation could not help but make her heart tighten. No way. No way. This guy shouldn't be able to jump over the wall and press himself hard on the ground. Just as this thought of Luyu's had just risen, Luffy suddenly laughed. The sudden turn of events made her a bit confused. This guy, what exactly is he trying to do? It's getting more and more unintelligible. Unbeknownst to her, Lufei had just seen her being so confident and once again used his penetrating eyes on Luyu. This look amused him. Luyu, a grasshopper after the fall, can't bounce around for a few days. Although he didn't understand what this sentence meant for the time being, his intuition told him that it was most likely related to what the other party was doing. The first and foremost is this stock that the other party is currently throwing more than $3 million at. Yoa Health, 8.88 yuan, currently up 10%. Now closed orders 2 million lots, about 1.8 billion. That's right. This is the reason why Luyu was so confident in saying a large paragraph just now. He just looked at it. Luyu bought 3,700 lots at a cost price of $8. The net gain today is as much as $320,000. A daily collection of more than 300,000. A very scary number. Anyone who sees it is afraid that their confidence will burst, especially since this stock is popular at the moment, and there are over $1 billion lined up to buy it. As long as it's not a cutie, can think of at least 2 or 3 days of upward movement. With this calculation, Luyu still has at least $1 million to gain. In just an instant Luffy understood why she was so confident just now. He said that he could pay back the misappropriated public funds, but once he thought of the hints on the perspective eye, he felt that things shouldn't be that simple. So while Luyu was not paying attention, he once again silently used his penetrating eye, and this time the object he looked at was not a person, but the stock of Niuma Health. Chapter 32. Woman, you're too young. With a flash of blue light, the combination of words on the vision rearranged itself again. Niuma Health, hey, I'm going to bravely win today's diving championship. Diving champion? This is really interesting. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Luffy thought in his mind. In the stock market, the word diving often signified a bad start. The reason is simple. Diving is a sports behavior that requires a person to jump directly from a high place in order to complete. And once this thing appears on a certain stock, it means that it is going to fall from a high place. Whether it's a slow dive or a flying stream depends on the stock's prior movements. If the stock has not risen too much in the previous period, then congratulations, this dive will not be particularly serious. It is likely to rise back on the same day, because the inside of the profit plate is not a lot. We did not earn much money or even just a little loss. Meet the first thought of the diving heart is I want to return to the capital. Want to wait a few more days may also be able to rise back. But once this stock has experienced a big rise in the early days, and at this time the popularity is booming, then again to congratulate you, because you will see a rare time limit performance in the stock market, flying down 3,000 feet. The reason for this is also very understandable. Because of the impact of the previous big rise, inside maybe more than half are profit-taking disc. Everyone's pocket is 20 or even 30% of pure profit. Once you see some of the wind and grass, or the momentum is not right, the first thought in the brain is certainly to preserve the existing profit-oriented. At this moment it is easy to form a very cruel phenomenon. Stampede. In that case, everyone upholds the mentality of dead friends not dead poor road, will be a low price to sell stocks. The end result is that there are very few buyers and a lot of sellers, and the stock price will instantly drop to freezing point. Worst case scenario may even second stop. Meet the good luck of the stock and the main force will save the day. Bad luck inside the main force will even take the lead and run. The last is to beat the drum to pass the flower. Who take the last stick who is unlucky? In order to determine Lu Yu is now in which situation, Luffy also deliberately opened the Iwa health of the daily K-line. This does not look just a look he more gloating. In just a few days, this stock has more than doubled. From 4.2 all the way long red directly soared to today's 8.88. After such a long time of upward movement, you can imagine how much profit taking will be inside. Later if once the momentum is not right to start diving, will definitely produce a stampede effect. Thinking of this, Lufei looked at Lu Yu's eyes full of sympathy. Manager, while there is still a chance, enjoy this short happy time. There will be tears for you later, but just in time, I'll have even more of a chance to make a scene out of it. Thinking about Lu Yu's body, which was even hotter than Bai Jie's, and her proud character, Lufei felt a burst of heat in his heart, and there was an inexplicable throbbing in his belly. Looking at the expression on Lufei's face, Lu Yu felt a bit puzzled. What is the meaning of this asshole? Since just now has been measuring their newly purchased stocks, from time to time in the computer above the point drawing, then the line of sight again in their own and the stock shuttle back and forth. First, he cast a sympathetic look at himself in a strange way, and then he went even further. In his eyes, he was eating his own eyes. This guy is definitely thinking of something bad again. Thus, Lu Yu decided to take the initiative. Immediately, his complexion was austere, and he stared at Luffy with a wary expression on his face. I can warn you, look at the return. Once the impulse is too much but you have to go to the police station. Lufei smiled at his words. Manager, whether I will enter the bureau or not may not be possible, but you and I think there is a pretty big possibility. Lu Yu froze, somewhat uncertain. What do you mean? Will not want to take the embezzlement of public funds to blackmail me? I can warn you, I'm not afraid now. If you raise any more excessive demands, I will turn my face away on the spot. Although Lu Yu was certain that she would be able to pay back the company's money in a few days, but after weighing the pros and cons, she felt that it was still the most cost-effective to not tear her face off with Lufei. After all, she has a lofty ideal, and later thought of climbing to the top of the company to replace Su Qian, that stinking woman. An embezzlement of public funds if it is made known to everyone, even if it is after the fact by her risk uncovered, in the eyes of the headquarters leadership will leave a stain, will give her career has a great impact. This was something she could never accept. Looking at Lu Yu's face full of alertness, Lufei was instantly happy. This silly woman still doesn't know that she is about to be in big trouble. Thinking about what was going to happen later, his eyes zigzagged and decided to take advantage of the fire first. So after a moment of contemplation, Lufei intentionally said, Sheik Lu, do you believe that the Iwa health you bought will dive later? Lu Yu of course do not believe. Immediately retorted, jump your head. Even if you jump it will not jump. I don't know how to read stocks, but I recognize the numbers. People are clearly 1.8 billion buy orders there. Stop was sealed dead, and now even a sell plate are not. You tell me how to dive? Wow, I get it. You must be thinking that the only thing holding me is almost gone. So you want to use psychological attack to hit my self-confidence in order to achieve some kind of ulterior motive. I'm telling you, Luffy, there's no door. Seeing Lu Yu so confident, Luffy came to be interested, immediately provoking, little girl, since you're so confident, should we both bet on it? Lu Yu didn't hesitate. I'll bet on it. What's the bet? Lufei smiled lewdly. The bet is simple. At that time, the losing party will unconditionally fulfill the winning party's one request on the line. Lu Yu was confident and agreed without even thinking. Good, let's do it. But I'm warning you, don't back out if you lose at that time. Iwa Health's 2 million lots of sealed orders gave Lu Yu 1,000,000% confidence, so she didn't believe she would lose at all. In order to make her believe, Lufei's mouth crookedly issued a poisonous oath immediately. If I Lufei back out, the children I have with you in the future will have no assholes. Lu Yu let go of her heart at these words. A tiger's venom does not eat its children. Now this stinking man in front of her should not go back on his word. Wait, what this guy just said seems a bit off. What do you mean the child born with me has no asshole? This is not properly making fun of this girl. Asshole, I almost let him fool me. Lu Yu, who reacted immediately, looked up and glared at Luffy. Her eyes stared at the other party with a deadpan look. Her meaning was self-evident. If you still want to continue, just say it again for me. Luffy, on the other hand, forced a smile and spoke again. I swear, if I renege on the bet I made just now, I'll definitely give birth to children without an asshole in the future. Only after carefully listening to every word to confirm that it was correct, did Lu Yu put her heart down. This was followed by a turn of the diaphanous eyebrows, staring dead center at the real-time developments of Manhwa health in the screen. With close to 2 billion sealed orders, there shouldn't be anyone foolish enough to sell anymore. But who would have thought that as soon as this thought rose in her mind, a large sell order of 150,000 lots, that is, more than $10 million worth of sell orders was slammed out. Chapter 33, You're a bit fierce. Such a situation immediately caused Lu Yu's breath to stutter. Can't be? Was it really said by this crow's mouth next to her? Thinking of this, her originally calm heart immediately began to tense up. Don't ah. The happiness of the rest of her life was riding on this stock. If something bad really happened, Lu Yu felt that she could only spend the rest of her life in heavy debt repayment. If that's the case, she'd rather die. At this time, Lufei also saw the 150,000 lots of sell orders, so immediately began to verbally stimulate Lu Yu to, "Hey manager, see? I said Manhwa health would dive. It's not just starting. If you call me husband a few more times now and say hubby I was wrong, let me go, maybe once you're happy you won't ask for anything later." Seeing his small-mindedness, Lu Yu is instantly annoyed. "You bastard. I knew you didn't have good intentions. Want me to call you husband again? Dream on. Don't you get too happy too early. It's only 150,000 lots of sell orders. It's not even a fraction compared to the remaining nearly 2 million buy orders." Lufei sniffed and continued to point at the screen in a manner. "Lu chick, are you sure it's only 150,000 lots of sell orders? How come I saw it was 450,000 lots? Oh no, it's 500,000 lots now." Lu Yu sniffed and glared viciously at Lufei. "Nonsense. It's not. It must be your blurred eyes." But before she could finish her sentence, she was immediately shocked by the scene on the screen. Manhwa Health's closed orders were rapidly decreasing, and in a short while, the previous 2 million lots of closed orders had been reduced by nearly half, and there is a steady stream of sell orders in the sell column. Few have a few hundred dozens of hands, and even the big directly have a million or two directly smashed down. She looked at the few eyes of this effort, the closed single and less than 100,000 hands. Looking at the stop will not be able to keep. This time Lu Yu really anxious, chest mountains quickly undulating. The whole person is anxious to shiver. Mouth even began to mumble. Don't ah. Didn't everyone say it would keep going up? Why did it suddenly change again? I wouldn't have bought it if I had known. Please don't sell again. Sell again. Stop. The ceiling order will not be able to hold up. But the rise and fall of the stock in which is the voice can control. As time goes by, the selling order is getting more and more, amount is also getting bigger and bigger. Even if there are a lot of people in order to maintain the stop and continue to buy, but in the end it is a drop in the bucket. Along with a super large 300,000 lots of sellers thrown out, originally more than 2 million lots, nearly 2 billion of the stop seal completely collapsed, and the resulting chain reaction quickly fermented. A lot of profit taking in the stop broken the moment crazy out. Only a moment, the original 8.88 yuan of the stock price directly swooped down into $8, exactly the same as the cost that Lu Yu bought in. Seeing this, Lu Yu's entire body froze. It's over. It's really over. Her 300,000 daily earnings are gone. Her dream of continuous upward movement was also going to be dashed. As for using this fortune to fill the misappropriated public funds, it was absolutely impossible. A never-before-seen sense of suffocation suddenly surged into Lu Yu's heart. In just a moment, tears gushed out of her eyes like a spring. Just like that, Lu Yu cried. Soft sobbing sounds began to echo throughout the room, and became louder and louder. For a while, it made Lufei a bit embarrassed beyond measure. "No, manager, don't move and cry. If the colleagues in the department hear it, they'll think I'm doing something to you. It's easy for people to be tempted when a man and a woman are alone in the same room. I'd like to do that, but I can't take the blame for it before it's done. It's a big loss, okay?" Thinking of this, Lufei's heart crossed and intended to take advantage of the situation. Step forward and directly let Lu Yu, who was sitting on a chair and sobbing softly, lean in his arms, and uttered soft words to comfort up. "Manager, don't cry. I have in. It's still early. Maybe it will rise back later. Women are emotional animals. If you want to achieve a one-strike kill to take her, the best opportunity is to strike at the very fragile stage of the collapse of her psychological defenses. Let's say now." For Lufei's sudden behavior, Lu Yu did not resist, but instead her body tilted and took the initiative to lean towards her body. When she heard his soft comforting words, she looked up at him with tearful eyes, began to actively seek psychological solace. "Really, Lufei? You're saying it's going to go up and come back?" Of course it was false, Lufei replied at first in his mind, but on the surface he responded to Lu Yu with certainty. "Fool, I can still lie to you. Just now I said it would jump and it jumped. this will say that it will definitely go up as well. As the saying goes, a man is not bad and a woman does not love him. Sometimes women just love to hear lies, especially at the time when their feelings are most sensitive. You slightly coaxed, she will be twice as good to you. This is not Lufei's words just fell. Lu Yu red eyes rubbed vigorously on him, wiped away the tears and then re-looked at the screen in the Yihua health. In her mouth, she was even chanting, well, listen to you, you bastards. Crow's mouth has always been accurate. Coincidentally, this was the time when the buyer's forces of Yihua health stock were counterattacking. The stock, which had originally leaked 1,000 miles, instantly began to rebound like a rocket to the sky. Only a moment from $7.7 rose to $8.5. There is a momentum of restopping. Lu Yu was instantly excited at the sight and started cheering loudly. Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Just use this momentum to soar to the sky. Charge! 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 Buy all those sell orders for me. As Lu Yu became more and more exuberant, the screams became sharper and sharper, and Yihua Health's stock price began to grow all the way into the red. 10 seconds later, in the midst of its excited screams, an oversized 400,000 lot buy order blasted out, pushing Yihua Health's share price to the top in one fell swoop. The price returns to a halt at 8.88. The rate of increase is also back to 10%. Its stopping ceiling order is rapidly exceeding 1 million hands, with the momentum of the return of the king. Seeing this scene, Lu Yu can no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. A hug beside Luffy began to celebrate. Ha 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 ha, you're absolutely right. It went up again. It really went up again. Mua mua hubby, that's great. It's really great. You're so great. Wonderful. Under the great sorrow and joy, Lu Yu seemed to have completely released herself. Chapter 34, Office. With someone taking the initiative, Luffy was of course happy to be at ease. While Lu Yu was fooling around with his kung fu, he certainly couldn't be idle. As the saying goes, it's not polite to come and go, so he did what he had to do. The sudden movement startled Lu Yu, causing him to instantly wake up. Returning to her senses, looking at Luffy who was close at hand, she was instantly filled with blush. Dying. What did she just do in a moment of excitement? How so not reserved? Actually took the initiative to approach this guy. But the most let Lu Yu annoyed. Or Lufei, this bastard, actually take advantage of the fire. At this time shamelessly take advantage of himself. How can he be like this? Doesn't he know that men and women are not related? The most difficult thing for Lu Yu to accept is, she was wearing the same traditional professional attire today as usual. A black silk hip skirt, and then with the invariable small one white shirt. Without mentioning the other advantages of these pairings, the most obvious feature highlights a few words. The more she thought about it, the more Lu Yu felt that something was wrong. No way. She can't let this guy take advantage of her for nothing anymore. So Lu Yu forced herself to hold back the throbbing in her heart and started struggling. Bastard. Haven't you taken advantage of me enough? I can warn you not to move. The corner of Luffy's mouth rose slightly at the sight, silently enjoying himself in his heart. He, Luffy, wasn't a dumbass like Lu Xiaohui. Other people's girls were delivered to his door, and he was still shamelessly pretending to be a decent person. This kind of person was either incompetent or had a problem with his orientation. As long as you are a decent man, who can stand the temptation? Not to mention the likes of Lu Yu. Looking at the indignation on the other party's face, Lufei deliberately reminded in a serious manner. Manager, if you keep this up, don't blame me. While saying this, Lufei also started to pretend to be excited, with a face of pervert on top of his body, eyes full of unkindness looking towards Lu Yu. There is a big talk on the situation of hands. Such behavior immediately Lu Yu scared, quickly honest up. If she gets any more, she will have to do it to herself. Seeing this, Lufei nodded in satisfaction and started the second round of psychological offense. Manager, you're starting to be purely evil. If I remember correctly, it was you who made the first move just now. And, also, while I didn't react, Lu Yu definitely refused to admit it. I'm not. Don't you talk nonsense. The corner of Lufei's mouth lifts up idly. That's strange. Could these dozen marks on my face have been arched by a pig? Lu Yu subconsciously retorted. Who are you cursing, you asshole? You're the pig. But as soon as she exited her mouth, she realized that she had fallen into the other party's trap. This guy was actually trapping his own words. Thinking of this, she immediately looked up at the other party with wrathful eyes. But who would have thought that Lufei wasn't afraid in the slightest and looked directly at each other? For a moment, it made Lu Yu feel like she was being devoured. No way. If the stalemate continued at this time, she would definitely be the one to suffer the most. Thinking of this, Lu Yu decided to take the initiative to show her weakness by retreating. With a small red face, she stammered and opened her mouth. That Lufei, I admit that I was wrong just now. Can you let me go now? Of course Luffy wouldn't give in so easily. With a twist of his eyes, he intentionally smiled badly again. Manager, it's too late to admit your mistake now. Yo, unless you say husband, please let go. I will consider letting you go. Hearing this, Lu Yu was immediately infuriated. Bastard, you're giving an inch, believe it or not. I'll call someone right now. Luffy didn't care. Scream and scream. The more you scream the more excited I get. If I'm not mistaken, the soundproofing in this office should be first rate. Even if you do something excessive, no one will hear you. Lu Yu gulped nervously. Don't be impulsive. It's against the law for the woman to disagree now. Lufei gave her a disgusted look. No, manager. Aren't you a bit lustful? Every time I say something you think of that? You. Lu Yu was momentarily speechless. This is a lonely man and woman in a room together, and we are in this state. Plus what you just said. What else can I think? But one thing is for sure. This guy's strength is still big. It seems to be a good hand at farm work. The more he thought about it, the stranger Lu Yu's thoughts became. With that, the eyes that looked at someone started to look wrong. Luffy hadn't noticed this for the moment, or rather he didn't have time to pay attention. The reason was simple. He was cozily looking at the scenery at the moment. It was time to say no. Standing tall and seeing far. This saying was indeed true. It was just a bit dizzy. For a while, the two of them actually froze. Just like this as time passed, the inexplicable atmosphere spread in the small office. 20 minutes later, everything returned to calm. Lu Fei looked at Lu Yu with a smug expression. Shake Lu, how does it feel? Lu Yu glanced at him with dissatisfaction and said, asshole. Disgusting. Lu Fei got a little upset. Disgusting? What do you mean by that? You were the one who started it just now. Lu Yu was furious. Luffy, what do you mean? If it wasn't for you guy who just started. Lu Fei wouldn't let her rehash old scores and immediately interrupted. Ugh, hi manager. This is your fault. Things can be eaten carelessly, words can't be said carelessly. But I didn't do anything. You. Hearing this, Lu Yu was instantly annoyed. She was a bit unable to look at herself straight now. She actually did that kind of thing just now under some kind of demonic fascination. She was simply a bit ashamed to see others. Lu Fei didn't care about that much. He only felt that he was in a good mood and his body felt even more refreshed. After what happened just now, he had automatically counted the other party as half of his woman. Considering this, he decided to give the other party a hand. Chapter 35. Children. Looking at the pretty face in front of him with some red rhythms, Lu Fei opened his mouth in a rare and serious manner. Lu Yu, listen to my advice. While this is going on, Iwa health is still up. You sell the part you can. Otherwise, when it dives again, you'll regret it. The stock market in Xia follows the N+1 buying and selling principle. That means the stocks bought today can only be sold tomorrow. Just now, Lu Fei had read that 700 of the 700 lots of Iwa health stocks held by Lu Yu were bought yesterday. If all these stocks were to be dumped at the stop price of 8.88, Lu Yu can not only lock in a portion of his profits, but also minimize the losses that will be incurred if the Iwa health stock dives later on. He did some preliminary math. Lu Yu bought 3,700 lots of Iwa health at a cost of 2.96 million. As long as he dumps 1,700 lots now, he will quickly recoup more than 1.5 million. By that time, even if this Iwa health falls from the 8.88 yuan stop price to the 7.27 stop price, Lu Yu will not incur a loss today. But at this time Lu Yu has long been interested in the mind, which is Lu Fei can be moved by a few words. When heard Lu Fei want her to throw out their own money tree Iwa health, immediately like a cat fried hare. Surname Lu, I can warn you just now the two of us were just taking what we wanted. You don't want to use this opportunity to get close to me, or even to order me around. Right now Iwa health still has a 1.5 million lot block order. What exactly are your intentions in asking me to sell it at this time? Luffy laughed. I just don't want to see someone cry again. After all, you have my child in your belly. Don't you think so, manager? Lu Yu's face was filled with shame and anger. Bastard Lu Fei, what are you babbling about again? How could I possibly have your child? We don't even have that. Hearing this, Luffy's eyes narrowed and deliberately laughed. Which one is that again, manager? Why didn't I get it? Also, are you really sure you don't have one? If I remember correctly, at the very beginning someone was. Luffy intentionally didn't finish his sentence, leaving some space for the other party to recall on their own. You. Lu Yu was already almost confused with anger, and she couldn't stop shivering as she pointed her finger at Lu Fei. After so many encounters, she had sort of realized one thing. That was that no matter what, she couldn't say anything about this man in front of her. After all, the world is invincible when a person is shameless. Solely she also gave up struggling and directly turned her back to Lu Fei and pretended to be deaf. Looking at Lu Yu's posing appearance, Luffy smiled and didn't say anything. Since you're ignoring me, I have other ways to make you talk. So with a bright idea, he picked up the mouse and started operating on Lu Yu's stock account. The stock market in the summer country has a closing time. The general opening time in the morning is 9:30 to 11:30, and in the afternoon is 1 to 3 o'clock. At this time is at 11:29. From the morning market closure time is only a short 10 seconds. These times, enough time for him to execute the sell operation. But who would have thought that just when the final step was about to be completed, Lu Yu snatched the mouse at once. Not long after, looking at the sudden appearance of Luffy beside him, Li Yan was startled. Old Lu, why are you so godlike, even walking without a sound? Luffy didn't have the good sense to look at him. Li Yan, it's not that I'm talking about you. Can't you keep your eyes peeled when you're groping for fish? You'd be screwed if the manager came just now. Li Yan hemmed and hawed. I'm still afraid of the manager when you're here. Lufei didn't understand. What do you mean by that? Why did you relate me to the manager again? Li Yan revealed a look that all men know. Old Lu, you don't have to pretend. Tell me honestly, did you take down the manager? Lufei was a bit curious. What do you mean by that? Li Yan made a wink. Old Lu, don't you realize that you have a very fragrant smell on you? I've only smelled this kind of flavor on the manager. Lufei froze for a moment at his words, sniffed down his collar and sleeves, then looked at Li Yan in disbelief. Is it really that obvious? Li Yan couldn't hold his tongue. Ha ha, fake. I was just swindling you, kid. But now I do confirm that there's definitely a problem between you guy and the manager. Or a big problem. Luffy didn't bother to explain and directly kicked him with his foot, half threateningly saying, since you know it, rot it in your stomach, or else you'll have your fruit to eat. Li Yan saw the situation and quickly nodded his head. Don't worry, this matter my oldly absolutely rotten in the stomach. The words did not fall and the words turned. Alas and alas old road. Honestly explain you two in the end to which step. I have a good bottom. Lufei sniffed back. Want to know to ask yourself. Hearing this, Li Yan trembled and immediately looked toward the office with palpitations. Joking, letting him go to find that Demoness Lu Yu is no different from sending her to her death. Seeing that Luffy didn't want to disclose more information, Li Yan was also very sensible and didn't continue to ask more questions. Anyway, according to his relationship with Luffy, if the other party and Lu Yu really made things happen, it would definitely be favorable to himself. Thinking of this, he also no longer hesitated and directly took out a lottery ticket from his pocket and placed it in front of Lufei. Old Lu, this is the $100 lottery ticket you asked me to buy. A total of 50 bets. I felt it was a bit too wasteful to buy one number, so I played a few more sets of numbers according to the ones I used to buy. Don't be offended. Luffy was a bit surprised. Okay, Old Li, are you so fast? You bought the lottery tickets before you even got off work. Li Yan scratched his head. It's not thanks to you. Just now I kept dragging the manager in the office. I took advantage of the time to touch the fish and went downstairs to play a few groups. Thinking of the hint on Li Yan earlier, Lufei deliberately teased. Old Li, if this lottery ticket really wins, you wouldn't regret having to go back, right? Li Yan quickly shook his head. How can I? Saying that I bought it for you means it's yours. Not to mention the money is still paid by you. Besides, it's not like I didn't buy it myself. Luffy didn't say anything at that, but just smiled. He wanted to see what Li Yan's reaction would be if he really hit the jackpot at that time. After all, people's hearts were unpredictable. As long as the benefits were enough, brothers could turn against each other. If the other party is really so consistent, Luffy later developed also do not mind pulling him a few more. He then chatted with Li Yan for a few moments before ignoring him. After sitting on the workstation and stretching his body, he turned on the computer, and then casually downloaded a stock app and began to register. Since we all know that the perspective I can see through the stock information, of course he should be utilized. For other people, the stock market may be the same as the casino. If not careful, will lose all their money. But for him, the person with the penetrating eye was like a fish out of water. Perhaps one day, he would also make a name for himself as a stock god. Chapter 36. Not as good as just now. Just before the mealtime, Li Yan got up and greeted towards Lufei. Old Lu, go, eat. Lufei shook his head to signal the other party to go first. He drank a lot of milk in the office earlier, and this time he wasn't hungry yet. Seeing this, Li Yan didn't force himself, pulling aside a few colleagues who were still quite chatty and went down happily together. Not a moment's effort. The big department is left, only Lufei stayed in the workstation with a mouse point and clicked to see. From time to time frowning and nodding. Those who didn't know thought that he was working seriously, but in reality, as long as a little closer will find that this guy is actually just in the paid speculation. After more than half an hour of research, Luffy finally picked out a stock that was more suitable to buy. Southland Properties, current share price 3.96 yuan, up -10%, closed orders 2 million lots. That's right, it's the above stock that looks dead in the water. At this time is not only 3 consecutive days stopping state, and even stopping the price of nearly 800 million funds in the queue to sell. Open stock reviews inside is a whale, curses all over the sky, but it is such a stock that everyone spurns. In the Luffy vision on the tip is a sudden change in the picture. Southland land, hey, I'm going to quietly stop, and then stun everyone. If it wasn't for this pair of magical eye tips, even if someone said to Luffy in advance he wouldn't have believed it would happen. A stock that had been pressed and rubbed on the ground for several days in a row would have soared into the sky and gone straight to a halt within 2 hours of trading time in the afternoon. Originally, according to Luffy's thoughts, he wanted to seize the opportunity to find a few more similar stocks. After all, he wasn't as stupid as Lu Yu's who pressed her treasure all on one thing. In case something goes wrong, it would be too late to regret. But who wants to find stocks on the way to appear some things but let him surprised? With the increase of his use of perspective eyes to observe the stock, some strange phenomena also appeared. Let's say the stock of Summerland Bank in front of him. No matter how much Luffy used his eyes for perspective, the hints on his vision were always set in stone. Natsukuni Bank, hey, little man, no way to know my trend. I won't let you see it. At the very beginning when Luffy saw it he thought that he was blinking or that his eyes weren't staring hard enough, but with the subsequent experiments, he suddenly realized a pattern. That was that TNND all these stocks that were linked to the official Xia Kingdom would show a similar situation. Let's say a very insignificant small stock. Julie Group, what? You still want to see my little secret? Ask my big brother first. This big brother Luffy checked through the backstage, and it was none other than the Xia military. Finally, Luffy is not dead-hearted. Luffy feels that he can be patient. Directly to the Summer Country stock market disc use up perspective eye. Get the result is more let him laugh and cry. A stock market, roll. Labor will always go with the party. Okay, now Luffy finally understood what was going on. It turns out that all these stocks have the legendary party cheat protection. In such a situation, he simply extinguished the need to continue looking for stocks such as Southland Land. After all, every time he used his penetrating eye, he had to consume some physical strength. Although it wasn't much, once it accumulated, it would still be a bit debilitating. Just as he was stretching, the end of his 10 fingers seemed to have touched something extraordinary. Before he could react to the effort, a gnashing voice rang beside his ears. Luffy, don't you go too far. This is in a public place. Luffy turned around violently and realized that Lu Yu was standing behind him at some point. At the moment, she was looking at him with a face of shame and indignation, so he took the initiative to greet. Yo, what a coincidence, manager. Your face is so red. Are you uncomfortable? Lu Yu continued to gnash her teeth. Let go. Lufei realized afterward. Oops, I'm really sorry. I thought it was someone playing ball in the office. Lu Yu has already gotten used to the shameless look of his, but there is nothing she can do about it. She can only curse a few times in her mind to vent her anger. Anyway, it's not the first time she's seen this. She's used to it. Besides, although this guy is a bit shameless, his capital is quite sufficient. If he had a little more money, he wouldn't mind talking to him. After all, the spiritual experience was still very good, but that's all. As for marriage, that's another story. Although Lu Yu does not have much ambition, but still want to have a dream of luxury wife. Unless the dream woke up one day, he would consider finding an honest man to marry. Right now she is still young and her first focus is still to enjoy life. Lufei saw that Lu Yu had been silent and took the initiative to speak again. Manager, what have you been staring at my brother for? Could it be that the big one can't say no and wants to bully the little one? Lu Yu pretends not to hear, and only speaks towards Lufei. Have you eaten yet? Do you want to join us? Lufei felt that the sun had struck the west. This demon girl would actually take the initiative to ask him to eat. This is a typical weasel paying homage to a chicken. There must be something going on, so he immediately looked at her with vigilance. It's fine to ask for a meal, but don't make a move on me when the time comes. Lu Yu was laughed at by her. You're a big man and you're still afraid that I'll eat you? Lufei blurts out. Eating is not so much. I'm afraid you'll hold a small hostage. Lu Yu understands in a second and directly blanks Lufei for several times. This guy really can't stop talking about that. It's absolutely perfect. 10 minutes later, downstairs Starbucks. Looking at the few sorts of milk coffee and sandwiches in front of him, Luffy launched a whine in dissatisfaction. No, Lu chick. This is what you eat for lunch. Lu Yu bites into her sandwich and says nonchalantly. Yeah, or else how do you think I keep this figure? The corner of Lufei's mouth twitched, starting to be immodest again. You're not afraid that the two of them will be starved thin? Lu Yu still doesn't understand. Who are they? Lufei's line of sight shifted slightly. The meaning is self-evident. Lu Yu saw this and gave him a blank look. Can you people be more serious? Eat. And, I can tell you this is not an office. There are people around watching. Luffy then remembered that he was in a public place, so he subconsciously raised his head and glanced around. Sure enough, there were already several people casting their eyes this way from time to time, obviously listening to what they just said. Seeing this situation, Lufei simply became a shrunken turtle, burying his head in eating. Lu Yu looked at him in this manner and was instantly happy. Humph, bad guy. Finally, I've embarrassed you. Chapter 37. Help me. 20 minutes later. Lu Yu, who had eaten and drunk enough, finally remembered the business. Ugh, Lu Fei, how did you know that something would happen to Iwa Health? Lu Fei was unsure. Did something happen to Iwa Health? Lu Yu took out her cell phone and opened the news message interface, pointing out a message about Iwa Health that she had just seen to Lu Fei. Look, Iwa Health has been investigated by the Securities and Exchange Commission for making false accounts. Luffy was a bit surprised. Really? That's quite a coincidence. Then the conversation turned a bit conspiratorial. I also don't know who was dying before because I sold her 1700 lots of Iwa Health stock. At that time, she bit my arm black. While saying that, Luffy rolled up his sleeve to display a row of teeth marks. That's right, under Luffy's forced operation earlier, the 1,700 lots of sellable Iwa Health shares were eventually sold off. As for the consequences, it is also very significant. Comrade Lao Lu was honorably wounded. Lu Yu looked at the row of teeth marks a little embarrassed, began to play cute. I'm sorry, I did not mean to, although this will not yet open. But Lu Yu knows that as long as Iwa Health is investigated, the stock price will absolutely plummet in the afternoon. The reason is simple. Once this kind of listed company has a fundamental problem like financial fraud, it will definitely cause retail investors to sell off a lot. After all, we are not stupid. This time as long as the run slow will be buried in it. It is not good to eat 3 or 5 stops. Coupled with the Iwa Health pre-share price doubled, inside all the profit plate, the stampede will be more serious when the stop. There is a saying, what is it called? The best life of a woman. Previously, Luffy did not feel, but when he saw the always imperial-style manager Lu Yu, beeped, hands pulling his arm face begging for forgiveness, he admitted that he was a bit impulsive. There was a feeling of wanting to immediately charge into battle, but he immediately suppressed the fluttering in his heart. A woman like Lu Yu who didn't see a rabbit without a hawk must have a reason for doing so, so he deliberately said angrily, it's too late to apologize now, unless, Lu Yu immediately pursued, unless what? Lu Fei is nonchalant. Unless you strip dry and wash yourself and obediently wait for me in a good hotel room later, perhaps I will still forgive you. Otherwise whatever you want me to help you with next, I won't agree. This would be the Starbucks people are almost gone. Just 2 sales clerks left to have a chat at the bar. Luffy wouldn't have to worry too much. Surprisingly, even though Luffy said something so blatant this time, Lu Yu didn't get angry. Instead, there was a look of gravity in her eyes, as if she was considering whether or not to agree to him. Now Lu Fei was really a bit curious. What circumstances prompted this woman to make such a big change? He felt that just the Iwa Health thing shouldn't be enough. As expected, after a minute-long period of careful contemplation, Lu Yu seemed to have made some sort of determination. With a serious face, he looked at Luffy. Actually, it's not that I can't agree to what you just asked for, but you have to do me a favor. Luffy came to be interested. What kind of favor? Speak in detail. Lu Yu took a deep breath. Give me $5 million and I'll immediately agree to be your girlfriend. I will try my best to cooperate with whatever you want to do at that time. Lu Fei froze for a moment at his words. It's that simple? Lu Yu wanted to laugh a little, saying as if you can take it out. This is $5 million, not 50,500. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lu Fei, only to see him open Alipay with a disdainful face, dumping the brightly colored balance in front of Lu Yu's eyes. Isn't it just $5 million? I have it. Lu Yu was completely dumbfounded at the sight. Not I'll just make a joke to pave the way, so that I can prepare for the later things. How can you take money to hit people at the drop of a hat? But one thing is for sure, the way this stinky man looked just now seemed a bit handsome. Why didn't I realize it before? Moreover, if she really has this $5 million, she Lu Yu owes those money will not be able to pay it back. Thinking of this, Lu Yu's eyes towards Lu Fei were not right. Without thinking, she made a decision, her eyes dripping water, her voice whispering towards Lu Fei, husband help me, I want money, 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 money. To put in the past Lu Yu so active on their own, Lu Fei is afraid that it will not be happy to close his mouth. There is even a great probability of not being able to sleep for several days. As for the reason why well do not need vegetables, busy planting it. One more minute of rest is sorry to have such a hot girlfriend at home. But who called this is after he pulled out $5 million. This is worth playing with. It's not that I'm talking about you, manager. I used to think you were a person who was free from the lowly flavor. But who would have thought that you are exactly the same as those vulgar girls? They are all gold diggers. If you're like this, don't blame me for continuing to pinch. After thinking for a moment, he quietly took back the cell phone. Lu Yu saw the situation anxious. Not you bastard. In the past so tossed people as not to take advantage of me, so that I willingly call you husband? How come this I took the initiative and you are anxious? Is not playing cannot afford I can't. Lu Yu, can't be so reckless. Compared to earning $5 million in the stock market, she felt that seducing men was her strong point. After glancing around, she saw that no one was there. She quietly unbuttoned the second top button of her shirt. Don't you like to see it? I'll show you clearly. I'm going to be able to get both money and money. To say that before, in her eyes, Lufei was just a well-capitalized man who could barely get a date. Now it's different. With the addition of a $5 million balance, instantly countless auras deepened, transformed into a human high-quality male suitable to be her boyfriend. As for whether or not to subsequently marry him, naturally, it would depend on the financial strength behind it as well as its performance in certain aspects. For example, time. Looking at the gradually mesmerizing eyes on Lu Yu's face, Lufei felt the need to remind the other party, you can't charge in a public place. So he purposely coughed heavily a few times and said loudly in a fervent manner, Sister-in-law, we can't do this. We'll apologize to our dead big brother. These suddenly resounding words caused the Starbucks clerk who was chatting not far away to freeze. Holy cow, what's going on? There's a big ethical drama about to unfold. No, I must see. So he sniffed at the sound and looked over, only to see a dressed in standard black silk wrap skirt white blouse. A good figure of the big beautiful woman is bent over the top of the man in front of me with a straight hook. Chapter 38. Making a play. Lu Yu was now confused. Especially confused. What the hell? What is this stinky man up to again? This kind of words can be said nonsense. If it was filmed and posted on the internet, she would definitely become famous overnight. Nowadays, short videos are all the rage, and there are many people who like to watch the fun. Even if she had 3 mouths, she wouldn't be able to tell the truth. But in order to solve the debt problem as soon as possible, she couldn't get angry at the man in front of her. Fortunately, she was still a bit quick-witted, and her eyes twinkled as she thought of a way to get the best of both worlds. Oof, let's see how I can counteract you. So after brewing up her emotions, she grudgingly looked towards Lufei, deliberately biting her red lips and pleading in a low voice. Husband hated want to play the game home again. Well, how must hear our people will be shy. As the saying goes, as long as you're not embarrassed, it's others who are. In order to take the $5 million, she kind of went out on a limb today. This scene, immediately, the 2 young guys watching from the bar deliberately choked. Is there any law left? You 2 couples, intentionally spreading dog food in front of single people, right? But to say the most speechless still counts Lufei. No, manager, for the sake of this amount of money in my pocket, is it really necessary to go to such an extent? Hiss. If you think about it, it seems really possible. After all, it's $5 million. After all, many people can't earn this much money in their lifetime. Looking at Lu Yu's face with that never-ending expression, Lufei felt the need to find a place to have a good talk with her. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly noticed an express hotel across the street. The name was quite interesting. Why don't we go there? The more he thought about it, the more Lufei felt that it was feasible. After all, talking about things always needed some time, and this time is long. People will always be tired. Definitely need to rest. Seeing Lu Yu still keep staring at himself, Lufei slightly waved his hand to signal, and then whispered in the other party's ear. Not long after, Lu Yu took the initiative to take Lufei's arm and went out. This situation, but the store 2 single dog clerk looked dumbfounded. No, buddy, are you 2 couples so close? If I remember correctly, today is a weekday. An hour and a half later, Lu Yu looked at Lufei with a grudge. She felt that she had lost a lot of money. This asshole, the Parisian family said to tear it down, beautifully calling it a need for experience. Simply incomprehensible. However, when she thought of the $5 million that was about to arrive, Lu Yu felt that her payment was still worth it. After all, she is also regarded as a person with 2 gains. The man in front of her is still very satisfactory. It's just that it might be a bit of a hassle to go to work in the next few days. On the contrary, Lufei, this will be a bit tasteless. Only half leaning on the bed, holding the cell phone to have a ride without a ride to look at the Oriental Wealth app. It was just 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market trading time. From the end of the day, he has been staring at the Southland real estate stock. As for why he was staring so closely, the reason is simple. Just now, he invested all $5 million in his Alipay. He bought 600 lots of Southland real estate at a price of 3.96 yuan. Although he firmly believed that what he saw with his prospective eyes would never be wrong. But after all, it was a huge sum of nearly $5 million. So he had to witness it with his own eyes before he could rest assured. Lu Yu saw that he had been staring at his cell phone and didn't let go. She also curiously came over. Hubby, what are you looking at? Such a big beauty in front of you. Is it still not as attractive as a cell phone screen? After some in-depth exchanges, Lu Yu, this husband, is called more and more skillful. Paired with this fiery figure, the average youngster would probably surrender immediately. But these didn't work for Lufei, because right now he was just like a saint. seeing Lu Yu giving out benefits on her arm one after another. He even gave her an impatient look. Lu Yu was also very understanding, immediately and obediently stopped the cute and pampering action, and then stretched out her face to curiously look at Lufei's cell phone screen. Southland Properties. Stock price 3.96 yuan. Down 10%. Down. Stop blocking orders. 1.7 million hands? What is there to see in this kind of falling stock? Could it be that there is a situation? Thinking of this, Lu Yu did not hesitate to ask in a soft voice, "Husband, you have been looking at this stock to do what? Do you want to buy it?" Lu Fei blurts out, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I may not be able to give you the $5 million for the time being." Lu Yu froze for a moment, then widened his eyes. "What do you mean? Could it be that the $5 million has disappeared?" Lu Fei didn't hide it and directly told the other party the truth. "Disappearing is not so much. Just now my left eyelid suddenly kept jumping. I felt that there might be a big fortune to be made, so I poked a stock. You see, it's this Southland land." Lu Yu was stunned. "You're crazy. You dare to buy a stock that has been down for several days in a row. There's bound to be some big negative." She felt that she was likely to be fooled. Now not only the person to the other side, the money is also likely to get out of hand. If she wasn't careful, she would lose both her money and her family. Luffy didn't care what she thought, only smiled confidently. "The shortfall is just a small thing. I've always been accurate in my feelings. Maybe the check will go up later. Don't believe me? I said before that Iwa Health would dive, but you still don't believe me. It hasn't even reached the closing bell yet, and it's already diving in a straight line." As he was talking, Lu Fei pulled up the real-time dynamics of Iwa Health stock price for Lu Yu to see. As expected, the original 8.88 yuan stopping price and nearly 1.5 million hands of stopping block orders have long since disappeared. At this time the stock price has been struggling around 7.3 yuan, and may fall at any time. "See this?" Lu Yu immediately looked stagnant, about to blurt out the words of questioning also held in the middle of the road. The heart also became incredibly complex. Knowing that Iwa Health will fall due to financial fraud is one thing. Witnessing it is another. The most critical thing is, the guy in front of me had asserted that Iwa Health would definitely die before the news of financial fraud came out. It's almost as if he had precognitive powers. If this kind of ability can continue, will not he have the opportunity to hold the golden thigh? Thinking of this, Lu Yu suddenly fell into a tangle. Chapter 39. Enforcement of the family law. There were only two options for her now. The first one was simple and rough. Flip the script with the man in front of her right now, and then scold him. As for what happened just now, just consider it a dog bite. This choice was more risky. Subsequently, even if she wanted to get rid of the other party's entanglement, it would be exceptionally difficult, because as long as she didn't pay back the money that she had misappropriated from the company, she would definitely be pinched by the man in front of her. As for why she will be pinched, please, misappropriation of public funds, this matter can be big or small. Light is to turn a blind eye as long as the return on the whole is nothing happened. Heavy prosecution to the end of the court. See, even if you no longer how to recognize the wrong, to return the money or to go to jail for a few years. Unfortunately, Lu Yu is now one of the bosses and branch of the Su Qian situation with the fire. This thing, as long as it is stabbed to her, there will definitely be investigated to the end. Lu Yu feels that he is still very young, in the prime of youth. Do not want to go to squat now, every day morning and night, to live that kind of water days. So this choice was immediately passed off by her. The second choice is more straightforward. Lu Yu bravely took a gamble, believing that the man in front of her had a kind of magic, can continuously predict the direction of the stock. As long as this was true, the $5 million debt was simply a small kiss. However, Lu Yu was a bit reluctant to be held by the other party. After half a day of agonizing, she decided to struggle a little. It is also counted to give themselves an explanation. So glaring eyes, forked waist, looking at the man in front of her, deliberately huffing and puffing, half threatened. "Dead ghost, you actually dare to lie to me? Not afraid that I'll call the police to arrest you now?" Luffy let out a light laugh. "Yo, little goblin, capable of patience, still calling the police to arrest me? Then you tell me what reason will be used to make the police uncle detain me at that time? It won't be whoring, right?" Hearing this, Lu Yu immediately became unhappy. Blah, 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 blah. Whoring your ass. She was not stupid. Saying that the other party is whoring is not just calling herself a lady. She, Lu Yu, was not the kind of person who would sell her soul and body for a few $1,000s, at least a few $1 million. Well, preferably 5 million upwards. Anyway, there was no movement in this Southland real estate. So Luffy put down his cell phone and chatted with Lu Yu. Then, "Ms. Lu, why don't you tell me how you're going to make them arrest me?" Lu Yu put on her fighting stance and stared at Luffy with cock eyes. It took a while before she could hold back a reason that she thought she was winning. "I'll say at that time that you went against a woman's will and intended to rape me. How about that? Is this reason good enough? Lufei laughed so hard that he could barely hold it in. No, Lu Yu. Have you forgotten that the ID card for this room is yours? The person who went to the counter to open the room is also you. As well as the person who paid for it is also you. So how do you call this going against women's wishes? Lu Yu was furious at the words and started to squeeze her small fists. Lufei didn't care and continued to add up. Right, there's more. If I remember correctly, I drove a car in fully automatic mode. The whole time I didn't even step on the gas. Do you think it's strange? This time Lu Yu completely couldn't hold back and started waving her small fists to pound Luffy's chest. You bastard. It was definitely on purpose. I told you why you were just looking at the scenery at that time. So it was for this. Lu Yu's stamina hadn't recovered yet. Her fists were also soft. Hitting Lufei's body was like scratching an itch. Seeing this situation, Lufei was also too lazy to stop. Think of it as giving himself a massage. The most outrageous thing was to see the other party's strength getting smaller and smaller, but also and provocative. Hey Lu chick, are you tired? Do you want to take a break before you fight? Lu Yu gritted her teeth. Then no matter what, she bit up against the shoulder. In a flash, Luffy's wail resounded throughout the room. Holy, this is playing for real. It really hurts. Lu Yu began to gloat. Humph. Stinky man told you not to know what's good for you. Now you know my power. Lufei saw this and felt the need to enforce the family law, so his eyes turned to reveal a bad smile. Looking at the expression on Luffy's face, Lu Yu was immediately terrified. Hey, what are you doing? I have to go to work company later. Another 40 minutes later, the time came to 2:50 p.m. At this time, it was already approaching the stock market closing time. Luffy reopened the Oriental Wealth app the first time after executing the family law. Southland Properties. Stock price 3.96 yuan, up -10%. Down blocking orders 2 million lots? It's not right? How come? Looking at the same stock price as half an hour ago, Luffy fell into silence. It shouldn't be Now there are only a few short minutes before the stock closes. How is it that this, Southland Real Estate, doesn't even show the slightest sign of going up? Not only is the stock price still the same as before, 3.96 yuan, even the number of stop orders have not been reduced a little. What's even more outrageous is that there are 300,000 more hands than the previous 1.7 million hands. In this case, a little knowledge of stock knowledge people know. Tomorrow will definitely continue to fall. Fear is too late to avoid. How could anyone be stupid to rush in? And the truth is this. In the real-time dynamics of the Southland Real Estate, the buy order is almost always a few hands to buy, while the sell order is thousands of tens of thousands of hands to increase. Just this effort. The down stop blocking orders and more tens of thousands, pushing the 2.2 million hands mark. Seeing this, Luffy couldn't help but have a suspicion. Could it be that his perspective eyes were wrong? But immediately he dismissed this thought. Instead of believing that this pair of magical eyes of his had made a mistake, it would be better to suspect that when things go wrong, there must be a demon. In general, even if it is a continuous decline in the stock, in the close of the market when its closed orders will be greatly reduced, because it's almost time for the market to close. As long as it is lined up behind the sell order, this point and then Q has no meaning. Anyway, it has been impossible to sell out. It is better to withdraw in time to adjust the mood of the next day early to line up again. It is not possible to say that luck can be in front of the front to sell in time to stop loss. The more you think about it, the more Luffy realized that this possibility is greater. The reason is simple. Because of this effort, the Southland Real Estate closed orders suddenly increased to 2.6 million lots. This is obviously someone's willful action. Thinking about this, Lufei patted Lu Yu, who was lying on the side, with his hand. Is there still more than $1 million in your account that is not used? Lu Yu instantly turned around. Yes. What? Up? Luffy was a bit curious. What's wrong with you? How come you can't speak well anymore? Lu Yu instantly gave him a ghostly blank look. You, this guy, getting a bargain and still selling out. Lufei came to a sudden realization and immediately turned his words back to the topic just now. Sheik Lu, do you want to experience what it means to rush up to the clouds? Chapter 40. Can't squeeze in. Lu Yu kind of didn't get it. Rushing up to the clouds? What is that? Could it be? Lufei blankly glanced at her without any good sense of humor. Are you some kind of special fetish? How come everything you say can be linked to that? Lu Yu blushed. Still, it's not because of you. You're the one who came up with all the new and strange names. What? Is that something a normal person can think of? Luffy smiled brightly and took the initiative to start explaining. What I mean by rushing up to the clouds is when a stock rushes directly from down to up in one day. Now you should understand. Lu Yu instantly understands, then her cherry mouth slightly opens to reveal a look of disbelief. Hubby, do you mean to say that this stock of Southland land will complete the Earth Heaven board? Impossible. It's going to have almost 3 million stop orders, and the remaining trading time is less than 5 minutes. no matter how you think about it. It's impossible to realize something so heaven-defying. Lufei smiled confidently. Lu Xiao Niao Niao. This is something you don't understand. As the saying goes, when things go against the grain, there must be a demon. Have you ever seen any stock where the sealed orders continue to increase when the market is almost closed? Lu Yu shook her head, signaling that she hadn't seen it. Although she hadn't been speculating in stocks for a long time, it had been more than 2 months. These basic common sense still understood. The closer the market closes, the more calm the stock market will become. If you blindly buy again at this time, not only will there be no gain, but the stock price will easily be affected by after-hours news. In case of bad news, the next day it will simply open lower. This was clearly a disproportionate amount of gain and risk. Seeing that the other party understood, Lufei spoke in a rare tone of voice. If you believe me, take the more than $1 million in your account and punt this stock. Don't really skyboard it then and still blame me for not telling you in advance. Lu Yu sniffed and was in a dilemma. In her heart she was still unwilling to believe that such a thing could happen in just a few minutes, but denying Luffy to his face would cause a rift in their relationship. In that case, her previous efforts to enhance their relationship would not be in vain. Thinking about it, she could only use the ultimate female killing skill, spoiled and cute, so she moved down, her hands naturally tugging on Luffy's arm to start the show. Hubby, I feel as if this thing is. But who would have thought that she would be stopped by Luffy reaching out before she even got halfway through her sentence? To be honest, Lu Xiao Nui, this matter is all up to your own will. I won't force it. If it wasn't for the fact that you've been calling me your husband, I wouldn't bother to say more. After saying this, Lu Fei took a pillow and put it behind his back, then found a comfortable position and leaned on it. Hearing this, Lu Yu thought she was angry, immediately followed by leaning on her side, and then spoke in an aggravated manner. Husband, I didn't say I wasn't willing to do it. Don't be angry, okay? Women are natural movie queens, especially able to utilize their various advantages. Under Lu Yu's pouty and cute, Luffy did feel a lot better than he did just a moment ago, at least in Lu Yu's opinion. Previously, when she pulled the arm of the guy in front of her and kept giving out benefits, the other party was often indifferent. This time, the corners of his mouth began to rise slightly, obviously enjoying himself. Seeing this, Lu Yu heart steal joy, ready to continue to pinch up. So the eyes zip slip a turn to Lufei playful smile after the smooth trend is ready to lie in his arms. But who wants to just action? Luffy but suddenly sat up. In the eyes is to show the color of excitement. Such behavior immediately put Lu Yu scared. No way, no way. This only rested less than 10 minutes. This guy is not going to do that again? This demand is a little too big. If this continues, people will. Just as Lu Yu started to worry, she suddenly realized that Luffy's attention was not on himself at all. His eyes were even staring at the cell phone screen in front of him. It seemed that there was something more intriguing than her fiery petite body inside. Is it possible? In just an instant, Lu Yu thought of a certain possibility, so she quickly got up and leaned her head on Luffy's shoulder, and her line of sight moved to the cell phone screen in front of her, only to see the original is still a dead silence on the stock of Southland Real Estate. Suddenly rose a 90-degree vertical red arrow, at this time is unstoppable upward charge. The real-time dynamics of its transaction column. Tens of thousands of hands of hundreds of thousands of hands and even hundreds of thousands of hands of super large buy orders emerge one after another. Even with its corresponding sell orders all the time, it still can't stop it from advancing. Just a few moments, Southland Real Estate, shares from the stop of 3.96 yuan soared to 4.42 yuan, and as time passes, the momentum is still not reduced at all. There is a great momentum of skyrocketing. This situation immediately scared Lu Yu. God, this man was right. There really will be the earth and sky plate appear. Thinking about this, Lu Yu couldn't hold back any longer. She searched for her cell phone like crazy. No way. She has to seize this wave of opportunity, even if it's just to get on the last train. Looking at Lu Yu's fumbling appearance, Lu Fei wanted to laugh a little. Now you know you're in a hurry? What did you do earlier? 3 minutes later, the Daxia stock market closed. Looking at the Southland Real Estate, nearly horrifying 10 million lots. That is, nearly $5 billion worth of closed orders. Lu Fei is very indisputable. Gulp saliva. Goodness gracious, what's the big deal here? Can actually make these guys so crazy? Just 5 minutes. Use more than 8 billion funds. Hard to pull down this down for several days of garbage stocks up. Could it be that there is something significant happening? Thinking of this, Luffy unhurriedly clicked on the column of company news. Only one glance, he froze. Southland Real Estate, according to the official and reliable information from Xia, a large oil field has been discovered in a mine belonging to our company. The specific reserves are unknown. What the hell? It can still be played like this? Looking at this outrageous message, the corner of Luffy's mouth twitched as he felt a bit speechless. Oil fields found in mines, thank you for thinking of it. Anyway, Luffy didn't really believe it. but he didn't really care if it was real or not, as long as he could make money. If he did the math right, just a few minutes ago, his stock return directly exceeded 20%, according to 4,990,000 multiplied by 20%. His daily profit was now infinitely close to $1 million. While Luffy was happy that his daily earnings had exceeded $1 million again, a crying voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. "Hubby," I didn't squeeze in, turning back to look, only to see Luyu looking at him with red eyes in a pitiful manner, looking like she was begging for comfort. Chapter 41. Your goddess. Luffy laughed at the situation, deliberately saying in a bad mood, "If you can't squeeze in, just squeeze hard. It's the same as when I tried everything I could." Where does Luyu still not understand the ambiguity? This guy is clearly teasing her. So she snorted and deliberately played up her temper. "It's all your fault. You didn't urge people a bit more. This is at least a loss of nearly $300,000. Luffy sniffed, even more unable to hold back his words, and deliberately laughed badly. "Hundreds of thousands of what? I lose someone's billions of family property are given to you, you still want what bicycle?" Seeing that he is still teasing herself, Luyu's mouth is getting higher and higher, looking at Lufei full of aggression. I'm serious with you, can you comfort me a little bit? It is said that a petulant woman has the best life." It was true. Under Luyu's pretentiousness, Luffy suddenly felt, that's fine, he'll begrudgingly comfort him for a bit. Looking at the expression on Luffy's face, Luyu suddenly widened her eyes. "Ugh, that's not what I meant when I said comforting." 4 o'clock in the afternoon, high-tech mansion. Li Yen, who was touching the fish, was startled when he looked at Luyu, who limped back to the office. So he looked nervous and concerned. "Manager, are you alright? And how is this knee red?" Luyu sniffs and looks at him with an unkind look in his eyes, and then remembers someone sitting next to his workstation. It's the very culprit that caused himself to be like this. Immediately, his complexion flinched. "Li Yen, verbal insults to your boss during work hours. Dock your salary by 20. Also, your colleague Lufei had something to do this afternoon and couldn't come. His work is all yours to finish. If you don't finish it tonight, you won't be allowed to leave work." After saying that, Luyu didn't care whether the other party heard clearly or not, and limped back to the office holding the wall. Only Li Yen was left standing in the same place dumbfounded. Countless grass mud horses passed by in his heart. "No, manager, I just cared about you and casually asked why you were red. How is it that you are verbally insulted?" On the other side, high-tech garden neighborhood. As soon as Lufei went home, he received a cut greeting from his roommate Zhang Hao. "I lost old Lu. You're still alive, ah?" Lufei was unsure. "How do you talk? What do you mean I'm still alive?" Zhang Hao struggled to stare with small eyes. "Holy, you guys have been out of touch for almost 2 days. If it wasn't for the fact that laborers saw you post a friend circle last night, they almost called the police." Luffy was unimpressed. "As for that, it wasn't just one night that you didn't come back." Zhang Hao looked as if he was reacquainting himself with him. "Goodness gracious, old Lu, when did you learn from that Wang Jiao guy to stay out all night? Be honest, what did you do last night?" Lufei didn't hide it. "What else can I do? Girls." Zhang Hao's breathing suddenly tightened. "Really? Are you kidding me?" Lufei raised his sword brows. "Why don't you believe me? I can tell you, you're the only virgin among the three of us." Before his words fell, Lufei ripped off the clothes on his shoulders and neck and then raised his neck proudly. Fixed eyes to see the shoulders of the bronze-colored skin. There is a row of very clear teeth marks. A little closer look can be found on the outside. There is a faint lipstick marks. As long as a person could understand, this thing was definitely the work of some woman. Zhang Hao seems to feel the betrayal. His face shows the color of disbelief. "The old road. You kid actually secretly betrayed the revolution, saying goodbye to being single together. Why are you quietly looking for a woman? Quickly say, who is that woman?" Luffy smiled mysteriously. "If I say it's the landlord, do you believe me?" Zhang Hao froze for a moment at his words, and carefully sized up Luffy around him several more times. It was only after a while that he stifled a sentence. "Not that I'm talking about you, Lao Lu, but if you say it's the landlord's daughter, Bai Ling, I can believe you 3 times, but if it's about her? Sorry, Zhang Hao, don't believe a word of it." "Just kidding, Goddess Bai Jia could be our mom by her age, and with her decades of life experience. What little tits have she not seen before? If this can still look on you, kid, I'm afraid it's not the sun coming out of the west." Lufei shrugged. "What if they want to have a second child, and I happen to bump into them? Won't that make it so?" Zhang Hao immediately retorted. "Lao Lu, we can be more practical, not on the landlord's conditions, not to mention the other. The landlord's family has 7 or 8 houses, and it's a rich woman, so how can it look at a poor boy like you? Although this guy is quite a little handsome, but with those creamy little boy in front of the pressure is not comparable, so this matter is simply impossible." Luffy suddenly smiled evilly. "Then what if I use my specialty to conquer her?" Zhang Hao immediately stared wide-eyed. his face in disbelief. You mean? Lufei winked to signal that it's what you think. Boys sharing a room together sometimes weren't that easy, and it was common for them to come out of the shower and wander around the living room bare-chested and wearing pants. So Zhang Hao was aware of Luffy's strong capital. After getting Luffy's affirmation, Zhang Hao was like receiving a great blow. Not only did he look shocked, his body also involuntarily stepped back, and his mouth also began to mutter. Impossible, this is impossible, my goddess wouldn't be so shallow. Seeing this, how could Luffy not understand? Zhang Hao, the girl who was usually inconspicuous, was actually secretly in love with the landlord behind his back. Thinking of this, he felt that as a roommate it was necessary to save the other party. Otherwise, this guy is very likely to fall down. So after his eyes zigzagged, he immediately began to open his eyes and talk nonsense. Haha Hosey, I told you that you secretly have a crush on the landlord. Now I've tried it out. Zhang Hao hadn't slowed down yet. Old Lu, what do you mean by that again? Lu Fei patted his shoulder and smiled heatedly. What else could it mean? I said that what I just said was all made up, for the sake of testing whether your kid has a tendency towards fencing. Otherwise, if you don't go out and are afraid of women all day long, I'm worried that you won't be able to resist your loneliness that night and sneak into the bedroom to lay your hands on me. Hearing this, Zhang Hao seemed to instantly come back to life with full blood. Go go go, you get out of my way. My sexual orientation is normal. I can tell you things can eat nonsense, words cannot talk nonsense. You just said that words are scared me to death. I told you, how could my goddess be like that? Lu Fei began to squeeze his eyebrows. Yo yo yo, but also the goddess. See out Zhang Hao, you kid actually is this kind of person. Sneaking around and liking mature women. That's really stuffy. Zhang Hao does not deny. That is, you do not understand them well. Not only one like a big sister is gentle and considerate also, will also be very. As he spoke, Zhang Hao's voice became smaller and smaller, and his cheeks also became red with shame. Seeing this, Luffy couldn't help but understand that this guy had remembered some episodes from his hard disk again. However, what Zhang Hao said was not a big mistake. Bai Jia is good at everything, and makes people feel like a fish out of water. The only thing that was a little less than complimentary was that she didn't really like to stand on the windowsill and look at the scenery. Just as Luffy was thinking about how to unlock this package next time, Zhang Hao suddenly opened his mouth towards him. Chapter 42. The Other Side. Not right, old road. Your body teeth marks plus lipstick marks cannot be fake, so that you still have a woman. Lu Fei spread his hands. Originally as well. Or why I just said that you are a virgin among the 3 people we share a room with. Zhang Hao burst out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why does this sound so heartfelt? Honestly explain. In the end, which girl is so ungrateful? Buy you this pile of cow dung to lie down. Lu Fei smiled contemptuously. You might not believe me when I say it. It was that Lu Yu. Zhang Hao thought he heard wrong. His eyes widened. Old Lu? Are you sure you're not joking with me? He knew Lu Yu, who was the other party's immediate leader in the company. The two of them had been sharing a room for so long. Zhang Hao had not heard Lu Fei whining in front of him, and the source of all the conflicts mostly referred to this woman, Lu Yu. If this guy in front of him to take down in one fell swoop, Zhang Hao can really admire the 5 body to the ground. But this is not just a proof of the saying. The best way to resolve a conflict is to take care of its source. What he didn't expect was that Luffy actually started practicing it. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Seeing that he didn't believe him, Luffy made a gesture to flirt. How's this you don't understand? Ever heard the saying that as long as you are bold, the leader takes maternity leave? Zhang Hao sniffed and exited. I still only see my young mother at home. I don't see my old father in prison. Old Lu, nowadays it's a rule of law society. It's not that you can do whatever you want. Hearing this, Luffy almost didn't tense up. He meowed, this kid is really talented. He can even say this. You don't believe me, right? Then don't blame me for pretending. So he took out his cell phone and opened WeChat to start high-end operations. I can say ugly words in advance. When the time cannot blame brothers stimulate you the single dog. Zhang Hao did not think. I'm not paper mache. Can not stand. But who would have thought that before the words were finished, Zhang Hao's entire body froze. The reason was simple. Luffy opened an entire chat interface with Lu Yu and displayed it in front of him. Lu Yu, it's a fox hubby, is it safe to go home yet? Lu Fei, a big carrot aha. Lu Yu, is a fox hubby peoples but still a little pain. Poor. Lu Fei, a big carrot, drink more hot water. Lu Yu, a fox hubby, I want you to feed me. Luffy, a big carrot, get lost. Lu Yu, is a fox hate people do not want to roll into your arms it. Shy. So blunt and explicit plus licking dog style chat records, immediately made Zhang Hao taut. So what, Lao Lu, are you sure you're not hoodwinking me? How come this looks just like a sci-fi movie? Lu Fei laughed at this. How is it a sci-fi movie? What? You're used to seeing male lickers, so you won't allow female lickers? Zhang Hao was still skeptical. Impossible. Just such a flowery beauty. Why would she take the initiative to treat you like this? Fake. Absolutely fake. You kid must have opened WeChat size to get chat records to cheat me. Lu Fei had shown him a picture of Lu Yu before, so Zhang Hao knew what the other party looked like. Other not to mention, on that a pair of fascinating long legs can be called the absolute beauty. Not to mention that there is also in front of the body of the pair of proud in the world of double peaks plus points. Proper geek killer. To make him believe that this kind of beauty was taken down by his own brother would be even worse than killing him. Luffy didn't care about that much and continued to speak to himself. Yo, Hosey, you still don't believe me to be honest. Do you want me to send a message over right now to verify it? He said. There was no better moment in life than pretending to be a bully in front of an acquaintance. The taste was simply doubly soothing. Zhang Hao immediately replied. Okay, that's it. If this is true, I'll wash your stinky socks for a month. Lu Fei laughed dumbly and didn't say whether he would agree or not. Only editing on the chat bar without a trace. Lu Fei, little baby, send a real-time pretty picture over to master. This will only be more than 6 o'clock. According to Lu Yu's nature should still open the computer logging WeChat sitting in the office. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it in a few seconds. The next second, a string of information floated over. Lu Yu, too good la husband, you finally took the initiative to send me a message. Luffy, cut the crap. Hurry up. Lu Yu, wait a minute, I'll make a picture. Not a moment's effort. A tantalizingly beautiful photo appeared on Luffy's phone screen. Lu Yu in the photo is wearing a professional, biting her lower lip, and her eyes are full of the color of ecstasy. It could be called seductive. Seeing this, Lu Fei looked at Zhang Hao on the side with a smug face. How about it, Howsy? Now you believe it. Zhang Hao had already begun to doubt his life. No, on what grounds? How can you pick up such a goddess-level character and make her obey you? Luffy took it for granted. Ha, young man, you don't understand. If you have my specialty, you can do it too. Zhang Hao casually asked. What specialty? Luffy revealed a bad smile. Time specialty. Zhang Hao froze for a moment at his words, then looked at Luffy with eyes full of grudges. It was as if that look was saying, old Lu, you have changed. No longer the innocent virgin I used to know. Lu Fei didn't care about this. With a thought, he was ready to continue bragging, but he didn't expect a video call to come over at this moment. The initiator was none other than Lu Yu. Seeing this, Lu Fei's mouth twisted and deliberately snickered. Aya Howsy, can I trouble you to evade a little? My daughter-in-law gave me a video call. If you don't leave, don't blame me for not reminding you if you're stuffed with dog food by then. Zhang Hao no longer wanted to speak. After only giving Lu Fei an indignant look with those little eyes, he walked towards the bedroom without looking back. He meowed. This day can't be lived anymore. I'm going to go to the middle of the city village to find an ant to soothe my wounded little heart. 30 seconds later, Luffy found a quiet place and connected the voice call. Just as soon as he connected, Lu Yu's soft to somewhat whiny voice rang out. Hubby, why don't you pick up the video? Lu Fei casually perfunctory. Is taking a bath. Inconvenient. Lu Yu instantly makes a small nature. Humph, you're lying to me again. There's no sound of water on your side. Besides, we both know exactly what we look like. Is there a need to be so outgoing? Lu Fei did not think. Alas and alas, manager. Things can be eaten indiscriminately. Words cannot be said indiscriminately. Oh, our relationship is not to the point where we can chat naked. Lu Fei is not stupid. Naturally understand that the reason why Lu Yu will be like this is entirely in his ability to see through the stock trend, and thus can bring benefits for each other. That's why the attitude is so enthusiastic. If one day this trait disappeared, it is guaranteed that this will turn her face away from people. But for now, it will probably be sticking to herself. As expected, the next second Lu Yu rounded herself up. Hate if you want to do that through the video. You can just say it. I'm not unhappy about it. Luffy, 6. Lu Yu is surprisingly excited. Whoa. Hubby, are you confessing to me? I'm so happy. Lu Fei was dumbfounded. Why didn't I know? Lu Yu blurted out. Hey, because 6 equals 5 plus 2 plus 0 dash 1 plus 3 plus 1 dash 4. His Chinese meaning is, you love me, want to be with me for a lifetime. See, I'm not wrong. Hubby, you're so annoying, I'm not even mentally prepared yet. You're already confessing. Luffy sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard that. Holy, this woman is as terrifying as this? Chapter 43, I can do whatever you want. Lu Yu doesn't care what Lu Fei thinks. He only wants to bring the two of them as close as possible. Then as soon as possible from the other side of the mouth to know the next is, Southland Real Estate, General will soar stock. Seeing that Lu Fei didn't make a sound, he immediately took the initiative to heat up the scene again. Husband, you do not speak is not the default. Lu Fei couldn't hold his tongue. No, Lu Yu, why didn't I realize before that you have the potential to be a licking dog? Lu Yu does not get angry when she hears this, and responds with a smile. As long as my husband likes it, it's not impossible. Lu Fei was dumbfounded. Just when he didn't know how to reply, The WeChat ding-dong message sounded again. Looking down, it was a photo. Inside was none other than Luyu. Only to see her licking her red lips with an affectionate face looking ahead. Seemingly looking at someone. Without even thinking about it, this someone must be referring to Lufei on this end of the voice. As expected, in the next second Luyu's slightly lassoed voice resounded again. Hee hubby, do you like this? Hearing this, Lufei only felt goosebumps fall all over his body. It seems he had underestimated the charm of money, or how far certain women could take the initiative in front of it. Alas, it's true that desire makes people constantly fall. Reason told him that it was all a lie, but the strong hormones in his body thought otherwise, and only felt that it was good to enjoy it silently. And that's what men should be good for. So Lufei started to follow his instincts and almost subconsciously replied, "It's not bad." Luyu immediately felt happy in her heart. It's good that hubby likes it. In fact, people can still shoot a lot of this kind of yo. Only, Lufei knew that the main event of the matter was coming, so he went along with the words and took over. Only what? Luyu started to figure it out. It's just that I don't have any stockings to wear right now, and I'm freezing and shivering, so I can't shoot it. If you can you tell me that stock will go up tomorrow? That way I can earn some pocket money to buy myself a Parisienne to keep me warm. Lufei was a bit speechless at that. The centralized air conditioning in the office is on 24 hours a day. It would be a hell if it can freeze you. It's true. After all, this woman is still money-oriented, so he immediately refused. No, said also did not wait for the other party to reply. Immediately hung up the voice chat. Such behavior could scare Luyu on the other end. Thinking he was angry, she hurriedly sent a message. Hubby, I just casually mentioned it, don't be angry. People actually still have inventory. Maybe there's something you like in there. Pictures. Looking at the long black silk legs and the very large and white yuzu inside, Lufei felt that he still couldn't be such a slag. After all, people fishing guys know that they have to make a nest beforehand. They have to put some bait in this raising a fish pond anymore. After thinking for a moment, he edited a paragraph and sent it over. Lufei, the day will come. You first sell the Ihua health stock tomorrow. The rest wait for my news. Luyu seconds back. Good husband O, greater than over equal to V less than over equal to O. I will obediently wait for you to spoil. Cute. Looking at the message in front of him, Lufei felt like a lifetime ago. Who would have thought that the demon girl manager who disliked him all day would actually become his poem, even doing everything to please herself, and all because he had these magical eyes. Just as Lufei was lying on his bed and slowly closing his eyes in preparation for a moment of emotion, a bellowing voice suddenly came from the living room and almost didn't scare him. Lufei moved at the sound. As soon as he arrived in the living room, he saw Zhang Hao sitting in front of the computer pounding his chest, seemingly unusually distraught. So he immediately asked after him, "How's-y? What's wrong with you? Even hearing me and a woman making phone kanji isn't so bad, right?" Seeing him appear, Zhang Hao sighed deeply. "Old Lu, it's not what you think. It's TMD this outfit. It really pisses me off. Damn it. I'm not willing. It's obviously that close. The wealth of the heavens is coming to my head." Lufei was a bit confused at his words, so he moved to the other party and asked curiously, "What equipment is it that can actually make you a fantasy brush so angry?" Zhang Hao didn't say anything, only pointing his finger at the computer and signaling Lufei to look at it himself. Lufei didn't say much, and his line of sight shifted to the front of the screen. On it was still the familiar Fantasy Westward Journey computerized version, with 6 numbers hanging neatly on a row of pages. One was his, and the remaining 5 were the other parties. Only on one of the pages, where the mouse arrow was pointing to a belt full of dominance, stood out. Granite Dragon Phoenix Belt, Level 150, Special Effect Fury. Looking at the text above, Lufei froze for a moment. Then, he sympathetically glanced at Zhang Hao beside him. Although he hadn't played the game Fantasy Westward Journey for a long time, he still remembered some basic things. Among them, HWO had one point that he remembered very well. That is, this game's rage and anger, 2 words in the belt. This equipment represents the value of the difference between heaven and earth. Specifically how much difference feel already don't quite remember, but he vaguely remembered as if the selling price will be more than 10 times, because the scarcity was just too different. However, out of curiosity, Lufei still casually asked, how much is a level 150 rage band worth now? Zhang Hao was probably autistic, and only silently stretched out a finger after hearing his words. Lufei understood. 10,000? Zhang Hao gently shook his head. Lufei guessed again. 100,000? Zhang Hao nodded and shook his head again. Lufei instantly understood that it was to the point of at least 100,000. Thinking of this, he suddenly zipped his eyes and deliberately snickered. Although this rage isn't as good as anger, no matter what, it has to be worth 10 or 20,000. Did you go as far as that just now? Zhang Hao sniffed and drifted a sentence. God TM 20, 000 or 20, 000. This thing is now a few thousand dumped out. There are people who dislike it. Belongs to the kind of food tasteless and discarded. Luffy almost did not tense up, can only sympathize with the look to his own best friend. Come on, the wealth of the sky is really gone. Oh no, this time, even the riches were gone. Just when he was about to speak out to comfort the other party, the doorbell outside the house suddenly rang. Seeing this situation, he could only put his roommate aside first and go over to see who it was. But who would have thought that just as soon as he opened the door, he saw a big beauty standing at the door. After seeing him behind the door, he immediately stared angrily. Lufei fixed his eyes to see, actually is the landlord's daughter Bai Ling. Chapter 44, White Spirit suddenly panicked. Looking at the white spirit who was staring viciously at him, Luffy suddenly felt a little bad. A ridiculous thought very much sprang up in his heart. This wouldn't be here to ask for trouble, right? However, since he was here, Luffy, wasn't a vegetarian, so he wasn't panicked at all in his heart. After all, he even won as a mom, so he wasn't afraid of his daughter. Even if they are all together, Luffy is confident that he can suppress them with both hands. Thinking of this, Luffy's chest and abdomen suddenly rose up a different kind of burning feeling. Ahem, calm down, comrade Xiaolu, you can't eat this kind of rice. It's not in line with mainstream values. Bai Ling was slightly shorter than Lufei by a head, so at the moment she was tilting her head back to stare at him. Naturally, certain subtle expressions on the other party's face could also be detected. The moment some evil thoughts rose up in her heart, she seemed to have sensed it out of instinct. Immediately, her eyes flicked to reveal a look of disgust, and her mouth was very unforgiving. Stinking man, disgusting, nasty, for s sake. Luffy didn't hear it at all, then even more pretended not to know asked, so late knocking on the door, what is the matter? Bai Ling looked away and seemed to be a bit ashamed. You know what you've done in your own heart, why do you have to knowingly ask? Lufei directly played dumb. Oops, Sister Xiaoling, this thing can be eaten indiscriminately but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Lufei, swear to God, I have never done anything against my conscience. Bai Ling got even angrier at this and yelled, are you a bastard who's going to deny it? Scum! Luffy saw this and hurriedly covered her mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You are afraid that other people can't hear you anymore. I'm not the one who will lose out if it gets publicized at that time. Bai Ling thought he was going to make a move on her, so she struggled hard. Let go of me. Lufei, are you even a man? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? My mom. But before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly realized that the man in front of her was madly winking at her. Just as Bai Ling was still a bit uncertain, Zhang Hao's voice suddenly sounded from the back. Old Lu, did something happen? Why do I hear the sound of a quarrel? Lu Fei had just turned around to explain that Zhang Hao didn't need to come out. It was just a little friction. However, he suddenly realized that this guy had come behind him at some point. For a moment, six eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze. From Zhang Hao's perspective, at this moment, Luffy had one hand on Bai Ling's shoulder, and one hand was covering towards her mouth, seemingly preventing her from saying something. At this moment, Bai Ling's hair was a bit messy, her face was agitated, her eyes were red, and she looked as if she had met a bad person. In this situation, at this moment, it was hard not to let Zhang Hao, the first brother, have certain associations. This guy immediately burst foul mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old road. You kid actually, maybe he was too excited. For a while he couldn't even speak well, only repeating. This gave Luffy time to react. He didn't care about Bai Ling who was standing in the doorway, and only wrapped his arm around the shocked Zhang Hao and dragged him towards the house. While walking, he also wanted to brainwash this guy, because he didn't know what this girl had just heard. So he tentatively asked, Hao Zi, do you think we are good brothers? Zhang Hao hurriedly nodded his head, only to look at Luffy with eyes filled with incredulity. It's really true that one knows a person's face but not his heart. This seemingly honest roommate of his actually had his foot in two boats behind his back, and one of them was actually Bai Ling, the daughter of his goddess. Thinking of this he deliberately lowered his voice and questioned, Old Lu, how can you bastard be like this? Having a girlfriend and still laying hands on the landlord's daughter. How angry would the landlord be if he knew about this? When Lu Fei saw him like this, he immediately understood in his heart. He thought that Zhang Hao should not have heard the part about Bai Jie, so he started to spend money to eliminate the disaster. Haozi, I don't want to talk too much. $1,000 you can pretend that you didn't see anything just now. Do you think it's okay? Zhang Hao wide-eyed, incredulous. Old road, you asshole really want to be the Sea King? No, I have to tell Bai Ling, or I won't be able to live with my conscience. Luffy continued to raise the price. $1,500. Hearing this Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment before showing a determined look. No way, that's the daughter of the goddess of my heart, you have to raise the price. Lu Fei didn't hesitate. A price of $2,000. or else we can't be brothers. Zhang Hao's breathing suddenly tightened when he heard this, and after looking back at Bai Ling, who was still standing in the doorway, he resolutely made up his mind. Good deal, but you brats have to transfer the money now, otherwise I'm afraid you'll back out. Hearing this, Lu Fei did not dawdle, and sharply transferred $2,000 on WeChat. A minute later, in the quiet hallway, looking at Bai Ling in front of him, Lu Fei said in a serious manner, "Do you know that almost Auntie is losing her reputation? If not for my wit, I'm afraid that every few days my affair with her will be rumored in the wind. I'm a young man in his 20s, I don't mind these things, I don't want to rent a room in a different place, I'll just pat my ass and leave. But if I remember correctly, you two are the original residents of this neighborhood. How will you meet your neighbors? To put it bluntly, those old ladies who have nothing better to do at that time will definitely spread rumors that Auntie can't bear the loneliness to seduce youngsters everywhere. What do you think you two should do then?" Bai Ling was momentarily startled when she saw him say something so serious. "I'm sorry, it was only in the heat of the moment." Luffy immediately turned the tables. "Forget it, it's lucky that it's my roommate this time, we're still on good terms, he promised to keep my secret." Bai Ling breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. If my mom found out about this, she'd probably scold me to death." Luffy was a bit surprised. "Huh? Auntie is not at home? Did something happen to her?" Bai Ling sniffed and gave him a blank look. "Yo, you know how to care about people now? Where did you go in the beginning? Simply a scum." Looking at Bai Ling's lightspeed face change, Luffy was speechless for a while. The contrast between this girl's before and after was a bit too big. However, regarding the handling of Bai Jia's matter, Luffy realized that he was still a bit shortchanged. The confusion of fooling around for more than a day, finished what did not care on their own ran to the company. This proper scum behavior. So see the white spirit, so he did not refute. But the good attitude is naturally no more. After all, no matter how to say, he is also considered the other side of a certain degree of elders. So the momentum of a change in the body of a body, deliberately stride forward a step. Face impatience said, "I ask you what she in the end how? You don't understand, do you?" Luffy's sudden assertiveness immediately startled Bai Ling. She then remembered that the other party was an adult male who was almost 8 feet tall and in his prime. This was also in a darkened hallway, so if he really wanted to do something to her, she was afraid that there would be nowhere to escape. Chapter 45. My mom seems to be in love. Thinking of this, Bai Ling subconsciously worried. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva is even more face-to-face tension to look at Lu Fei. "I can warn you, you are still young, don't do some impulsive things, or you will regret for the rest of your life." Luffy is not sure. "What are you talking about? I just want to ask what happened to your mom." Before the words left his mouth, "I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional." Luffy took another step forward. Now Bai Ling was completely tense, thinking he was going to do it. So in Luffy's dumbfounded eyes, he ran away in a puff of smoke. This situation caused Luffy to be confused. "No, sister. I just ask your mom's situation, is it necessary to be like this?" However, Luffy didn't bother to look into this. Since he couldn't ask his daughter, he could only ask her mom himself. So he took out the cell phone in his pocket and started to flip up Bai Jia's WeChat. Don't look at her age of early 40s, but the age of the heart can be smallet, so the use of WeChat avatar is also very kawaii. This is not a moment's effort. The net name of a small baby cartoon avatar into the Lu Fei eyes. Yes, this person is Bai Jia. After clicking on the message editing column, Luffy did not even think about it and blurted it out. "Luffy, little baby, are you at home? I worked hard for you a few days ago. I bought some cherries today, so if you're at home later, I'll send them over to make up for you." After sending it, he didn't care about anything else, yawned and went home. As for whether or not this Yin Tao said it, it would depend on whether or not the other party returned the message. 2 days ago ate so many peoples, it is time to return some back. There's a saying in the country of Xia that says that it's not polite to come and not go. Luffy thought deeply. On the other side, Bai Jia was humming a little tune as she leisurely plopped down on the sofa and watched a TV series, but suddenly saw her daughter Bai Ling, panicked, ran back, thought what happened, then asked curiously, "What's the matter, little Linger? Looks like she's in shock?" Bai Ling saw his own mother this cozy little look, then angry, so immediately shouted, "Mom, I'm being bullied, are you going to help me or not?" Bai Jia sniffed and froze for a moment, a little unclear. How was she bullied again for good reason? And it didn't look like there was anything wrong with it. However, out of love and care for her daughter, she still deliberately said viciously, "Who dares to bully my daughter? I'll kill him." After saying this, she used her arm to support her body and made a gesture to get up. But who would have thought that before reaching the halfway point? But the pain was so painful that Zira shouted, "Oh yo daughter, quickly come and help your mom. My waist and buttocks seem to be in a bit of pain." Seeing this situation, Bai Ling became more and more angry, because she knew the reason for this scene, so also did not care about the mom Bai Jia's call. only exasperated sitting on the sofa without saying a word. This time it was Bai Jia's turn to get nervous. Daughter of this Look is really being bullied So raised his head and asked with a grave face, Xiao Ling, what happened? You can't scare me. Bai Ling saw this and sighed deeply, said in a bad mood, it's not the one surnamed Lu, just now actually wanted to put me in the hallway that. Look at the person you chose. Now the original form is revealed. Bai Jia sniffed with a puzzled face. You can't be talking about Lu Fei, right? It shouldn't be. From what I know he doesn't seem like that kind of person. Could there be some kind of misunderstanding in the middle? Hearing this, Bai Ling couldn't care less about anything else, and immediately questioned, Mom, it's not that I'm talking about you. You don't know what you're talking about. Also, how many times have you dealt with him and how do you know what he is? Bai Jia's pretty face reddened. The number of times I've dealt with him is not many, but there are quite a few deep conversations. Anyway, I think that besides being a bit impulsive, he shouldn't do anything excessive. Besides, you're still my daughter. This rabbit doesn't even eat grass from the nest when it's in a hurry, let alone a human being. Bai Ling's eyes widened in disbelief as she sniffed. She hadn't realized until now that her mom actually wasn't on her side, and had been speaking towards that man. Could it be that her mom was really possessed, and now that she had a man and forgot about her daughter, her elbow started to turn outwards? Thinking about this, she began to be completely unsettled, saying goodbye to the father and leaving the son. Don't let the time come. There is no return. That would be a big joke. The thing that scared her the most was that most of the family's property was in her mom's name. Just as Bai Ling was barely calming down and preparing to talk to her old mother, the cell phone on the sofa suddenly rang. The two fixed their eyes and saw that it was a message from Lu Fei. Seeing this situation, Bai Jia was a little embarrassed and opened her mouth towards her daughter. So what, little spirit, the message you also saw? I'm a bit leggy. Why don't you go open the door for Uncle Lu later? Hearing these words, Bai Ling only felt a blackness before her eyes. It's over. My mom seems to be falling in love. At the same time, Zhang Hao looked at Lu Fei, who came back so quickly, a bit surprised. No, old Lu. You're done so quickly? Lu Fei shrugged. Yeah, or else how long did you think it would take? Women, just casually coax them. Zhang Hao froze for a moment, only realizing that this sounded a bit familiar. It took him a long time to remember. Wasn't this the mantra of his other roommate, Wang Jiao, who had been staying out all night for a long time? Come on, now another playboy was born. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. How nice it would be if he could be like this one day. But then Zhang Hao thought of his gynophobia, and a faint sadness came over him. If this disease could not be cured, he was afraid that he would end up alone in this life. Looking at the expression on his best friend's face, Luffy felt that it was time to change the topic, so the conversation turned to the game. That what, how Z? I see that you have good luck this time. Do you want to try weapon appraisal again? Zhang Hao froze at the words, a bit unsure. Old Lu, what do you mean? Lu Fei made a gesture and patted him on the shoulder. You kid just didn't hack me 2,000 yuan. What's wrong with this? Forget about it. I can tell you, either you spend it now, or don't blame me for taking it away. If you want to hack my money, you'll have to pay for it. Hearing this, Zhang Hao instantly became indignant. I knew your money wasn't easy to come by. It's not even warmed up yet and you're already thinking about it. I can tell you, this is what I earned with my skills. You can't even think of taking it. While saying that, Zhang Hao opened the recharge page of Fantasy Westward Journey, and brushed to recharge all these money with point coupons. Then he bought 160 weapons to appraise them under Luffy's strong suggestion. Chapter 46. Hey, more of that will make your eyes glaze over. Old Lu, you kid is really ruthless. Looking at the two level 160 unidentified weapons in front of him, Zhang Hao couldn't stop his flesh from hurting. This kind of high-level weapon appraisal is something that belongs to the Fantasy Westward Journey, where only high-end tycoons can play with, or dare to play with. Why do you say so? Because this thing is exciting and burn money. Let's say in Zhang Hao's account these two 160 level unidentified giant sword. Don't look at this small. Nima $1,000 a it. On a normal person's salary of $4,000 to $5,000 a month. Who would be willing to play with this thing? The most outrageous thing is as long as he will use then mouse so slightly harder. Guess what? Hey, this $1,000 will go down the drain. Isn't that amazing? Of course, this is only a probable event. There are still some lucky people who are so lucky, it is possible to successfully identify some valuable things. From then on to the pinnacle of life, living a life of lying flat. But the probability is not much higher than winning the lottery. Some people even suspect that those who only need a couple of hand can be out of the super artifacts of the person is the Fantasy Westward Journey this game official looking for the dog trust. The reason is very simple. There are too many tycoons who invested hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars in this kind of weapon appraisal in order to get a divine weapon. But the results often end in failure. Other people Big Brother take money to smash cannot get the thing. You this why small handle little out this is not ATO is what. So when Luffy half forced half threatened to buy these two 160 level unidentified weapons, Zhang Hao was very depressed. Looking at his friend's grumbling look, Luffy laughed and said, not a housey, anyway, this money is for nothing. To this? Zhang Hao was a bit indignant. What came for nothing? Obviously I earned it with my skills. You're giving me hush money to keep your feet in two boats. I think you're deliberately taking revenge. You can't see me making a fortune. Luffy hurriedly stopped. Alas, we had an agreement. The Bai Ling matter is over. You even received the money, but don't go back on your word. Besides, I let you buy these two unidentified weapons for your own good. Don't treat my good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Zhang Hao froze for a moment and pointed his finger at his head. What do you mean by that, old Lu? Letting me spend money down the drain and still saying it's for my own good? Lufei blurted out. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that we have a good relationship, I wouldn't bother to say more. If you don't believe me, appraise these two weapons. Zhang Hao was shocked. Hey, old Lu, don't scare me. You mean these two level 160 unappraised weapons will produce something? Luffy smiled confidently. Listen to me. This is called a man's intuition. Zhang Hao shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Can you still open the eyes of heaven? Open heaven's eye? Looking at the text prompts on the vision in front of him, Luffy deliberately joked. How do I know if I don't try it? Maybe it's really open. In fact, he had just swept a few things from the game booth out of chance, and didn't expect to really get something out of it. Out of kindness, he let his roommate Zhang Hao buy two of them. How to say it? Lufei has always been clear in his love and hate. As long as it was someone closer to him, he never minded giving a hand when he could. Zhang Hao was still a bit hesitant. Old Lu, it's not that I don't trust you, but... Lufei couldn't look on and immediately interrupted him. Then he said a bit impatiently, no housey, why are you a big man being so motherly? I can tell you if you continue to be like this I can do it myself. The big deal is that if we lose money, it's on me, but if I make a profit, you won't get a penny. His roommate was good at everything, but sometimes he hesitated to make certain decisions, which didn't hurt at all. Lufei remembers the most outrageous time or happened when they were in college. At that time, it was popular for men and women dormitories to engage in sorority. Once they met a dormitory of very interesting girls, hobbies are more unique. One of them are clearly expressed on the guy has a good feeling. The initiative to add his WeChat. The kid is still hesitant for fear of others just a whim. As a result, he operated some gas that girl stomped her feet, turned around and ran to find another and his long big difference between the boys went. A few days later, the two announced in a high profile together. In this situation, angry Zhang Hao slapped himself hard a few times. He cursed himself for not being a man and deserved to be single. This matter had been rumored in their small circle for a while. Seeing Lufei said so, Zhang Hao also no longer hesitate, and immediately made up his mind to be so bold. This $2,000 is anyway a fortune for nothing, even if the loss is not much heartache. The big deal is to find an excuse to let Lufei this kid invited him to dinner, and then ruthlessly slaughter him on the line. After making a decision in his mind, Zhang Hao also stopped grumbling. Hand control the mousebox a few times on the two unidentified weapons is a point, with the flash of two blue lights. How? What achievements did not come out? The words above the two weapons were even more bare. Not even a blue word representing a special skill or special effect. Seeing this, Zhang Hao's heart immediately went cold. It's over. This $2,000 is afraid that it will be a waste of money. Why does he think so? The reason is very simple. In this game, no matter what the identification of weapons and equipment, as long as there is no blue letter above, that will not be worth a few dollars, or that is simply scrap iron, placed in the stall. Even look at the people are not. When Zhang Hao was about to turn his head towards Luffy who was beside him, he found that the other party had been frowning and staring at the weapon on the screen, so he was a bit puzzled. What's wrong, old Lu? Is something wrong? It's just two decomposed goods. What else is there to see? I've already told you that you can't touch this weapon appraisal thing, but you still insisted that I do it. Well now, the chicken has flown the coop. Another $2,000 down the drain. I'm telling you, if you don't treat me to a good meal, it's not over. The words are not finished. Zhang Hao even think of where to go. He heard that there was a new Hai Di Lao restaurant in the neighborhood, and the waitresses inside were not bad looking, so he kind of wanted to go and take a look. Although he was afraid of women, it didn't prevent him from having a pair of eyes to appreciate beautiful scenery. There is an old saying that says, you can see from afar, but you can't play, and Zhang Hao thought it made sense. Just as Zhang Hao was getting hungrier and hungrier, Luffy's words pulled his thoughts back. Asterisk. Cozy, do you see that the damage of this weapon is a bit off? Zhang Hao took a look at his words and immediately froze. Could it be that his eyes were blurry from that much? Where was this damage out of place? It was simply outrageous. Chapter 47. I have 2 big white rabbits. Dragon tackling sword. Level 160. Damage 666 points. Hit 666 points? Holy, it can still be like this? Looking at the weapon's attributes in the screen, Zhang Hao immediately exploded. There was nothing to it. This thing was just too damn outrageous. The damage attribute range of a fantasy westward journey level 160 weapon was 490 to 667. And this girl was so close to being full. Most coincidentally, this sword's hit amount is also 666. These 3 values. Simply mind-boggling. If it is not seen with his own eyes, he thought it was those who play self-service Big Brother in the mess. After all, he hadn't seen anything so coincidental happen after so many years of playing. Looking at the excited expression on Zhang Hao's face, Luffy deliberately joked. Hey comrade Zhang Hao, calm down a bit. This saliva is about to flow out. Those who don't know would think you're watching a movie. Zhang Hao sniffed and threw an eyebrow towards Lufei, shamelessly said, sisters which have this thing gluttonous this is the silver for nothing If I could, I'd rather trade the 100T hard disk in my computer for 100 of these weapons. Then I would be able to live the rest of my life without worrying about food and clothing. After hearing this, Luffy was a bit puzzled. Why do you need 100 of them? Isn't this thing worth a lot of money? Zhang Hao blurted out without even thinking. It's worth money. Why isn't it worth money? Although this weapon isn't particularly expensive, as long as it's handled properly, it can be sold for about $30,000, which is a lot of money. Only $30,000. After hearing Zhang Hao's words, Luffy was immediately a bit disappointed. Since the daily income of $5 million from gambling, and a few minutes after the casual harvest of millions of dollars from stock speculation, this amount of money is really a little bit unattractive to him. That's right, Luffy is a little inflated. However, in order to be mindful of his friend's emotions, he still put on a happy face. Zhang Hao was in the heat of the moment, so naturally he didn't notice his change. Instead, he excitedly pounded Lufei's chest, said with a wink, I say old Lu, why is your kid so powerful? A single bite can ship. Simply divine. Lufei laughed at the situation and looked at him half-jokingly. I can see through my eyes. Do you believe it? Zhang Hao immediately denied. Do not joke, old road. You think you are the main character of the novel You can still see through. I'd say you're definitely on a lucky streak lately, and you're in the middle of it. That's why it works so well. Luffy didn't say anything this time and only smiled. Sometimes it was like this. No one believed you when you told the truth. After all, the matter of eyes being able to see through was still too magical in the real world. Zhang Hao didn't care what he thought, and took it upon himself to start distributing the proceeds. Old Lu, it's thanks to you that I was able to identify this thing this time. That's why I figured out that no matter how much this weapon is sold for, we'll both share the proceeds. Do you think it's okay? Luffy just wanted to decline, but was immediately interrupted by Zhang Hao. Old Lu, if you don't accept this money, you're not treating your brother as one of us. Seeing Zhang Hao's serious demeanor, Lufei didn't say anything else after all. For a bullseye like him, once a decision is made on something, it's hard to change it. Luffy had known the other party for so long, and this was still very clear. On the contrary, Zhang Hao, looking at the expression on his best friend's face, knew that the other party had agreed. So with a wave of his hand, he opened his mouth towards Lufei. Hai Di Lao goes up the old way. All of tonight's consumption will be paid for by me, Mr. Zhang. After saying that, he began to pack up the things on the table. Look at the situation, is ready to leave immediately. But who would have thought that at this time Lufei opened his mouth? Alas and alas, Wei Haozi, there is no hurry to eat Hai Di Lao. I still have important things to do. Zhang Hao froze at his words and looked at him in confusion. What is it, old Lu? I didn't hear you say anything before? Luffy smiled evilly, his head nudging towards the game page in the screen. Didn't you say that I'm lucky? Want to try again? Zhang Hao was startled to hear this and hurriedly spoke out to stop him. Don't, brother Lu. I'm just saying this casually. You can't take it seriously. This high-end weapon appraisal can cost $1,000 a time, and it's almost as good as gambling. Don't get addicted to it. Luffy didn't care. It's fine. There's a saying that a little gambling is good for the soul, so I'm just playing to try my luck. Besides, didn't you just say that the weapon would sell for at least $30,000? If I share half of it with you, that's $15,000. I'll just take it as a dream to earn money and spend it in a dream. But the big deal is that it's a basket of water that's empty, so there's nothing to lose. The words did not fall. Luffy sat on his butt in front of the computer and picked up the mouse to start picking and choosing. Zhang Hao saw this a little want to say, although he felt that Luffy said a little sense, but always feels strange. Seems to have something wrong. The money is not even in the pocket. How to consume in advance. 10 minutes later, looking at Luffy who had been picking and choosing from the screen, Zhang Hao finally couldn't help but open his mouth. I say, old Lu, what the hell are you doing? Saying goodbye to identifying weapons. How have you been looking at people's games on the weapon stalls? You're just looking at it, but you're also not buying a single item. Put aside to the dog easy to send money at? Fantasy Westward Journey is an online pay game. Each account every online hour game company to charge 80 cents. So Zhang Hao said so. In response, Lufei only waved his hand to indicate that there was no hurry. He also wants to be fast, but there is no way this game planning probability is too pitiful. He picked so long before slowly found a phenomenon. That is, this high-end weapon identification general people really cannot touch. This thing is purely a means for the game company to pit money. From the very beginning to now, he used the perspective eye to see no less than 1,160 level weapons. The result is all without exception not much good goods. Most of them were just like the weapon in front of him. Just a bunch of garbage codes. Dragon Tackle level 160 unidentified weapon. Hey, don't look at me so expensive. But it's actually a money-losing item. Whoever buys it suffers. This was the situation that made Luffy give up on the idea of earning money from the game Fantasy Westward Journey. Until he stumbled upon a player while strolling through the stalls. He suddenly saw a bright spot in his eyes. I have 2 big white rabbits. This woman today Huang possessed. Let her help to build 10 weapons may have a windfall. Seeing this situation, Luffy no longer hesitates to instantly private message up. Luffy, Miss Online? Is it convenient to do me a favor? I have 2 big white rabbits. Lufei straight to the point, 50 ocean a hand. Can help me to build a few 160 weapons? I have 2 big white rabbits. What do you mean? Luffy continued to explain. I believe in destiny, and I feel especially destined to be with you. And my intuition tells me that as long as the 160 weapons that pass through your hands will definitely have a special harvest. I have 2 big white rabbits. You wanna pick up a girl, you can just say it. There's no need to be so troublesome. Luffy smiled contemptuously. If you don't believe me, I can transfer the money first. I have 2 big white rabbits. Luffy didn't hesitate. 80 Dayang a handful. I have 2 big white rabbits. Luffy continued to take the pinch. 100 Yang a hand. Micro signal to me now, transfer money. I have 2 big white rabbit. LWY 233. This situation can put aside the Zhang Hao look dumbfounded. The heart is more straight. Not brother. Said good to engage in weapon identification at how you began to pick up girls. Chapter 48. The big white rabbit is a student girl? Lufei still didn't know that his own brother had been stunned and dumbfounded, and still carried on with his own actions. After picking up his cell phone and opening WeChat, he searched according to the micro signal sent by the other party. Soon, a WeChat name with a rabbit avatar on top of its head came into his eyes. Well, that's right. This girl's WeChat name was exactly the same as the one in the game. It was still called I have 2 big white rabbits. Seeing this, Luffy was a bit speechless. No sister. In the end, how much you like big white rabbit? How to get what all called this? Just when Luffy did not understand a little, he suddenly had a flash of light and thought clearly up. This, big white rabbit seems, can also not only represent the rabbit, right? If this is really the case, then it would be a bit interesting. This sister seems to have quite strong capital. Why else would she be flaunting it around? Thinking about this, Luffy couldn't help but get curious. Later, the other party through his WeChat. How can he also go to the other party's circle of friends to turn around? Otherwise all can't write this name. Looking at Lufei's occasional piggy look, Zhang Hao could no longer sit still. Hands propped up on the desktop to stick his head in front of Luffy and questioned. Old road, what the hell are you doing? What about the promised weapon appraisal? Why did you start picking up girls while you were doing it? I'm warning you, you'll get into trouble if you have your foot in 3 boats. Be careful of becoming Brother Makoto's second. Hearing this, Luffy was a bit unhappy. What do you mean by Ito Makoto's second? Luffy is so do not know how to retreat person, so he immediately said in a bad mood. How's if we can't talk, then say less. What do you mean by Makoto's second? Aren't you cursing me to death? Besides, I'm in the middle of getting a weapon appraisal. Why is it related to picking up girls again? Zhang Hao blurted out. Old Lu, although I'm a bit slow, I'm not stupid. Just tell me, this get weapon appraisal on weapon appraisal. There is a need to look at a girl passing by to shamelessly add people WeChat? Also 100 oceans to help you build a 160 level unidentified equipment. I think it is afraid that the girl does not agree with you to add WeChat on the money is right. We don't spend money like this. Lufei is not angry, only a mysterious smile. How's this you do not understand it? Have you ever heard of a folk saying called borrowing luck? Borrowing luck? Zhang Hao shook his head indicating that he didn't understand. He grew up in the city and had never heard of such a strange word. Taking advantage of the fact that the I have 2 big white rabbits hadn't yet passed through WeChat, Luffy began to explain in a single glance. The so-called borrowed luck is actually quite understandable. Is that one day you meet a person feel that he is very lucky? Almost do anything can be successful, and you do your own work but often fail. At this time you may be able to open your brain, find a way or think of a way to make this lucky person involved in this matter. maybe immediately all the way to the wind. Of course, I'm just a little more moderate. Some hearts are more ruthless will be directly through some means to take away other people's luck, used to add to their own body. This kind of person is often vicious. In order to achieve the goal of unscrupulous means the general public still do not contact the good. Hearing Luffy's words, Zhang Hao immediately understood. Old Lu, what you mean is, you feel that this sister is very lucky, so you want to use her luck to help you appraise something good? Lu Fei nodded, indicating that this was the case. Zhang Hao was a bit dumbfounded, only feeling that it was unthinkable, so he immediately retorted, no way, I still don't quite believe it. I always feel that it's a bit too mystical. I still think that your kid is bull ting from the beginning to the end. The purpose is to cover up that ugly face of wanting to pick up a girl to be the Sea King. Luffy didn't get angry at the situation and only smiled, because the other party was half right. He was indeed bull ting, but the purpose was not to pick up a girl. Instead, it was to use it to cover up certain profiteering due to the enchantment of these magical eyes. After all, although Xiao was a society based on the rule of law, certain concepts of the people of the country had always been deeply rooted. One of them was the fear of gods and Buddhas, and certain things that extended from them. The term borrowed luck just happened to be among them. Coincidentally, the cell phone that Luffy had placed on the table this time also happened to light up. Looking down, it was his WeChat friend request that had been approved. As soon as he opened it, he quickly received a brief and concise message from the other party. I have 2 big white rabbits, speed transfer money, or seconds to delete. Yo, quite a personality. Seeing this situation, Luffy also do not grumble. Click on the transfer interface, nimbly transferred $1,000 in the past. This scene can be put aside. Zhang Hao looked dumbfounded. To see the wood is gone, can only quietly in the side to say a sentence? Old road. People say turn you are not afraid of people after receiving money to delete you in seconds? Lu Fei didn't think so. Pointing to this I have 2 big white rabbits friend circle and said, how Z? You're being a bit narrow-minded to gauge the heart of a gentleman. The other girl is a senior student of a nearby institution, Lake University, which can be so low quality. Besides, if this world is polluted even by this group of college students whose eyes are full of stupidity and clarity, and who are naive, then it's really screwed up. Hearing Luffy say this, Zhang Hao immediately nodded in agreement. He had also gone to college and naturally knew how naive and pure he was during his college career. This was not the case when the duo's words had just fallen, and the ding-dong sound representing the arrival of a new message sounded once again. I have 2 big white rabbits. Count on your watch. But I'll say the ugly words up front. Haha. I play fantasy mainly for casual banter with friends. A lot of other things I don't know much about, so don't blame me if I get it wrong then. Luffy was concise. No problem. Directly on the number. Half an hour later, after some busy work, 10 newly released Fantasy 160 level unidentified weapons were officially placed in front of Luffy. As for that I have 2 big white rabbits, after helping Luffy get done seems to have something urgent, hurriedly off the game. But what is a bit surprising is that somehow, this girl even told Lu Fei her name before she got off the game. Lu Wanin, a name that sounds very Jiangnan style. Lu Fei only smiled slightly at this, saying that it was all to be expected. This more than $10,000 have been spent. The girl initiative point is not normal? Of course, he is not a licking dog. As a matter of fact, what he transferred to Lu Wanin was just that $1,000 for the errand fee, and the rest was spent on this weapon building. Seeing everything ready, Lu Fei also no longer hesitates. To the screen of the 10 unidentified weapons is a box a click. This pass operation down. He himself is not much feeling. On the contrary, standing behind him Zhang Hao's heart raised in his throat. The reason is very simple. This is more than $10,000. If not out of something can be all down the drain. Even if it's not his, it still hurts to look at it. It was enough for him to go to Platinum Han and spend dozens of times to chat with his big sister. Just as Zhang Hao was getting more and more nervous, a series of blue achievement point prompts on the screen blinded him. Chapter 49. Your wife is online. Looking at the achievement prompt that had jumped for more than 10 seconds, Zhang Hao could no longer hold his breath. As soon as he snatched the mouse from Luffy's hand, he started to view it impatiently. At the same time, his mouth became filled with the words of a tiger and a wolf. Asterisk you big man. This asterisk is opening a hanged bar. Labor previously engaged in so many times appraisal have not been out of what achievements. You kid cannot stop? Ding lay. I asterisk you ancestors board. Do not bring so different treatment. If this is not good, Zhang Hao's name will be written backwards from now on. Asterisk. Looking at his friend who had already started babbling, Luffy couldn't stand it anymore and reached out to pat his shoulder. Calm down Haozi. These are just small scenes. Hearing this, Zhang Hao's emotions gradually relaxed. However, His originally white face had long since turned red, his eyes staring at the game interface in the screen, and his body couldn't stop shivering. Just clicking a mouse to read a weapon attribute phrase are not sharp. Obviously, this guy is still in a hyperactive state. Seeing this situation, Luffy once again opened his mouth. So what, how's he? Why don't you let me do it? Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll die suddenly. Zhang Hao twisted his head and glanced at him, hesitating for a moment or handing over control of the mouse. Excited as he was, after slowing down he still felt that he couldn't deprive Luffy of his right to open a blind box, no matter what. These things were still someone else's, but even so, 4 of the 10 appraised level 160 weapons had been unveiled to him. Although they didn't have any blue words, they were all high damage and high hit weapons without exception. Although their value wasn't as high as the one he had produced earlier, they were all fine $10,000 items without exception. In other words, in this time, Luffy had easily earned more than $30,000. This is the speed of earning money. It's easier than picking up money on the ground. What made Zhang Hao most alarmed was that there were no blue phrases until now, which meant that 9 times out of 10, the 6 weapons in the back would have them. Once both high attributes and useful blue phrases appeared on a certain weapon, the value would rapidly soar. Thinking about this, Zhang Hao's heart grew more and more nervous, and his huge body shook more and more. On the contrary, Luffy himself, who was at the center of the incident, was much more calm. For one thing, he had been rich before, so he didn't care too much about this small amount of money. Secondly, after the enhancement of the penetrating eye, he had already had some anticipation in his mind, so the expectation was not that high. The reason why he had gone to such lengths to get this batch of weapons appraised was more to provide himself with more emotional value. Zhang Hao was a bit tense when he saw that he seemed to still be in a daze, and grasped at straws to urge him on. Old road? Old road? Do what? Hurry up and do it. You kid, front foot also smacked me slow. Holler on back foot, but again grumbling on. Hurry up and be quick. I'm still waiting to brag about it in the group of trainers. Looking at his friend's anxious look, Luffy said in a bad mood. Alright, it's starting now. After saying this, he also stopped grumbling and started to check the attribute values of the weapons behind him. The 5th, still a high damage weapon. Zhang Hao was already numb. The 6th, still a high damage weapon, but this time the hit was very low, and it was estimated to be worth a few $1,000s. However, this time, Zhang Hao wasn't numb anymore. Instead, he became more and more nervous, because he knew that there was definitely a big shipment behind him. As expected, although the 7th weapon did not have high damage, a blue phrase, "Never Wear Out," appeared. Because of Fantasy Westward Journey's unique mechanism of equipment that would be damaged if used too much, it made many weapons skyrocket in value once they were tainted with this item. With just one glance, Zhang Hao burst beside the value of this weapon. I threw Lao Lu. This girl has come out with a big shipment. This sword is worth at least $50,000. You kid is really a god tonight. Lufei sniffed with a calm face and only smiled faintly. It was only $50,000. He didn't care about it. Continue. The line of sight quickly came to the 8th weapon. Its words just appeared, causing the 2 in front of the screen to light up. There was no other. This time, it was actually a high damage weapon with 3 blue phrases. This kind of chance was simply 1 in a million on the game Fantasy Westward Journey. Even as soon as it appeared, there would be a unique achievement tip called against all odds 3 blue words. It was evident from this name. Just when the duo thought that there would be something overwhelmingly good appearing, a few words on the word list made it a bit bracing. Sturdy, extinction, precious. One of the 3 most wasteful words in Fantasy Westward Journey. Having them on the weapon was no different than not having them at all. Seeing this situation, Zhang Hao immediately exploded. Nima! I knew that dog Ding Lei didn't have any good intentions, and as a result, he made this whole thing disgusting. Luffy saw the situation. The corner of his mouth twitched, in line with the principle of out of sight, out of mind. Quickly point to the next weapon. But who would like, this time spare Luffy or a little want to curse, because this anticlimactic 3 blue characters appeared again. Only it was still so disgusting. Sturdy, precious, reparable. 3 words that were even more disgusting than the last time. It was nothing. Such behavior. So that the sight of the melon-eating Zhang Hao cannot help but snicker up. Now Lao Lu, this borrowed luck of yours seems to be a bit weak afterward. This weapon phrase is getting more and more skewed. Nope. It should be called getting more and more evil. Luffy saw this and also got serious. Deliberately disdainful. This is not yet the grand finale. What's the hurry, Ahosi? Maybe the last weapon will be a big one. Zhang Hao was immediately happy. Lao Lu, we still need to know how to be content. Although the 9 weapons in front of you don't have any super artifacts, you've earned more than $100,000, coupled with the back of the 2 against the sky 3 blue characters. If you ship again, I Zhang Hao immediately give you a show upside down pull. Zhang Hao words have not finished, was self to force back. As for the reason, it is also very simple. because Luffy unveiled the mystery of the last weapon. Deicide. Level 160. Damage 630. Hit 660. Strength plus 30. Special effect simple plus never wear out. Looking at this divine weapon in front of him, Zhang Hao was surprisingly speechless for a moment. Right now, there was even only one thought in his mind, and that was that this Luffy kid was going to get rich, although he didn't know exactly how much this level 160 deicide was worth. But with his many years of experience, its market price would definitely not be less than 200,000 RMB. It might even double again if it was properly operated. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao immediately stared at his best friend with wide eyes. In the next second, he didn't hesitate to slide on his knees and hug his thighs, looking at Luffy with a flattering look on his face, and then said shamelessly, "Brother Lu, please support." Such behavior immediately scared Lu Fei a jump. Then, he even looked at his own friend with a face of disgust, and spat out only one word in his mouth: "Get lost." At the same time, the other side, a dormitory in Lake University. Not long after getting off the game, I have two big white rabbits, also known as Lu Wanyin, pulled her own best friend who came back in a hurry and began to talk in whispers. Chapter 50. He was craving your body. Su Yao just went back to the dormitory as has not yet sat hot, was pulled to the side of his own girlfriend Lu Wanyin, so immediately a face of puzzlement to look at each other. Alas Lu Wanyin, you want to do what So secretive. It can't be an itch there, right? Lu Wanyin knocked off the salty pig hand in the air and said in a bad mood, "People are planning to talk about business, don't move your hands." Looking at the serious look on her best friend's face, Su Yan knew that the other party was really met with something, and also put away the small mind of fooling around, but out of the playfulness or if it has something to tease. What Lu big beautiful girl? What else could be difficult for the flower of our English department? Lu Wanyin sniffed and pouted, looking at her own best friend. Stop it. Sister Su Yao, what English department's flower? It's just those boys fooling around. I've met a strange thing today. Can you give me some advice first? Su Yao finally got serious. Okay, I know. What is it? You tell me. Lu Wanyin breathed a long sigh of relief and retold what had just happened between her and Luffy. The story was twisted and strange, listening to Su Yao in a daze. In the end, she actually looked at her own best friend with a bit of incredulity. Wanyin, you're not joking with me, right? You mean to say that just now you just casually strolled around the game and someone took the initiative to find you, just let you help out with 10 pieces of equipment, and in the end gave you $1,000 of crafting fees at a price of 100 oceans a hand? Lu Wanyin nodded affirmatively. If you don't believe me, look, this transfer record is still here. After saying that, Lu Wanyin opened her cell phone and flipped out the chat records with Lu Fei and handed it to her girlfriend to see. Then she asked with a puzzled face, "Ugh, what do you think this person really means? Is he really doing this just to get me to help with equipment? Or does he have something else in mind?" After hearing this, Su Yao immediately looked at her bosom friend like she was an idiot. "It's not me who's talking about you. Lu Wanyin, are you really stupid or are you really mesmerized by this $1,000? Of course people are doing this for something else." Lu Wanyin was confused. Isn't it just to help with equipment? What could he be after? Su Yao hated him a little. He's after you. What else could it be? Don't you ever look at a person's friend circle after you add them as a friend? Look at the location of this person's friend circle message, he said, pointing to a picture of a self-localized message on the screen for Lu Wanyin to see. Number 235, Fonglin First Road? So close to our school. Looking at the address above, Lu Wanyin's small mouth slightly opened a bit incredibly. Could this be a coincidence? Looking at her own best friend with this silly look, Su Yao felt the need to teach her a lesson. After spending a few seconds to quickly organize the language in her mind, she immediately looked at the other party solemnly. Lu Wanyin, I suddenly realized that you're a bit very dull. Yeah, such an obvious means of flirting with a girl and you didn't even realize it, and almost fell for someone else's trick. Lu Wanyin's face showed surprise. He's teasing me? Not really. This spent 1,000 oceans for nothing and didn't gain anything? Su Yao sniffed slightly. Are you sure? Do you want to stop thinking about it? Lu Wanyin pursed her lips and contemplated for a while, still shook her head to indicate that she didn't know. Seeing this, Su Yao knocked a melon crash on her head and said helplessly, I'll ask you, what is the most important thing between people? Lu Wanyin answered in seconds. Trust. How important it is. It's the prerequisite to carry out everything. After she finished speaking, she suddenly looked back to her own best friend with a face full of astonishment. Did you just say this? Su Yao immediately nodded. That's right, that's it. Trust. Don't you silly girl realize? Your trust in him has invariably increased a lot. Convinced that he only took the initiative to find you in order to build equipment. And after this incident, you also began to be curious about him in your heart, and began to think about why this person would do this. So much so that you ended up coming to ask me, am I wrong about these 2 points? Lu Wanyin was very agreeable, so she nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Then she looked at her own bosom friend again with big curious eyes, signaling the other party to continue speaking. She was listening carefully. Suyao lightened her voice and continued speaking again. As for this third point, well, it's simple. The other party only needs to repeat the same thing a few more times, and your trust and curiosity towards him will deepen. And when this degree reaches a certain amount, he will use a suitable reason to ask you to meet. And then he will. As she said that, Suyao began to sell her words, her eyes fluttering as she looked up and down at Lu Wanyin. After this action lasted for a few moments, Lu Wanyin, a curious baby, finally couldn't help but inquire, and then what will he do? Suyao, don't you talk only halfway, it'll kill you in a hurry. Suyao looked towards her own bestie's foolishness, her eyes zigzagged and turned, laughing badly. Then what else? Like me, I'll pounce on you and eat you dry. Before the words fell, he raised his hands and pounced on Lu Wanyin with open teeth and claws, as if Lu Wanyin had practiced dancing. Her body was very soft and flexible. She dodged the attack of a pair of salty hands in just one instant. Seeing this, Suyao didn't pursue, and only looked straight at her own best friend somewhere, and then said with an ambiguous expression, "Chick, does this make sense? There is a way is nothing to be solicitous is not adultery is theft. The world cannot fall pie thing. You are now accepting people's money, but in the future they will have to eat your family's rabbits to pay off their debts." Lu Wanyin is still a bit unconvinced. Impossible. I have not met with him, and the second is not really attractive. This person is necessary to go to such great lengths? I still think that he is simply looking for me to make a gear. No other thoughts. Suyao sniffed and rolled her eyes. No, Lu Wanyin, you don't have a point in your heart about how pretty you are. Other than that, just your big white rabbit that is the same as your Weibo name can charm many people to death. Have you forgotten how many men lined up to ask you to add WeChat during the time of the freshman year? Lu Wanyin thought about it, and answered seriously. There were probably hundreds of them, and they were all colorful and unsuspecting, and all of them were rejected by me ruthlessly. Since then, unless I know someone, I rarely add boys on WeChat. Suyao saw the situation did not have a good temper. That's not it. How come you didn't know when you met a slightly higher level girl teasing expert this time? Maybe this person is a boy from the faculty of Lake University. In order to get close to you, not only asked someone to find out what game you play, in which district, what name, but also to design a series of traps waiting for you to take the bait. In the end, he weaved a dragnet to tie you to his bed and let him pick you. If I'm not mistaken, in a few days he will take the initiative to microblog you, and then give you the same old money to help you play equipment for him. This one after another. The opportunity does not come. You have to know. In this world, curiosity about people is the initial sign of a girl's fall. Lu Wanyin was shocked. No way, this is too workmanlike. I see that those boys are all silly. Unlike someone who is this smart. Suyao smiled at his words. And boys are silly? Lu Wanyin, the reason why they are like that is because they are facing a big beauty like you, and they are a bit embarrassed to crave your body. If they were to do something else, they would be as smart as monkeys. If you don't believe me, go play League of Legends or King of Glory and try to play against them. They will definitely count you to death. Even when you replenish your troops and how many seconds are left for your skills, they know exactly. Lu Wanyin still wanted to argue, but unexpectedly the cell phone she placed on the table suddenly lit up. Suyao, who was beside her, picked it up and took a look at it, and instantly opened her mouth towards her confidently. Look, isn't this speaking of the devil? The game brother who gave you money sent you another message. Chapter 51, Green Tea's Way of Thinking. Seeing Suyao teasing herself like this, Lu Wanyin immediately snapped. But don't talk nonsense. I don't even know people's names. Suyao didn't get angry either. She only handed her cell phone to the other party with a smile on her face. The meaning was self-evident. I'll stay here and quietly watch what you do next. Lu Wanyin was too lazy to pay attention to her, only inputting the password to check up the message on her own. She was also a bit curious as to what the other party was looking for her for. Could it be to continue to help build equipment? Didn't that just confirm Suyao's suspicions? But wouldn't this speed be a bit too fast and a bit unlike it? Right in the middle of Lu Wanyin's doubts, the message interface opened. Luffy, I have a big carrot if you're free now. Go online and send you something as a thank you. Send me something as a thank you? Seeing this, Lu Wanyin was even more confused. How was this thanking her again for no reason? By now, she felt that it was very likely that it was just like what her best friend had said. The other party so close to herself one after another, purely greedy for their own body. Thinking of this, Lu Wanyin was a bit hesitant to go online. Just as she was caught in a tangle, Suyao, who was eating melon on the side, suddenly brought her head over with a teasing face. Good sister is still hesitating. What? Quickly go online. Your game brother is waiting for you. Maybe I'll send you money again. Lu Wanyin was not happy to make a small temper. Directly throw the phone on the bed. Whoever, I do not care about him. After saying that, she sat down on the chair and started to fold up the little stars. This is a job she recently found on the internet. There was a girl who wanted to show her feelings to her beloved male god, but she was lazy, so she purposely spent 500 yen on the internet to find someone to fold a jar of little stars for her, and each little star would have a love story written on it, which looked very romantic. It just so happens that Lu Wanin is better at this kind of handmade work, coupled with the recent pocket money and a little nervous, so it took over. This is not only less than 3 days of effort to get most of the cans, so she has a great sense of accomplishment. Both earned a small amount of money and did something that looked very romantic. Lu Wanyin's favorite. This time it was Su Yao's turn to be anxious, hurriedly knocking off the things in her hand. What are you doing, Lu Wanin? Not on the game how to stack up little stars. Lu Wanin raised her willow eyebrows. I'm busy earning money. I don't have time to play games. Besides, if I get involved with that guy in front of you again, I'll be lectured to death. I'm not going to make a fool of myself. After saying that, she picked up the paper on the table again and started to refold it. Within seconds, a cute little star took shape. It could be seen to what extent her dexterity had reached. When Su Yao saw this, she immediately became anxious. Oops, my Miss Lu. I said what I said, but I didn't stop you from contacting that person. Lu Wanin didn't understand. Su Yao, what do you mean by that again? The more I hear it, the more wrong it is. Su Yao playfully blinked her left eye and then said as if she had something to say. Look at it, Wanin. The person's offer is 1,000 yen. He's obviously a man who's not short of money. In that case, why do you need to go out of your way to fold little stars for this small amount of $500? If you have fast money and don't earn it but still take the slow money, isn't it purely a fool's egg? Hearing these words, Lu Wanin immediately stared at her own bosom friend with wide-eyed incredulity. Su Yao, you don't want me to be a green tea to keep hanging on to someone and then cheat him out of his money, right? That's not good. It's just too black-hearted. Su Yao continued to agitate. How can this be called black-hearted in green tea? Isn't it normal for a guy to spend some money chasing a girl? Besides, you don't need to do anything to get this. Just act normally as an uninformed contact. The only thing you have to do is to always remind yourself that the other party is craving your body, so don't ever meet with him on the line. For the rest, just treat it as his wishful thinking, and you won't have a psychological burden. Under Su Yao's crooked reasoning, Lu Wanin instantly fell into deep thought, seemingly making some decision. On the other side, Zhang Hao had just finished blowing off some steam with his counterparts in the group of trainers, and in the process of asking for a price, he watched Luffy chatting with some sister again with a piggy look on his face, so the corner of his mouth twitching indignation. Old road, you cannot restrain the kid, do not be so hungry and thirsty. This is the first few? Although your name is Luffy, you can't really be the Sea King without any bottom line. Luffy, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. What are you saying, Hosey? How come I don't understand? Zhang Hao opened his cock eyes a bit indignant. I'm here looking for a divine weapon buyer for you. You're still playing dumb. Doesn't your conscience hurt? I'll just ask one thing. Was the person you sneakily sent a message to just now a woman? Lufei smiled brightly. Worthy of being my brother. Your eyes are really sharp. I'm not thinking that it's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. And drinking water without forgetting to dig a well. That's why I purposely called that girl online to thank her. Do you think this should be done? Zhang Hao froze for a moment and said with a bit of uncertainty, is that really it? But that look you had just now doesn't seem like it. It clearly had the feeling of the big bad wolf meeting Little Red Riding Hood and wanting to eat someone up. Hearing this, Luffy instantly puffed out his chest and raised his head to retort righteously. How Z? It's not that I'm talking about you. You're probably just getting too many blinkers, right? I'm not that kind of person. If you don't believe me, I'll show you the chat logs. Zhang Hao quickly waved his hand. Alas, 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 we are all brothers. That's not necessary. I'm just asking casually. I tell you, old road, just I can give you to inquire clearly. You previously out of that 160 level simple plus never wear and tear weapon. If you are in a hurry to get out of it, 220,000 yuan. Now there are people want. If you're not in a hurry, someone is sure to push it to around 350,000 to 400,000, but he'll charge a favor. How do you think this will be handled? Luffy sniffed with interest and asked curiously, there are still people who can inflate the price of this thing? How did you get it? It can't be bragging, right? While speaking, he silently turned off the screen of the cell phone on the table. If Zhang Hao took a closer look at this time, he would just see a newly arrived message. Little baby, by Jia Badass. When are you coming over? Zhang Hao still had nothing to say about this. Only after hearing Luffy's words, he thought carefully for a while and said his guess. I think it's very likely that this group of people are jacking up the price by buying and selling themselves or utilizing the method of swiping gifts for the big anchors. After all, There are still so many influential big anchors in fantasy westward journey. As long as you give them a little favor fee and casually exaggerate a little bit during the live broadcast, this price will easily be tens of thousands higher. Luffy's brows furrowed as he sniffed, falling into a brief moment of thought. Then as if he had thought of something good, his eyes glowed as he looked straight at his own best friend. Chapter 52. I don't want. Looking at Lu Fei's weird look, Zhang Hao was a bit unsure. Old Lu, what's the meaning of your eyes? I can warn you, it's fine for you to be a scumbag, but don't think ill of me. It's unacceptable to be a man or a woman. Luffy immediately laughed when he saw how nervous he was. No, Hausi, I realized that you've been thinking about that aspect no matter what lately. It's not possible that you're the one who's really horny, right? Zhang Hao froze for a moment at his words, then said with a bit of aggression, my brother has been with me for more than 20 years, and he hasn't even had a chance to see the world. So what else do you think I can do? Lu Fei immediately expressed his disbelief. Hausi, we can be honest, not. Although you have never had a girlfriend. But Buckingham, this kind of place can go quite a lot. I don't believe you have never eaten meat. These days, college students may be a lot of virgins, but if you enter society and work for a few years and still keep the body like a jade, that can be a little less. Do not blame the male comrades, cannot hold back. It is really those sirens are too tempting. Nowadays, a variety of massage parlors, spa clubs everywhere, which is in the prime of the young guy, can withstand the temptation of these mature big sister. Just a little hook hand, the pocket of thousands of dollars disappeared. This kind of thing is normal. As Zhang Hao's best friend and roommate, Lu Fei naturally knows some of this kid's little secrets. Don't look at this guy is very afraid of women, but sometime and those substitute colleagues together to get together. Cannot be less to go to the KTV and massage parlor, these places. There is a saying, the man is 3 times drunk, cheating to your tears. Zhang Hao belongs to this kind of example. As long as a little bit of drinking, the inner heart of the sultry nature is immediately exposed. I remember one time they shared 3 to go to eat a snack when drinking a little wine. That night may be drinking happy, may also be drinking on the head. Zhang Hao, this guy holding a bottle of wine to the neighboring table of a group of girls, began to mouth a good sister. Beautiful sister called the toast, but the side of the road Fei Wine Jiao, 2 people looked dumbfounded. The most outrageous thing is, the table at the head of a about 30 years old young woman seems to be a little bit of interest to him, took the initiative to pull him to the side of the drink a cup of wine. Just when the two of them feel that the boy's peach blossom luck, the young woman, his tattooed body a face of flesh concubines, came. Good at this time the roadside there are several uniformed police uncle passed by, only did not cause a big trouble. In the end, naturally, the 3 of them can only be the 3 of them. Hurriedly check out Gray slipped away. Zhang Hao looked at Lu Fei's more and more strange expression, immediately hands to protect the chest, nervous up. Old Lu, let's talk properly, don't keep staring at people's front. I admit that I went to a massage and ate meat, but from the beginning to the end, I have abided by the male virtues. My first time is definitely reserved for my future daughter-in-law. Luffy looked at his bear like, a little speechless. After thinking about it, he didn't want to talk nonsense with him, and directly said what was on his mind. Hausi, I have a major mission to hand over to you. Don't let me down when the time comes. Hearing the written words, Zhang Hao revealed a skeptical look. But it can't be anything that sells your character. I won't do it. Luffy laughed at the situation and said in a bad mood, what betrayal of character? I'm letting you make a lot of money. I thought about it. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to sell this weapon, so I'll just leave it to you to slowly raise the price. Didn't you just say that someone would take it for 220,000? I've thought about it. Let's use this price as a benchmark. If you can sell it for as much as you want, we'll split the extra portion equally. What do you think? Zhang Hao froze when he heard this, and a look of disbelief immediately appeared in his eyes. This was not letting him help sell things, it was simply giving him money, so he immediately shouted excitedly, Old Lu, from now on, you will be my own father. From now on, if you point east, I will definitely not go west. I'll definitely rub your back when you take a bath. Seeing this, Lu Fei gave him an unfavorable look and said with slight dislike, get lost. I don't want this asshole son of yours. Go wherever you like for me. Don't disturb my interest in playing the game. Zhang Hao hastily bowed his head and smiled. Okay, Master Lu, you have fun here. After saying this, he exited the room with a wink and a wink, not knowing what to do. Lu Fei is also too lazy to worry about. After casually closing the door, he shifted his attention to the electric screen. After such a long time, if that Lu Wanin really wants to go online, it's probably about time. Otherwise, he would be out of date. That's right, as a kind-hearted 5 good youth of Xia, Luffy certainly knew how to repay kindness, borrowing other people's luck to earn 300,000 or so, how to thank each other. Of course, he didn't rule out other factors influencing him. Let's say that the rabbits that this Lu Wanin posted in her WeChat friend circle were really white, big and cute, although they were rather shy and didn't like to show their faces. But Luffy was still able to see the essence of things through certain arcs. The only thing that was a bit unfortunate was that the owner of the rabbit seemed to be rather shy, and kept blocking her pretty face with her cell phone when taking pictures. This made Luffy a bit indignant. Fantasy Westward Journey. Janya City Map. Luffy maneuvered his account to this place right after returning to the game. This was the meeting place that he had agreed to with Lu Wanin when he sent the message earlier. As expected, as soon as he used his game account to walk to the place where they had first met, he saw an exquisite female number dressed in fashion standing there. Its ID was none other than I have two big white rabbits, also known as Lu Wanin. Almost at the same time, Lu Wanin also discovered his appearance and immediately initiated an in-bureau chat. I have two big white rabbits, Lu Wanin say. What do you want to thank me for? Big Grey Wolf, Lufei. Wow. The weapon you helped build just now came out a bit better, so I'm going to give one to you, just as a thank you. After saying that, Luffy I didn't care about anything else and picked a high damage weapon for myself and gave it to the other party through gifting. Seeing the high level weapons that suddenly appeared in her backpack, Lu Wanin didn't understand a bit, and only felt that to offer something for nothing is to steal, so she hastily refused. No, what's the meaning of you giving me something again? I don't want it. After saying that, she sent the things back the way Luffy had just done. Luffy wasn't going to compromise just like that, and instantly babbled. Don't be in a hurry to reject it. Let's look at the stuff first. Besides, I am truly thank you for helping me make so much money before this. Something has what non-thinking. After saying that, Luffy also not grading, through the chat to send the specific attributes of that divine weapon parasite all over. This kind of good thing, as long as it is playing fantasy, people will understand its value. As he expected, after a while Lu Wanin's message was sent over again. Chapter 53, Faded Koi. I have two big white rabbits. Is this really inside the ones I built? You're not lying to me, are you? Luffy's eyes twinkled as he began to lay a trap. How could I lie to you? I'm not the kind of person who gives money to people for no reason. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of us are really destined to be together, plus the fact that such a good thing came out of your hands, I wouldn't have given anything to you. Besides, the weapon I'm going to give you isn't worth a few dollars, so you can't reject my good intentions twice. Otherwise my conscience won't be able to get over it. Lu Wanin. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Luffy took it all as an agreement, so he randomly picked one of the high damage weapons and gifted it. Looking at the weapon that reappeared in her backpack, Lu Wanin pondered over it and still felt that it was a bit inappropriate, so she started another round of pulling. Lu Wanin, why don't you better take it back? I always feel that it's not too good. It's not like I built your weapon for free. I even charged you $1,000. It's a bit too much to take your stuff after this. Although Lu Wanin didn't know the exact value of the level 160 equipment sent over by Luffy, but looking at the attributes, selling it for $1,000 or $800, she felt she could still have it. As the saying goes, you don't get paid for what you don't get. Such a large amount of money to give yourself for nothing. Lu Wanin out of instinct or do not want to accept, especially after her best friend's brainwashing. She always felt a little strange in her heart. If she were to pocket something for nothing, she would always have the feeling that the green tea is actually my own. On the contrary, it was Lufei. Seeing that Lu Wanin was not that determined anymore, he immediately began to open his eyes and talk nonsense. Aya beauty. The words are not that way. If it wasn't for a chance encounter that brought us together, I wouldn't even have the chance to earn this money. To put it mildly, without you this valuable weapon wouldn't have appeared. If you refuse again, you're being a bit too unkind. Let's put it this way. If you're really over it, take this weapon I gave you as a deposit for the next time you build something for me. What do you think? Lu Wanin was a bit confused. What do you mean by that again? Luffy looked at the new prompt on his vision and smiled mysteriously. Hey, it's very easy to understand. Your first build was handed over to me, so I'll contract all of the later ones as well. This receives my money even if it's my royal builder, but don't give it to someone else again. I have a feeling that you will be my destined koi. Lu Wanin's small face reddened at the sight, a little embarrassed. She only felt that the person in front of her had no sense of distance, talking about saying that she was his fated koi. It was simply too overbearing. So for the first time, she felt a small emotion towards Luffy. Blah blah blah, how can you be like this? I'm not your koi. This scene was just seen by Su Yao, who was applying a mask in front of the mirror. Instantly, she rushed over with wide eyes, then opened her mouth towards her own best friend with a face full of shock. Hey Lu Wanin, what are you doing? I'm letting you go fishing for men to earn money, not letting you be hooked away by men as a warped mouth. After saying that, Su Yao didn't care whether Lu Wanin agreed or not. With a face mask on top of her face, she stuck her head in front of the computer and tried to check the chat records of the two of them. How could Lu Wanin be willing to do as she wished? And immediately resisted. For a while, the laptop's keyboard was made to crackle. Even Luffy's side received a bunch of unintelligible messy codes. He froze at the sight of it. After waiting for a while, He saw that the situation hadn't stopped, so he finally couldn't resist and started asking, "Beautiful Lu, I know that you have a broad bosom, it's not a problem to roll a keyboard with a slight bow of the head, but there's no need to keep doing this it's hard not to think you're hinting at something if you keep going on like this." After the message was sent, Luffy waited for a while, seeing that the situation was still the same as just now. He lost interest. Manipulating the game number began to stroll around the place where there were many players in the fantasy westward journey, trying to find a new koi again. 5 minutes later, the war between the two women finally calmed down. It was the final result that was a bit unexpected. Between the two, no one could help each other, and in the end, they only had to shake hands and make peace. Both sides looked at each other and looked at each other's messy appearance. Both will heartily smile. Immediately began to have a tacit understanding by Luanin control the mouse to dominate. Su Yao is incarnated as a dog-head military counselor at the side to give reference advice. The two of them started to go through Luanin and Lufei's chat records from beginning to end. At the beginning, Su Yao's face had a calm expression, as if everything was under control. In her heart, she was even more certain that Lufei was just a boy who found another way in order to crave his girlfriend Luanyin's body. But as the conversation continued, she realized that it was getting more and more out of place, because this guy was really giving not to mention the level 160 simple plus never-wear weapon that Lufei sent over in the message log that was worth a lot at first glance. Just this level 160 high damage weapon in the backpack in front of her. It shocked Su Yao beyond words. Hey, are you kidding? This kind of $1 million goods can be given away casually? This person's family in the end what conditions Thinking of this, she then opened her eyes full of resentment and looked at her own best friend. Great beauty Lu, do you know how much this weapon is worth? You still don't want it even though people have given it to you so many times. Lu Wanin was unsure. What? Is he expensive? Su Yao stretched out her slender fingers at her own girlfriend. Expensive? Of course it's expensive. At least worth this much. Lu Wanin froze for a moment, a little unconvinced. $5,000? Impossible. How could that person give away such an expensive thing just like that? Su Yao gave her own girlfriend a blank look. What $5,000? I'm saying this thing is capable of 5 figures. From my experience as a 5-year veteran player of Fantasy Westward Journey, it can sell for at least $12,000 to $15,000. Do you think it's expensive? Lu Wanyin's breathing suddenly tightened when she heard this, and after nervously gulping down some saliva, she said with some disbelief, "It can't be, it's actually this expensive? I just started to think that it was worth more than $1,000, thinking that it was too expensive to want. After you said that, I'm afraid I can't take it even more." After saying that, Lu Wanin opened the chat bar and prepared to private message Luffy to try and return it again. She had a premonition that if she really accepted this weapon, she might really get herself involved. Such behavior could scare Su Yao who was on the side, and she hurriedly jumped onto the computer without a care in the world. Then like a cat protecting its food, it looked at its own best friend. Chapter 54. Wife is really online. No way. I can't let you do this. Su Yao deadlocked her computer with a look of living and dying with it, but Lu Wanin was furious and laughed. She could only say in a bad mood, "Big sister, that's something someone gave me. The right to dispose of it is mine. Why are you giving into the rush again? If I just accept this kind of valuable thing, how do you ask me to pay it back later?" Su Yao began to gas. People are voluntarily give. You want to return what? Recently, it's a popular saying that I accept the gift, but you take away the thought. Isn't this perfect? This is worth over $10,000. If we keep it and sell it later, we'll be able to eat something nice and spicy. I can tell you, I've even thought of a place to eat, the newly opened Hai Di Lao near the school. Seeing her this kind of not stopping until she reaches her goal, Lu Wanin is a bit speechless. This time she finally understood why there were always so many suitors around her own girlfriend. The feeling is that they will not refuse. What is that 3 words called? Do not take the initiative. Do not refuse. Not responsible. A proper green tea plus slag woman. After thinking for a moment, Lu Wanin gave up her intention to argue with her. Intended to use force to swear sovereignty. But who would have thought that Su Yao, once she saw that she was going to make a move, directly switched tactics and uttered a paragraph of words that were not shocking. So what Wanin? How about this? If you really can't bear it in your heart, then let me bear this sin. Lu Wanin didn't understand. What do you mean? You'll bear it? Su Yao continued to explain. What I mean is that if you don't want the stuff, I'll take it for you. Then this game account will also be handed over to me for the time being, and I'll be the one to pull the strings with the other party. Of course, I won't let you suffer either. How about we split the proceeds 50-50 after this is accomplished? Lu Wanin understood. Su Yao was playing the most popular online boyfriend payment transfer. In short, I talked about an online boyfriend who didn't send photos, and when she got tired of talking about him, she transferred him to be at a high price, and the final trip was seamless. The whole process is perfect. Suyao play more absolute. Directly let her do not have to care about anything on the shares of the dividends. For her can be said to be no capital million profits. The only thing she has to do is to act as if she doesn't know anything on the line. This kind of behavior, and to help the abuse of no difference. Thinking of this, Luwaning no longer bothered to listen to her own girlfriend's nonsense, directly rolled up her sleeves and began to stage an all-out war. Suyao naturally will not easily give in. For a time, the not-so-big dormitory room broke out a tug-of-war between girlfriends. Just when the battle was getting more and more intense, the dormitory door opened. Over here, Luffy wandered around the game for quite a while, but still didn't find any suitable koi like Luwaning. He simply dismissed the idea of continuing to woolgather. He found a place in the game with a nice scenery to hang out. Of course, he wasn't idle either. Taking advantage of this, he checked up on the Dream's Friend bar. Looking at an unfamiliar yet familiar ID, he couldn't help but think back to those green years in high school. At that time, he would take advantage of his vacation every week to call up 3 or 5 friends to hack together. While playing the game, they would talk about their future dreams. If he remembered correctly, his dream at first seemed to be a lawyer? Nope. It was to become an entrepreneur with money and free time in his own company. That way, he could live a shameless life of having a secretary to do his job and watching him do his job. But later, with the failure of the college entrance examination and university graduation gradually into society, he realized how naive his original idea. This society is essentially the strongest of the weak and the weakest of the strong. There is a saying that summarizes it very well. Rich man, no money man difficult. Without money, it will be difficult to move forward. On the 9 to 8 shift, take a January 4,000 or so salary, which has what capital to talk about entrepreneurship and dreams. But now, it's different. With the blessing of these magical eyes, he shouldn't be short of money in the future. So it was time to pick up something again. How about starting with opening a company of his own? The more he thought about it, the more Luffy felt a light in his eyes. Even excitedly, he began to pick up a pen and paper to plan. The first option is to run directly to the entrepreneur's ultimate dream of building a car. Seems a bit unrealistic. He does not know anything about this field, and the project's preliminary research and development costs are too large, at least to spend tens of billions of dollars. Luffy didn't have that much money to burn for the time being. The second choice is simple. Go directly to the current hottest new energy route, and directly open a company of this type. Luffy thought about it and realized that it was still a bit unreliable. There are too many people engaged in this business. The pressure of competition is too great. There is no core technology to invest money into and no difference. Thinking about it, Luffy felt that there was only one type of company that was suitable for him to operate as a salted fish type of boss. That is the investment company. This kind of company is both simple and convenient. Do not have to go on a rampage to recruit people, also do not have any high-end technology. Simply put is to take a large stack of money everywhere to look for a good-looking project to invest. Successful, earn a pot full of money. Failed to lose a little money. The more he thought about it, the more Luffy felt that this direction was feasible. The reason is very simple. With the help of these special eyes, he can see many things that normal people don't know. Naturally, the success rate would be much higher. At that time, all he needed to do was to cast a wide net while traveling all over the Summer Kingdom. So why worry about failing to achieve a great cause? He said he would do it. Luffy picked up the mouse and was ready to look online to see what office buildings were for rent in the neighborhood. After all, to open the company well, how to say there must be a suitable office space only. Lufei has thought well. To rent a high-grade high-floor double-high office building, so that standing on it to have the feeling of looking out of the world. But just as he turned back to look at the computer screen, but found his game character in front of a female character at some point, fixing his eyes, the ID was actually Little Red Riding Hood. How come this person has the exact same name as my game wife? Could it be me? But when Luffy shifted his line of sight back to the Fantasy Friends section, he found that Little Red Riding Hood's avatar was still gray. In order not to have the embarrassing phenomenon of recognizing the wrong person, Luffy decided that it was better to ask for clarification first. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy is the wife you? Little Red Riding Hood, bah, who is your wife? Scum! Seeing this deja vu return attitude, Luffy immediately confirmed that he hadn't recognized the wrong person, so he sent another message over, trying to catch up. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy, hey wife. Haven't seen you for many years. The shrewish style has not decreased. Luffy still remembers now that the reason he and Little Red Riding Hood first formed an uneasy bond was because of its little pepper-like personality. At that time, the two of them sprayed at each other for half an hour because of a certain matter, and in the end, they somehow managed to add friends to become friends. Just as Luffy began to reminisce about the past, Red Riding Hood's message appeared on the screen again. Chapter 55. Bah! Jagged Man, Little Red Riding Hood, yo yo yo. Now you know that a mouthful of a wife called a sweet. Just now in Janya City and sister chatting how to not think of this wife again? I just deliberately walked next to you 4 or 5 times, and did not see someone find out. No, 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 I should say so, at that time, my eyes were only on the new sister, not on my wife. I at times have changed. A new generation is better than the old one. Little Red Riding Hood. This flurry of combinations down hit Luffy froze. For a time, he was actually a bit unable to refute. Not buddy, is there really such a coincidence in the world? Self and girl chat also happened to be game wife saw? The most outrageous thing was that she hadn't realized it even though she had been hanging out in front of her for several times. Thinking of this, the corner of Luffy's mouth twitched a bit speechless, and when Little Red Riding Hood saw that Luffy didn't reply, another large paragraph of small essays was sent out all over the place. Little Red Riding Hood, what's wrong? This is dumb? Couldn't it be that you've been poked by me in the soft underbelly so you're weak? That's right, no flower in this house smells as good as a wildflower. Humph, all of you men are good for nothing. All of you will eat what's in the bowl and watch what's in the pot. Looking at the paragraphs that poured out like a waterfall, Luffy rolled his eyes as he watched. This Little Red Riding Hood is worthy of being a sister from the Sichuan and Chongqing region, and a little bit of it can be called a super little chili pepper. However, as a big sprayer who had sprayed with him back then, Luffy naturally knew where his weakness was, so he didn't rush to reply. While holding his cell phone and chatting with Bai Jia, he waited for the other party to continue outputting. According to Luffy's experience from a few years ago, it would take no more than 3 minutes at most before the other party needed to take a break to update the thesaurus in his brain, and this gap was the best time for him to counterattack. But who would have thought that this time he was wrong in his estimation? 3 minutes later Little Red Riding Hood actually played a seamless foreign language. Do you have the courage to say a word? Why did he become mute? Seeing this sudden appearance of English, Luffy felt that it was necessary for him to make a killer move in advance. Otherwise, there was no telling what this little chili would get up to. So his eyes zigzagged and a line of text was edited out and sent over. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy hey Pepper. You're not jealous, are you? As soon as these words came out, the dialogue box instantly became deathly silent. Little Red Riding Hood, as if she was under a silence spell, never spoke again. Seeing this situation, Luffy raised his sword eyebrows, and the corner of his mouth began to rise slightly. He small kind, still want to fight with him. However, at this time he did not have the intention of pursuing the attack, but instead the conversation turned to ask about the cause of the sudden disappearance of the other party. This matter once became his heart disease. Naturally want to be the first to ask a clear. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy explain. You disappeared in the past few years to do what went. Back then, your sudden disappearance made me depressed for a while. After the message was sent, the dialogue box was silent for a while before the message reappeared. Little Red Riding Hood, don't ask. Ask and you'll be studying abroad. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy, don't tell me you're done explaining here. Ha, this is too perfunctory. Little Red Riding Hood replied in seconds. Humph, I'm just like that, so what? What can you do to me? Big Bad Wolf, Luffy scumgirl, only playing with my feelings. Bah, Little Red Riding Hood is a bit annoyed. Can you stop acting like me? You're such a winky face. Big Bad Wolf, Luffy fine. Then tell me where you are now. Let's meet up. Little Red Riding Hood, forget it, I think this is fine. Big Bad Wolf, why? I remember when the two of us seemed to have agreed to meet in college. Why have we changed so quickly? TSK, she's really a scumgirl, only playing with men's feelings. Little Red Riding Hood, come on. I'm only doing this so as not to hurt your pride. The Big Bad Wolf, Luffy, started to provoke, speaking in a grandiose way. I think you're probably an ugly girl. That's why you're wriggling like this. Little Red Riding Hood was a bit angry. You're the ugly one. This girl is loved by all and blossomed by all. Forget about not chatting with you. The company suddenly has some urgent matters to deal with. I have to get off. After a while, after the two pictures appeared in the chat box, Little Red Riding Hood's game character disappeared in place. Seeing this situation, Luffy was a bit helpless. He had wanted to add a WeChat after chatting to make it easier to contact each other, but now it was yellow again. But he is also used to it. From the past, the other party is this kind of wind and fire. Did not think that to the present is still like this. As expected, some things are just born. How to change will only be a futile endeavor. Instead, it was the two photos that Little Red Riding Hood sent over at the end that attracted Luffy's attention. Each of them had a watermark on it, and judging by the time they were taken, they were still taken now. One was a pair of long white and flawless legs. From the angle it should be a selfie. In just an instant Luffy realized that this was what the other party had purposely sent over in order to rebut her claim that she was ugly. Even Luffy could guess what was going through Little Red Riding Hood's mind the moment she took the picture. It was probably see, this girl can have such attractive long legs. Can she still be ugly? The second photo was even more interesting. It was a shot of the corner of the laptop and the night view from the window, as if to illustrate to Luffy that she wasn't just blurting out what she said about having an emergency. Rather, it was true. Seeing this, Luffy felt a lot more comfortable. At least the other party is not perfunctory. That's enough. Friends get along with each other. Other things do not matter. Only sincerity is the most important. But there is a say one. Little Red Riding Hood, this long legs really quite eye-catching. Let Luffy, this old driver, cannot help but look twice. In this era of black silk and white silk everywhere, there are not many people who have the courage to go to work with bare legs. But when he looked at it, Luffy realized that something was not quite right. The tall building in the background outside the window seemed a bit familiar to him. Seems to be where he has seen. So Luffy's eyes lit up, and immediately used the background after this picture to search for similar addresses. Within a short while, a building exactly like the tall building in the picture appeared in the computer screen. Star City International Financial Center? Looking at the landmark in front of him, Luffy couldn't help but laugh out loud. Good fellow, isn't this just across the river? If he remembered correctly, it would only take about 20 minutes to drive there. Thinking of this, Luffy couldn't help but reveal a bad smile. Chapter 56. By Jia's little mind. He had already thought about it. When the time came, the company would open near the Star City International Financial Center. That way there might be a chance to kill two birds with one stone. Hey, Little Red Riding Hood, don't let me, the big bad wolf, catch you. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you offline. As for how to kill, it depends on whether this chick cooperates or not. Jia. Just as Luffy was about to get high, the screen of his cell phone on the table suddenly lit up. He looked down to see that it was the landlord sending another new message. Tiny baby, by Jia, I've been waiting for the flowers. If you don't come over, I'm going to go get my beauty sleep. Seeing this, Luffy smiled slightly. There were 3 exclamation points behind him, so it seemed that he was really anxious to wait. That's right, it would be past 9 o'clock at night. If the average person didn't have a nightlife, he would have rolled into the quilt to play with his cell phone. Thinking of this, Luffy also stopped dawdling. He stood up, twisted his head, stretched his body, and then walked towards the living room. But who would have thought that as soon as he arrived at the living room, a familiar Japanese sound came into his ears. Luffy sniffed and looked over, only to see that the lights in the restroom had been lit up at some point. Through the blurred glass door, a huge figure was faintly visible, saving from time to time, seemingly busy with something with his head down. Luffy was a bit speechless when he saw this, and after walking over and knocking on the door, he said towards a good-natured voice, "How's can't we bring more Bluetooth headphones when we reward ourselves? Otherwise this pale master's voice upstairs and downstairs can be heard." Zhang Hao sniffed and shivered violently, angrily replying, *******, Lao Lu, is your kid sincere? The laborer is almost ruined. Lu Fei, on the other hand, was unimpressed. Don't blame your brother for striking you, Ahauzi. You can't even stand the excitement. How are you going to face someone's full-court press when the time comes? Zhang Hao didn't react yet and subconsciously asked, "Old Lu, what full-court press? This isn't a game." Hearing this, Lu Fei almost didn't hold back his laughter. He had forgotten that the other party was still a beginner, so he had a bright idea and deliberately joked, "Hosey, I can't explain this to you for the time being. Why don't you find a girlfriend and ask her? Maybe she'll tell you." If Zhang Hao didn't react, then it would be really stupid, and immediately turned red with a stiff upper lip. Although the time is a bit undesirable, but the recovery is fast. When the time comes, the big deal is to come a few more times. The more he said, the lower his voice got. It seemed like he was a little weak. In response, Luffy shrugged his shoulders and gave Zhang Hao a final word of caution from a humanitarian point of view. "So what, Hausi? Don't blame me for not telling you in advance. The boom can go up in smoke. Let's remember to stop before it's too late." Before the words left his mouth, Luffy nimbly took out a big box of durians and cherries from the refrigerator and went out to visit Bai Jia. For a while, Zhang Hao was left alone to pursue the breath of life. 1 minute later, as the door to the room opened, a white mountain range blocked Luffy's vision. When he came back to his senses, he realized that it was the landlord, Bai Jia. Seeing this situation, Lu Fei froze for a while and asked, a bit puzzled, "Sis, you wouldn't normally wear this to open the door for people, would you?" Bai Jia was deliberately unsure. "Yes, is there a problem, Xiao Lu?" Lu Fei's eyes widened all of a sudden when he heard this, and his breathing suddenly tightened. "This is not too generous. Fishbone camisole with lace pajamas. What man wouldn't be confused when looking at it? I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist her on the spot." I don't think that's right. Why do you still look like you've never seen the world when you've already done it?" "It seems that I'm still too inexperienced, so sometimes I'm easily ruled by my instincts. It looks like I need to do more willpower exercises in this area in the future." Looking at the expression on Luffy's face, although Bai Jia was calm on the surface, in her heart she was already laughing and very pleased. Although this little calf was fierce, he was after all just a hot-blooded young man, easy to be pinned down. It is not in vain that she deliberately matched some. For a while, Bai Jia felt a sense of springtime. Even the corners of her mouth could not help but rise slightly. Such behavior immediately caught Luffy's attention. How could he not understand that he was being held by the other party's small mind? After realizing this, he was instantly happy. It seems that this little woman's mind is really regardless of age. So sex also went along with the other party's wish, and praised without stinting. Sister bye. It's not that I'm talking about you. You can't be so young and beautiful again. Otherwise those 20-year-old girls in our neighborhood will soon not dare to meet you. Jia smiled and narrowed her eyes. Her jade hand picked up and nodded down to Lufei. Why didn't I realize that you were so sweet-talking before? As if you were smeared with honey. Lufei raised his sword eyebrow and blinked vigorously. That's not because a few days ago, a capable person helped me to get the hang of it. Jia could still not understand what he was talking about. And after giving him a glance with a great deal of flavor, she said in a bad mood, "Bah, you're the one who's poor." Then the line of sight slightly moved down to Lufei's hand, curiously asked, "What are you taking? Looks quite a lot." Luffy lifted the bag in his hand and opened it with a smile. "This is not to see sister. You are tired a few days ago. I specially bought some durians and cherries from the Boxhorse supermarket to make up for you. I don't know whether you like it or not." Jia saw the situation in front of her eyes abright, nonchalantly to the jade hand to the bag, and then took out a box of peach open after self-centered taste up, vermilion lips surging, some chewing and slow swallowing immediately after the sound of praise. "Well, good sweet Before the words fell and opened a pair of beautiful eyes to look at Lufei. "Count your kid is still a little conscience. No to give me makeup." Before the words are finished Jia can't help but pick up another peach and stuff it into her mouth. It seems that she really likes it. Lufei laughed at the situation and said with a smile on his face, "Sister, if you like it I still have some at home. Why don't I bring them all over for you?" Jia sniffed and the corners of her mouth rose slightly as she playfully said, "Hua, I don't think this is a first-hand product. I was wrong about you." Lufei immediately took on the role of a movie star, pretending to be aggrieved. "Sis, it's not that I'm not willing to, it's really that this thing is a bit too expensive. I rarely see it a few times a year, so I didn't hold back." Jia then subconsciously said, "Is it expensive? Not expensive, right? This kind of imported peach I've eaten. It's only 100 yuan a caddy. I sometimes have a craving, often buy a 10 pounds to put at home as a snack to eat." As she spoke, Jia realized that something was wrong. When she came back to her senses, she realized that she seemed to have overlooked a very important point. That was that Luffy was in a completely different economic situation than she was in. She didn't do anything at home and casually laid around with the small tens of thousands of dollars in rent every month, so she didn't feel the slightest bit bad about buying an expensive fruit. On the other hand, Luffy himself, a monthly salary of 3 or 4,000. On his hands these durians plus cherries to say the least have to spend a few hundred. For him can be said to be a large expenditure. To put it bluntly, it is rare for him to buy fruits for such a luxury once a year. Thinking of this, Jia felt a sweetness in her heart. Was she being taken seriously? Chapter 57. His warm-hearted rich woman? Sometimes, the most taboo thing for a woman is the love brain after self-brainstorming. When Jia thought things through, she immediately said softly towards Lufei, "Xiao Lu, I'll accept your feelings. I'll turn around and transfer the money to you." This sudden words made Lufei a bit unresponsive, so he looked at the other party with a puzzled face. "Sister bye, what do you mean by this?" Jia said with a smile on her face, "I said I'll accept the things and the thoughts, but I'll advance the money for the purchase. After all, you're still young. It's the time to save money to get a daughter-in-law. You can't spend money on these unimportant things." After saying that without waiting for Lufei to reply, he took out his cell phone and transferred $1,000 to Lufei. Such behavior instantly led Lufei wide-eyed incredible look at Jia. Is this the warm-hearted rich woman that rumors say will be considerate? Really love. However, Lufei is not such a casual person, and immediately balked. "Which can sister? I haul 7 feet of men have hands and feet. You this money if I accept, not in the eyes of other people's little white boy." Jia sniffing the heart to steal joy, but the mouth is still unforgiving. "Hey, cannot be so nonsense let you accept which so much nonsense. I don't see you being such a nag when that's the case." Lufei saw the situation a big smile, also did not refute. "Just as this money is the day before yesterday to help repair the water pipe labor fee." Jia is a turn of phrase, took the initiative to take over the fruit in its hands and began to be polite. "Xiao Lu, I see that this is still early. Why don't you come in and sit down?" Lufei's eyes zip-slip a turn, pretending to be surprised. "That what? Now, wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Sister Shaoling is still at home." Jia didn't understand, subconsciously replied, "What's inappropriate? It's just a casual chat to talk about family matters." But before the words fell, she seemed to understand what. Instantly pupils shrinking pouting glared at Lufei. Luffy also returned a cheeky smile, just ready to lift the foot to enter. suddenly found what temporary change of words. Sister, I think we should not or next time, or will not end well. This is the turn of Bai Jia a little confused. What bad end the two of us on a normal chat day, can happen something? Besides, there are other people in the house. There cannot be other accidents Just as Bai Jia was about to ask the man in front of her what the situation was, a ghostly sound came from behind her. Mom, I'm hungry, make me some snacks. She turned around and saw that her daughter Bai Ling had come behind her at some point. At this moment, she was staring at the two of them with a serious face, seemingly expressing something. How could Bai Jia not understand those little plans of hers? She could only helplessly sigh a bit regretfully and open her mouth towards Lu Fei. I'm sorry, Xiao Lu. The children at home are a bit unintelligent, so it seems that I can only invite you in as a guest next time. Hearing this, Lu Fei almost didn't burst out laughing, and it took him a lot of effort to hold it back. It wasn't his fault that he had a low laugh point. It was really because Bai Jia was comparing Bai Ling, who was a few months older than him, to a child in front of him, and Feng Zhang was a bit insufferable. It always felt a bit inexplicable, and Bai Ling smelled this scene immediately after a little thought. Jade foot to the ground a stomp on the launch of whining. Mom, how is this person like this? I'm not small anymore, how can I really say this to me? Before the words fell, she opened her beautiful eyes and glared fiercely at Lu Fei. The meaning was as if to say it's all your fault. If you know what's good for you, don't hurry up and get out. Otherwise, this girl will have you eat your fruit. Seeing this situation, before Lu Fei could say anything, Bai Jia's voice came out of her mouth, and she looked at her own daughter with some blame in her eyes. Still say you're not too old. Look at how you treat your guests. People Lu Fei kindly gave us food. Instead of thanking him, you still treat people like this. Why don't you apologize to your Uncle Lu? Listening to these words, Bai Jia seemed to subconsciously treat Lu Fei as if he was of the same generation as herself. With these words, Bai Ling instantly froze. It was the first time she had seen her mom's elbow turn outwards like this, and she was instantly a bit aggravated. Instantly raised his mouth, aggrieved Baba to look at his own mother, and a pair of eyes also began to wet up. There is a word on the drip gushing out of the trend. Seeing this situation, Lu Fei was a little embarrassed. He could only quietly wave goodbye to Bai Jia, and then silently closed the door. Looking at the door that was reclosed, Bai Jia sighed and looked at her own daughter a bit helplessly. Alright, stop pretending. With this little trick of yours, you can fool others but not me. Hearing this, Bai Ling smiled cheekily. Immediately, she intimately held onto Bai Jia's arm and pampered herself. I knew that mom still loves me. It's not like a foreign wild man can just snatch me away. Looking towards her daughter's appearance, Bai Jia fell into silence, not knowing what she was thinking. This side, as soon as Lu Fei entered the door, he bumped into Zhang Hao picking at a few pieces of clothing, so he asked curiously, Howsy, the sun has come out of the west for you. You started paying attention to your personal attire. Could it be that you are going to go on a date with any sister later? Zhang Hao saw him come back immediately. His heart was happy, grabbed Lu Fei's arm and inquired, come on, old Lu, quickly give me advice. Which of these clothes I wear to go out is more handsome? Lu Fei came to be interested, swept a glance at the clothes in front of him, picked up a piece and said with interest, I think this one can be guaranteed that once you wear it out, you are the most handsome boy on the street. The turnaround rate is absolutely great. Zhang Hao instantly unhappy, looking at the green t-shirt in front of the wrath of the opening towards the road. Fei, old road, you damn cannot rest a little good intentions. I still have no girlfriend. You let me wear a green out of the door? Lu Fei's face was full of indifference. This you don't understand, Hao Zi. If you want to live a good life, how can you not wear some green? Listen to me. Besides, you don't even have a girlfriend. Who else can green you? If you want to be green, it's you who can green others. Zhang Hao sniffed and froze for a while, looking at the hand of the green body shirt. A little bit of intention. Listen to you say so. Seems to be a little bit of reason. Yo. Lu Fei stifled a smile and casually asked, by the way, Howsy, all this point you go out is going to do what? Wouldn't really be in which sister to go on a date, right? Zhang Hao replied, I'm not going on a date with my sister. Didn't we just agree to go to the newly opened Hai Di Lao restaurant in the neighborhood for a meal? Have you forgotten about it? Luffy was a bit speechless at his words, and looked at the dark green t-shirt on the other party with some embarrassment. Only after a long time did he ask uncertainly towards the other party, that what? Hao Zi, why don't you change your clothes? Wearing this t-shirt to go out seems to be a bit hot to the eyes. Chapter 58. Twins? Half an hour later, on the 5th floor of a commercial street near Lake University, Lu Fei and Zhang Hao had just gotten off the escalator when two uniformed collagen-faced girls warmly greeted them. Welcome to Hai Di Lao. May I ask how many are dining? Seeing the almost identical girls in front of them, the two of them froze in unison, and only after a long time did Lu Fei open his mouth to answer. There are only two of us. Do we still need to line up at this point? This sister on the left, who was clearly a few sizes larger in front of her, immediately smiled sweetly. "This handsome man, you may need to wait a bit longer if you want a smaller table. There are still 10 tables in front of you." Hearing this, Luffy stretched his neck and glanced inside, asking somewhat strangely, "Not right? Ah, beautiful. I see inside is not still empty. A lot of seats. Why still need to line up? Ah?" The girl was unimpressed, and replied with a smile, "Hey handsome, the empty tables are all medium and large tables. You can book them if you want to, but they have a minimum spend. If there's only 2 of you, I'd recommend picking a small table for the price. After all, it's cheaper and less wasteful." Luffy didn't say anything when he heard this, and only bumped Zhang Hao, who was still dazed, with his shoulder and inquired in a low voice, "Howsy, why don't we try having a center table? You have a big appetite anyway. 1 tops 3. Only then did Zhang Hao come back to his senses, and immediately looked at Lu Fei with some indignation. "Old Lu, if you want to book it, don't wait to expose people's shortcomings like this." "Ha? I'm exposing your shortcomings?" Hearing this, Lu Fei was a bit confused. He didn't understand why Zhang Hao suddenly became pretentious. However, he immediately found the clue, only to see that this guy immediately lowered his head after he finished speaking, seemingly a little embarrassed. Lu Fei looked along the line of sight. The airport girl of the 2 women was opening a pair of big watery eyes, staring curiously at Zhang Hao. Seeing this, Lu Fei instantly understood and began to gloat. This Zhang Hao guy was typically dead set on losing face. At first, before he left the house, he told him not to wear this big green t-shirt out, easy to attract attention. This time the phobia is guilty of it again. In fact, in Luffy's opinion, this body of clothing is not too big a problem, mainly because the prints above is too characteristic. I don't know how that businessman think. Before and after actually printed some strange quotes. What green is also an attitude. As long as the head of a piece of green, I am the most beautiful boy on the street. This kind of words, other people do not notice, okay? As long as a little closer look absolutely will be full of laughter cannot hold. This is not. Through Luffy's operation, the plump girl among the twins also found this wonderful point. All of a sudden, she forcibly held back her laughter and squinted her eyes at Luffy. "Sir, if you want to order a center table you can go in and dine now. But I have to remind you that our minimum spending per table for the center table here is 666 renminbi. Luffy sniffed and responded softly, "Okay, just book the center table." The plump girl smiled and nodded. With a light touch of her slender jade hand on the tablet, she smiled again and said, "Sir, your place has been confirmed. It's at table 13 in section B." Before the words fell, she touched the sister beside her who was still holding back her laughter and reminded, "Chihiro, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and show the guests the way." The girl called Chihiro froze for a moment, before reacting in an afterthought. Then, she muttered softly with some complaints, "I know, sis, don't push so hard, my shoulder is hurt by you." Seeing the situation, the plump girl slightly apologized and looked towards Luffy and the 2 of them. "Sorry, you too. My sister has only been working part-time for not long, so she's a bit not too used to it. Why don't I take you there?" Luffy smiled at the situation and signaled that it was fine. Only after his eyes traveled between the 2 women in front of him for a while did he curiously ask, "May I ask if you 2 are twins? The looks are just too similar." The plump girl smiled happily, "Yes, don't we both look exactly the same?" Luffy was just about to nod his head when the girl called Chihiro on the side started to protest. "Not at all. This old woman, Chihiro, is a full 3 years older than me, so don't let her sweet appearance fool you." The plump girl's mouth twitched at her words, and her eyes looked at her own sister with mischief. Chihiro hadn't realized it yet, and was still looking at Luffy on her own, as if she was still trying to shake something out. But in the next second, a large brain crash descended down, instantly subduing the young girl who was trying to flip out. After everything returned to calm, the plump girl looked sweetly at Luffy again. "Mr. Lu, it's getting late. Why don't I just lead you inside first?" Lu Fei spread out his hands, signaling that he could do it any time. However, after such a mess just now, he did know the plump girl's name in passing. 1,000 words. A pretty interesting name. It seems that the parents of these 2 sisters like to talk about romance. Otherwise, why would they purposely name them 1,000 words, such a pair of poetic names? However, the most interesting thing to Luffy was the fact that these 2 sisters were the same as each other. As the older sisters when it comes to plumpness, when the younger sisters has the perfect tarmac. 5 minutes later, the ordering of food was finished. Chiyu had just left the effort, and Zhang Hao immediately came to life. Squeezing his eyebrows towards Lu Fei, he said, "Alas, alas, 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 old Lu was really lucky this time, actually able to run into such good-looking sisters. My goodness, no matter the height, body type or looks, they are almost identical. If we meet on the street next time, I probably won't be able to tell who's who." Luffy looked at him in this shameless manner and immediately said in a bad mood, "Howsy, it's not that I'm talking about you, we as a man at least bold a little. Do not meet women day after day to become a bear. People in front of the pinch of the pole shrugged his head. Do not even dare to put a fart. This has just gone immediately lively and start judging. He's just like those lowly men. Zhang Hao as a whole did not hear. Eyes narrowed and lowered obscene toward Lu Fei, muttered up in a low voice. Ugh, old Lu. How tall do you think that sister will be? Lu Fei frowned and said with some uncertainty. I think it's just about 162. Just now my visual inspection was up to my shoulder. What? Why are you suddenly asking about this? Are you interested in her? Hearing this, Zhang Hao quickly waved his hand, signaling that this was not his cup of tea. Then he looked around and quietly spoke towards Luffy. I'm not asking about height, I'm asking about that. While saying this, he also gestured a few times in front of him. The meaning is self-evident. What I'm asking is the height when lying down, not the height when standing up. Luffy was speechless. When did this kid become so obscene, and started to care about the physical and mental development of the girl? Something is wrong. There is definitely something wrong. Chapter 59. Men become bad when they have money. Looking at the skeptical expression on Lu Fei's face, Zhang Hao hurriedly explained. Don't get me wrong, old Lu. I'm purely curious about why the gap between the two sisters is so big when they were born by the same mom. On the current momentum of the two of them, the children born in the future will definitely be satiated and starve to death. Simply. The corners of Lu Fei's mouth twitched as he sniffed, and he said with some dismay. This is about what you Zhang Hao are. Some of the idle time to worry blindly is not as good as to think about how to cure your own feminophobia. On your current symptoms, I'm a little worried that your old Zhang family will be extinct. Don't blame your brother for not reminding you that it's better to treat mental illnesses sooner rather than later. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, was unimpressed and seemed to have seen through something, tilting his head towards Lu Fei. Old Lu, you think I don't want a cure but this heart disease still need heart medicine now I'm in this condition. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to do. The more Lu Fei listened to the more confused, puzzled to ask, what is the situation Hauzi? How do you still play riddles? This is not like your style Zhang Hao sipped his water and spoke with a calm face. It's not much. In fact, I have carefully thought about my own problems. It's pressed a bit insoluble. You say I'm afraid of women. In the final analysis, or because since childhood family conditions are not good, coupled with the influence of the original family environment formed by the kind of sea people on the low head of the inferiority complex caused by the character. This character has been there for almost 20 years. Anyone can't change it for a while. Do you think it's true, old Lu? Lu Fei sniffed his face, thinking for a while after a rare face full of solemnity towards his own best friend said, how's he actually what you say is right or wrong? The most important thing is still how you're own to see this matter, or willing to change. Zhang Hao a bit did not understand, a face puzzled to look at Lu Fei. What do you mean? Luffy said with a crooked smile. In fact, in the end, the thing that can make people change instantly is one thing. Money. As long as there is enough money in your pocket, there is nothing to be afraid of. As the saying goes, when a man has money, he tends to become bad. It's especially easy for them to become philandering. If you have $8 or $10 million in savings, you'll be so confident that you'll be able to hook up with a pretty girl. You think I'm right? Hearing this, Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. However, he seemed to have remembered something and seriously added, Old Lu, there's one thing that I think is a bit off, and that's that although pretty girls are good, I still prefer sweet big sisters a bit more. As for the reason you know, Luffy lazily ignored this bit of his broken mind, and continued to speak again according to his own thoughts. That's why I say this boils down to the problem of not having money in your pocket. How's honestly tell me, you graduated these years in the end did not save money or how to live more and more wimpy. You don't want to tell me that all your money has been gleaned by those sweet sisters in the village, but I'll look down on you. Hearing this, Zhang Hao was a bit unhappy. He immediately retorted, Old Lu, what kind of strange idea do you have? Don't you know my situation? If I don't go out all day, I won't spend my money on those places. I'll tell you the truth, although I don't have much saved up, I still have a small 100,000 in my wife's capital. If I add the money I've earned in the past few days, it's definitely more than $100,000. Luffy's eyes lit up when he saw this, and his eyes suddenly joked. That's great Howzy. I'll be responsible for eating and drinking enough. Today this meal under the sea fish can be by you please This sudden turn of events caused Zhang Hao to freeze, somewhat unresponsive. What the hell? Brothers and your heart and lungs on the shelf. You suddenly moved the brother's small treasury of the brain to come? Can you still play happily? All of a sudden, a wrathful expression covered Zhang Hao's entire fat face, making people unable to stop laughing. Seeing his friend's face, Luffy couldn't stop laughing. It was only after a long time that he reopened his mouth in the other party's grudging eyes. Howzy, I was just joking with you just now. Don't take it seriously. I've earned a lot of money this morning. It's definitely on me. Zhang Hao's resentment remained, and he indignantly said, Old Lu, I find that you're getting more and more, and you're gradually getting closer to that Wang Jiao guy. Hearing this, Lu Fei was a bit unhappy. Alas Housie, this is your fault. How can you compare me to Wang Jiao? He's kind of super scum. If it wasn't for the fact that our brothers are still on good terms, I'd spit on him if I passed by. That kid can change 7 or 8 girlfriends in a month. It's like a humanoid self-propelled cannon. Before the words fell, Lu Fei suddenly seemed to remember something and opened his mouth towards Zhang Hao. Housie, do you think we should notify that guy Wang Jiao when we get together? Otherwise he will be sad when he comes back and sees that there is no one in the house. Don't think that we've abandoned him. That would be a big mistake. Zhang Hao blurted out. Come on, it's not bad if that kid comes back 2 or 3 times a month. How could he happen to be caught by us? If you want to say abandonment, it's that kid who should abandon us first. When we were in college, we were always helping him out, but now that he's developed, he only knows how to pick up girls and get a room, and he doesn't even let his brothers drink the soup. Lu Fei feels that this is also the reason. Wang Jiao, this guy since the demolition of the family began to let go of their own. Not only dyed yellow hair but also all day to stay in the nightclub. If Lu Fei remembers correctly, the last time this kid went back to their shared room seems to be a week ago, and that night did not live in the room. Only hastily in the 2 greetings will take a box of Jieshuo Express and India God oil on the way out. I don't know what he went to do, but there is a say that kid although a little loose, to brothers or good. Find him to borrow money, never ask the reason. Big thousands of dollars said turn. Do not ask when to pay back the money. This aspect is definitely enough buddy. Just when Lu Fei was thinking about whether or not to inform the other party, Zhang Hao suddenly opened his mouth. Something's wrong with Lao Lu. We seem to have entered the wrong place. Lu Fei was a bit confused. What are you smoking? This is not exactly the bottom of the sea. What else can be wrong? Zhang Hao did not say anything, only raised his hand and pointed towards the surroundings, signaling Lu Fei to see for himself. Luffy saw this and looked around in the direction of his finger. Only then did he suddenly realize that the surrounding area, regardless of the large and small tables, were basically paired with male and female counterparts. It was described as evil. Seeing this, his heart immediately muttered. Had the 2 of them mistakenly entered the hell of single dogs? Chapter 60. Have some oysters to make up for it. Seeing that Lu Fei had also noticed something strange, Zhang Hao hurriedly lowered his head to discuss with him. Old Lu, see if I'm not wrong. Wouldn't this be a bit too metaphysical? Lu Fei. He realized that since he had coaxed and tricked Zhang Hao into saying borrowing luck, Zhang Hao really believed in metaphysics. Thinking of this, he laughed and deliberately joked. Housie, told you to go out before the kid less rude point. This look at what are suspicious. A quasi-kidney deficiency. Remember to eat more oysters to make up for it. Zhang Hao saw that he was still joking, and immediately looked at him with a bit of a grudge. Lao Lu, we cannot mention this not. Public places are very easy to hurt self-esteem. Besides, I'm not so vain as to be blurry-eyed like this. At least 8 of the 10 tables around here are having a good time. Something's not right. It feels like it's specifically targeting singles like us. It's too heartbreaking. Luffy saw this and hurriedly stopped. Alas and alack. Hiroko, there's something I have to correct with you. I'm not a single dog like you. Now that I've already transformed into an advanced version of the werewolf, Luyu's pile of beauty meat could have been eaten down by me a long time ago. Zhang Hao, *******. I almost forgot about this matter. This meal can't be eaten anymore. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Hao got up and wanted to leave. Seeing this, Lu Fei hurriedly reached out and stopped him, saying in a bad mood, why can't your kid withstand the blow? You can't take a hit. Use a little reverse thinking in everything, can't you? Zhang Hao was puzzled. What do you mean? Lao Lu, can't you speak simply? Don't use your brain in front of your brother all day long. This will make me lose my trust in you. Lu Fei was unimpressed. What else? You kid forgot the words I said before I left the house? Zhang Hao, if you want to get by in life, how can you not wear some green? Lu Fei gave him a disgusted look. You're really talented. Do you really plan to wear a green hat for yourself in the future? Zhang Hao, then what do you mean? I can't memorize all the things I said before I left home. Naturally, I'm picking the ones that are impressive. Luffy thought about it and realized that this was also the reasoning, so he stopped selling out. What I mean is, the guys are actually all pathetic people who gave up their entire garden for a single flower. And now you, Comrade Zhang Hao, are allowed to have unlimited options. As long as you dare to think and look, the flowers in the entire garden are yours to pick and enjoy at will, passing through 10,000 flowers without a single leaf touching you. Wouldn't such a state be beautiful? When Zhang Hao heard this, he immediately looked at Lu Fei with wide-eyed incredulity. Old Lu, you're damn talented. You can make your own desire to be a scum so refreshing. Lu Fei skimmed his mouth in dissatisfaction. What do you mean by scum? It's just that I have too much love to fit in with just one woman. Zhang Hao froze for a moment at his words and looked at Lu Fei with a bit of skepticism. It always feels like you kid is driving the car, but I don't have proof. Lu Fei slightly lowered his head and revealed a you-know-what expression, which instantly caused Zhang Hao's CPU to come to a standstill. 15 minutes later, looking at his best friend who had been wolfing down his food by turning his grief into a meal, Luffy felt the need to put a stop to it. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to eat a piece of beef in the pot later. While pondering what to start with, he suddenly had a bright idea and deliberately shouted towards Zhang Hao. "Haozi, look, there are black silks behind." Zhang Hao snapped his head up and looked around. "Where is it?" After he looked around and saw nothing, he immediately looked at Lu Fei indignantly. "Old Lu, you kid is also too inhuman. For a few slices of beef actually let down your brother's trust in you for many years. Lu Fei, who told you to be like a starving ghost? Burying your head is eating. Do you really think that adults come out to eat just to eat not to chat more to promote the relationship Zhang Hao again clamped a large chopstick meat in his mouth. Eating while chatting, exchanging what feelings eat a full stomach is the king. Besides, we're two big men, so let's just keep our feelings to a minimum. Otherwise, don't really become good fencing buddies for the rest of your life." Luffy sniffed and laughed. "You mean you're willing to talk when there are more girls on the table?" "Zhang Hao, that's for sure. Who's fine interacting with a big old man like you on a regular basis? At most, blowing off steam after eating and drinking is more like it." Luffy didn't believe me. "Liar. Don't be afraid of women when I call you over, you just focus on eating. You don't even dare to look at others." Zhang Hao was not willing to admit defeat, and immediately said who was afraid of who. He has been set up so many times by Luffy this time. How to drop also have to be tough once. Otherwise, he could not swallow this breath. Besides, he did not believe that Lu Fei this guy has the ability to pull a random girl over. After all, it's almost midnight. Which girl would casually come out to eat just for a man's message? What? You mean there really is one? I'm sorry, but this is a fake dinner, and the ham is the real thing. Looking at the expression on his friend's face, Luffy smiled confidently. Raising his right hand, he waved towards the waiter not far away. Within a few seconds, a uniformed little girl enthusiastically jogged over. "Hello handsome, may I help you?" Luffy smiled faintly. "Beauty, can you do me a favor? My friend lost his love today and is a bit depressed. If you can you arrange for a chatty sister to accompany him for a meal and enlighten him, so that he can come out a bit faster?" The little sister looked at Zhang Hao sympathetically and then said without hesitation, "Okay guest, please wait a moment. I'll talk to the manager here. She'll arrange it later depending on the situation, but it might take a few minutes of transition in between. I hope you understand." Luffy nodded his head to indicate that it was fine. The little sister saw this and smiled sweetly, then hurriedly ran towards the direction of the bar not far away, obviously going to find the leader. In this situation, Zhang Hao on the side looked dumbfounded. "Not big brother, this is also good so rushed to speak out against. I throw the old road. You do not count. This is purely cheating." Lu Fei disdainful smile. "What? Now no regret? It's too late. I'll see what you'll do when the girls come over. If you're still a cowering bear then, don't blame me for laughing at you." Zhang Hao was a stiff upper lip. "Old Lu, don't be too happy. What if the manager doesn't agree?" Lu Fei looked at his friend like a fool. "Haozi, have you forgotten where we are? This is the bottom of the sea. People's aim is to put service first, and being able to ask the staff to dine together is a specialty of the store. It's just that too many people are too thin-skinned to ask. Sometimes this spending money should make the best use of it. Don't give up your due rights because of thin skin, then the only one who suffers is yourself." Hearing this, Zhang Hao was speechless, because what Luffy said seemed to make sense. Chapter 61, Senpai I Want. Seeing that his best friend had nothing to say, Luffy decided to pass him another trick with a twist of his mouth. After looking around with no one approaching, he beckoned the other party to come closer. Then with a lewd face, he said, "Haozi, do you want to find a girlfriend?" Zhang Hao nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. He had been horny for 20 years or so, and lately, he really couldn't hold it in a bit. Lu Fei hemmed and hawed. "I suddenly thought of a good method that might be able to make it work once and for all. Do you want to know?" Zhang Hao was impatient. "Old Lu, why don't you say it quickly? Don't hang people's appetite." Lu Fei smiled mysteriously. "This method is actually very simple. That is, you come to Heideleo more often to stroll around. Maybe one day you can meet a more desirable waitress. This way you don't have to find a reason to ask someone out to dinner. You can just ask the manager to specify it. And if you're afraid of women who don't dare to speak, you can just accompany them to eat together. Anyway, it is a paid fish eating and drinking. At least the girl will not hate you more than 2 or 3 times. Naturally understand what you think. Maybe someday meet a snacker, one after another, not be you." This persistent sincerity touched, and then defiantly married you. Zhang Hao froze for a moment at his words, then looked at Lu Fei with a speechless expression. Go go go. What a blind idea you have. The probability of this succeeding is even lower than a sow going up a tree. Seeing him like this, Lufei said in a bad mood, what makes it a low probability? How do you know if you don't try? Just in case fate comes your way. If you don't believe me, look. Who is that? Zhang Hao thought that Lufei was cluing him again, so he gave him a disgusted look. Old Lu, it's not me talking about you. I won't fall into the same trap a second time. Luffy saw this and shrugged his shoulders, indicating that you love to believe it or not. Anyway, people had already come over. As expected, the next second a familiar person appeared in front of the duo. This person was none other than Chihiro, the younger sister of the sisters. What a coincidence, beauty. Looking at Chihiro in front of him, Luffy said with the first smile. Chihiro also brightened up when she saw that it was an acquaintance, and sat down and joked with herself. Hey handsome, it seems that we are still a little this can meet. Honestly explain, is it that you see this girl looks as beautiful as a flower, so specially find an excuse to let the manager roll me over? Luffy, no way. This is purely fate. Don't you think so, Howsy? Hearing this, Zhang Hao nodded silently. Then he lowered his head the moment Chihiro's line of sight looked at him, not even daring to look at the other party. Such behavior made Luffy a bit speechless. This Zhang Hao, why is he such a bear when it comes to the critical time? It's really not useful to look at, and it's a waste of the 200 pounds on his body. On the contrary, Qianshuan, see this situation, eyes zip turn, smilingly picked up chopsticks while eating while trying to find ways to talk, began to constantly liven up the atmosphere at the table. In a short while, the table became full of conversation and laughter. However, most of the time, Chihiro was talking, Luffy was coaxing, and Zhang Hao was often in a state of being coy and unable to say anything, so he started peeing himself. 20 minutes later, looking at Zhang Hao's empty seat, Chihiro spoke towards Luffy in disbelief. Ugh, what's taking your friend so long to go to the restroom? Something can't be wrong, right? Lufei picked up a handful of cilantro, rolled a few mouthfuls down his stomach and then thought nothing of it. Nothing? That kid may have a bit of kidney loss, so it took a bit longer? Qianshuan happy, said with a smile, which have you like this as a friend? In front of the girls still say so. Be careful, you'll get beaten up. Luffy doesn't care. You don't understand. I call this love and blame. Chihiro, yuck. You talk so glamorously, but you're still a bad friend. Luffy felt that it was a bit inappropriate to continue discussing this topic with the girl, so he changed his mind and continued with what he hadn't finished talking about earlier. Ugh, you just said that you're a current student of the University of Finance. You wouldn't be lying to me, right? Chihiro ate like a groundhog and said, why would I lie to you for nothing? It's not like there's any benefit to it. Luffy smiled mysteriously. Then we're kind of destined for each other. According to the school, you should call me senior. Chihiro was instantly interested. Could it be that you are too? Luffy quickly nodded his head and said, of course, don't believe me. Saying that, he flipped out a graduation photo from his cell phone and directly handed it to the other party to see. Group photo of the 2015 graduates of the Industrial College. Looking at the group photo in front of her, Chihiro was a bit speechless. This school could be 2 blocks away from their University of Finance. It's true that men's mouths deceive people's ghosts, and in order to draw a close relationship they all start talking nonsense. So her eyes flashed and she became vigilant. Alas, 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 I'm warning you, I'm just a companion for food and drink. Don't hit on me. Luffy, that's not nonsense. I didn't do anything. How can I say I'm hitting on you? Chihiro, didn't you say you were from the University of Finance and Economics? Why is the next industrial college on your graduation photo? It's fine if you want to get close, but you can't talk nonsense with your eyes open. Lufei's face was not red and his heart was not jumping. Where am I talking nonsense? You just say that the president of your University of Finance is now Zheng Chang or not, and that's it. Chihiro was a bit confused. Yeah, but what does that have to do with whether you're from the University of Finance or not? Luffy took it for granted. I didn't say that I'm from the University of Finance either. What I mean is that Zheng Chang was the principal of our industrial college before, and now I'm the principal of your University of Finance. So together, the signatures of the principals on our graduation certificates will be the same. Since we both went to school with the same principal, isn't this still a senior-sister relationship? Luffy's set of hard logic made Chihiro a bit confused. No, big brother, is this okay? But if you think about it, it seems to have a little bit of truth in it. As the saying goes, you're not as good as you think. So she didn't dwell on it any longer. If I have to say so, then so be it. I won't lose out anyway. So Chihiro's eyes twinkled, and she deliberately and playfully said, then this senior, can you treat your dear schoolmate to a few more boxes of beef rolls? Oh, no, there's also some chilled beef brains, 1,000-layer tripe, beef meatballs, schoolmates are quite eager to eat. Why don't you order a few of those as well? While saying that, Chihiro's heart keeps stealing and playing a small plan. Hey, It's not that easy to take advantage of me. I'll make you bleed a little. She just said those are all the most expensive food in the store. To really order down. Without a few hundred cannot come down. She had been craving for a long time. And now she finally had it. Just when Chihiro was still rejoicing over the fact that she had finally caught the wrongdoer, someone had quietly opened their penetrating eyes. Chapter 62. The Sister Who Can Prosper. With a flash of blue light, a new combination of words appeared on Luffy's vision. Chihiro, Big Eater, Late Hero, Fortune Cat, Yossi, it's charades time again. Looking at the words fluttering in front of him, Luffy began another round of analysis. The Big Eater one is very easy to understand. It says that Chihiro, this girl, is greedy and can eat. This was something that Luffy already had a deep understanding of, because from the moment she arrived, her mouth didn't stop for a moment. But anything with meat, all of them were in the belly. Luffy even had a reason to suspect that this girl had the constitution of a king of appetizers. Otherwise, how could she still order another 10 or so meat dishes? As for the second point of this late-stage hero, in the past, Lufei might still be confused. But since he was playing with his cell phone some time ago, he unintentionally brushed a female netizen called Lu Huistor on shake tone and instantly understood. Once this term is applied to women, it generally refers to the secondary development of certain parts of the body that can violate physiological norms. From Luffy's point of view, Chihiro's appearance was nothing to write home about. She was a real beauty. However, the tarmac in front of her body is a bit hot. If this place can develop twice, it is estimated that it will instantly become a big beauty, and there will be a lot more fans. After all, soccer is the first sport in this world, and fans who like to practice with the opposite sex are countless. We don't know how they do it, because these guys don't treat us like brothers and barely let outsiders watch. But what confused Luffy the most was this last, fortune cat, phrase. Wasn't this thing not usually used to describe items? How could it still appear on people? Just as Luffy was puzzled, there was a sudden flash of light in his head. Could it be that this thing was related to a person's fortune? Thinking of this, a word popped up in Luffy's mind. Wanting husband. These two words were a saying that was often circulated in the folklore of the Great Summer Country. It referred to a man who lived a mediocre life before starting a family and accomplished nothing in his career. But magically, he married a certain woman as a daughter-in-law after suddenly began to turn the tide. Not only is life flavorful, career also began to smooth the wind in high. And finally the scenery is unlimited. Often at such times, this woman would be praised by the people around her as being extremely prosperous. After figuring this out, the way he looked at Chien-sun was not right. This kind of humanoid treasure pot, should self find a way to bind it? After all, this girl looked a bit easy to fool. While Luffy was in a daze, Chihiro was happily feasting. She first picked up a chopstick full of big fat beef with cilantro, then dipped it in her own carefully prepared sauce, and finally stuffed it all into her mouth without any image, and finally swallowed it after a few mouthfuls of chewing. After finishing with a sip of the chilled drink, Chihiro immediately squinted her eyes and revealed a happy little expression. He, this mushroom can finally eat delicious food and have a good time. Because of her family, she and her sister had always been frugal, and rarely had such a luxurious time. So when Luffy boasted about it, she had no problem opening her little stomach to eat to her heart's content. It wasn't a few moments of effort. The several large stacks of big fat cows that had just been served were mostly wiped out by her. Just as she was about to continue enjoying this difficult culinary journey, she suddenly realized that someone had been sizing herself up. Turning her head to look, it was actually this guy Luffy. Seeing this, Chihiro instantly guarded her bowl with both hands on alert. Ugh, senior. I admit that I ate a bit fast and a bit too much, but there's still more in the pot. If you really want to eat it, you can go and eat it yourself. But you can't try to save yourself the trouble of staring at what's in my bowl. I can warn you, robbing my meat will make you impotent. This kind of food protection behavior saw Luffy's mouth twitch. Sister, your eyes seem to be a bit good. I'm not craving for meat. I'm obviously staring at you. Don't be so slow to react. Chihiro also noticed the wrongness of Luffy's sight, and immediately switched to leaning back with her hands protecting her chest. Senpai, I'm warning you, it's not right to covet a schoolgirl who's just reached adulthood and hasn't grown all the way up yet. If you're thirsty, have an ice coke first. If you can't, you can go downstairs to the bath center to solve your personal problems before coming back up. Don't worry, I'll try to eat slower, so you can still have some meat to replenish your nutrition when you come back. Luffy was amused by her appearance, and said without a smile, who are you looking down on? If I really go down there, I guess you'll come back to the bottom of the sea with a sample. Xian quickly waved her hand. No. This store can stay open until 5 in the morning. Ordinary people can't last that long. Before the words left her mouth, she realized that her words were not quite right. This is not a metaphor for Luffy is not very good. So she quickly explained. So what, senior? I actually didn't mean that. You should understand, right? Lufei deliberately moved his butt and moved a little closer towards her. Then seemingly smiling, he said, "Good you elementary school girl, you ate mine and still cursed me. Let's see if I don't teach you a lesson." After saying that and taking advantage of the other party's inattention, Luffy followed her sister Chiyu's example and gave the other party a small brain crash. Such intimate behavior immediately caused Chihiro's small face to blush. Then she protested in a small voice, "Bastard, if it wasn't for the fact that you treated me to a delicious meal, I would definitely yell out molestation to get you down." Luffy froze for a moment at his words, then felt a chill run down his back. He almost forgot that this was a public place on the spur of the moment just now. If this Chihiro girl really did that, he was afraid that he would instantly be on fire. It could be foreseen that there would definitely be an entry for him on tomorrow's Jitterbug hot list. Thinking of this, he immediately raised his head and nervously looked around to see if anyone had noticed the difference just now. But who wants to look around? But found that there is not even a person who raised his head. One or two of the intimates sitting together began to love each other. Individuals with good feelings began to feed each other with a mouthful of food. Come on, he's overthinking it. These couples were busy warming up their relationship so that they could get down to business after the meal. Instead, it was Chihiro, looking at Luffy's afterthought, made to hold back a laugh and said, "Don't look. This restaurant in the evening are all the couples from the nearby university town to eat. They are busy living in the world of two people. How can they worry about other things?" Before the words fell out of her mouth, she picked up a large piece of cilantro with meat and put it into her mouth to chew. Her cheeks bulging is very cute. Luffy, he realized that the girl in front of him might not be able to eat anything else in her head. After seeing this clearly, Luffy's mind instantly flashed and thought of a good way to take this humanoid fortune cat for himself. After pretending to sit together and quietly eat a few bites, he found a reason to reopen his mouth towards Chihiro. Chapter 63, Don't Lie to Me Again. How much do you make a month working part-time here? It looks like it's quite hard. Chihiro still said while eating, "No, I think it's okay. It's only 4 hours a day and it goes by quickly. Besides, people are offering me $22 an hour. It's only right to work hard." Hearing this, Luffy always felt that something was a bit off. Upon careful consideration, he realized that he was paid $88 for 4 hours of work, whereas he had worked overtime every day for more than 10 hours a day, and he was only paid more than $3,000 a month. So when you add it all up, your hourly wage is actually only $12, which is only half of what other people make. Simply, seeing that Luffy didn't say anything, Chihiro took the initiative to ask again, "Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Do you want to work part-time too?" Luffy began to play hard to get. "That's not true. Originally for Seeing Lu Fei praising himself like this, Lu Yu smiled and joked, "Mr. Lu is really modest. How can a small person like me compare to a big boss like you?" Lu Fei spread his hands. "Ms. Lu, with a dress like mine, do you feel like a big boss?" "It's more like a salesman running errands for the boss." Because it was already summer, he was dressed rather simply. It was the normal t-shirt and casual pants plus sneakers, and the discerning eye would know that they were all cheap goods. The purchase price of the whole body adds up to not more than $1,000. How to see are not a little bit of doing the boss like. After hearing this, Lu Yu gently shook his head and said his own opinion. "Mr. Lu, you haven't done this line of work. You may not quite understand. The most important thing to do is to be able to see. If you judge a person's worth just by his appearance and clothes, then I guess I would have lost my job and changed my profession. You may not believe me when I say it, but I always have a sixth sense. My intuition tells me that you are definitely that kind of big boss level character. Even if you are not now, you will definitely become one in the future." Hearing this woman speak so eloquently, Luffy felt his good feelings multiply. People like to hear compliments, and he was no exception, especially coming from such a beautiful woman. It was easy to make one's mood soothing. To put it bluntly, even if Lu Fei didn't have these magical eyes, and was now a small salesman running errands for his boss, he would still be happy to deal with people like Lu Yu. Just so some conversation down, the distance between the two people invariably even closer a lot. Looked at Lu Fei face's very used look. Building apartment heart also happy flowers. In fact, this paragraph is she do not know how many customers have said, but every time the effect is surprisingly good, whether the other party is not really a big boss. After listening to this paragraph will have a good feeling about her, and then in her hands the probability of a deal will also greatly increase a lot. Finally, even if there is no deal, she is also confident that the other party will certainly think of themselves when they meet again. Floor apartment practitioners for many years. This method is simply tried and true. Lu Fei does not know the other side of the heart of the small plans. See, the chat is almost the same. Then took the initiative to open the mouth. "Ms. Lu, I think it's almost time. Why don't we go upstairs first?" Lu Yu naturally gladly agreed, towards Lu Fei after a slight smile. Then took the initiative to step forward and led the way towards the Star City International Finance Center inside. While walking, he also used a very soft voice to introduce himself to Lu Fei. "Mr. Lu, the Star City International Financial Center, as the city's landmark building, has always been a lot of." Lu Fei didn't say anything when he saw this, and only kept following behind the other party with a face full of seriousness, not knowing whether he was listening to her or admiring the other party's delicate figure. Maybe half and half? 20 minutes later, Star City International Financial Center, 64th floor. Looking at Luffy who was standing still behind her, Lu Yu blushed slightly. "Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry. I don't know why the landlord suddenly changed the locks again. Why don't we look at the next room first? This one may not be available today." Seeing this, Lu Fei didn't say much, and only nodded his head slightly in acquiescence. He had rented a room before and knew that some landlords would not support the agent if they suddenly changed the locks. Only in his heart, he still questioned the business ability of the building apartment. These 2 consecutive office rooms couldn't be viewed. I'm afraid that he wasn't fooling him with fake listings. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Seeing that Luffy only nodded and didn't get angry, Lu Yu was relieved. Even if she could calculate 1,000 times, she did not expect that she would meet this kind of situation when she brought a customer to see the house. If it wasn't for her adaptability, plus more heart to prepare a few sets of spare rooms, this time will be a big embarrassment. When she thought of this, she instantly hated a certain green tea in the store. The other party received the keys to both rooms, and the owner was familiar with her, so it was absolutely impossible to say that she didn't know about it. The other party must have done this on purpose. Isn't it because she's afraid that she'll take over the sales title that she's held for half a year in a row? As to use this kind of underhanded tactics like this, no wonder people at the store always say she's having an affair with some customers. It seems that there's no wind, no waves,